Am I seeing something imaginable? Like, am I imagining it?
I don't know.
You're
I'm not
saying
you.
that you won't be able to see the same thing that I am seeing?
I'm not you. So I'll never see what you see
Well,
the
I'm
way
sure
you
that
see
your
it.
eyes aren't that much different than my
How the
own.
fuck do you know that?
Because I saw it.
You've seen my eyes? You've seen life through my eyes?
Well, if you looked at the same thing I did, then yeah, I would. If you saw an explosion go off,
God.
you would say that, oh, there's an explosion go off. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, I saw that too. There wouldn't be much argument in that circumstance.
So
So how would that be
let's go
different?
see the one thing, both of us together, and then we can talk about it.
Well, it doesn't really seem like you're very interested.
I'll put it to you this way. I've been waiting years for a Glober to say, yeah, let's you and me go test the fucking Earth together. Bro, I'm down.
Well, the thing
I'm
is,
not kidding. I'll be discreet as fuck,
if you
and this
were,
is recorded. Listen, you give me your information, and we pay half and half on the trip. We'll fucking go do this shit, because I'm sick of you people. Truly.
well, okay. Well, I can
What do you
tell
mean, you
It's
I
going to
have
cost you a lot of trips because there's like thousands and
the
thousands
thing
of
is,
Glovers to teach.
we really,
No, just
we
needs.
really don't need to pay
For
any
me, I
money.
just need one to come out with me, where I've already measured it, and then do it again there, and be like, "Yo, check it out! I already measured this, and this is the second time I'm doing it, and I'm doing it with you."
With every single one, and they'll still
I
deny it.
will send
Wait,
you
who
a pair
measured
of
what?
binoculars.
Who measured
I will
what?
send you a pair of binoculars.
Who measured what?
In a date of time.
You sending me a pair of binoculars is you directly measuring the Earth in front of me? No.
No, it isn't, because you will
Okay.
be the one observing it, my friend.
No. Observations are not measurements. You gotta get a little better with this.
Well, you don't necessarily need to measure it to see its behavior.
Then it's not a measurement.
Exactly, but it's not a
right.
I'm not
if you don't
claiming
measure it,
to
it's
be
not a measurement. Can you agree?
I'm not claiming it to be a measurement.
Is a
saying
calculation a measurement?
It's not a calculation.
So it's a direct physical? No.
It's a direct.
An observation is not a direct physical measurement.
It's an observation, my friend.
Here's what's going on. We have a calculation, and we have an observation, and we have a direct physical measurement. Those are your three options.
Okay, let's go with observation. How about that?
What do you want to talk about with the observation? I think we've talked enough about observations. Do you want to maybe measure the Earth before you defend for curvature at some point?
The thing is, I'm not really arguing for the roundness of the Earth. I'm just arguing that the existence of other bodies that are round is undeniable by simple observation.
Okay, so you don't want to argue about the shape of the world, but planets, stars, orbits, suns.
Yes,
this kind of deal.
Well, I would say that if other things are orbiting other bodies, that
how do you know they are?
Because I see it with my eyeballs.
Yeah, but when did you go to the thing moving and test it?
What do you mean by test? You mean observe?
No, like you go to the thing, you figure out what it is, you test the shit out of it, and then you ride it. It's moving. You hitch a ride on it, see how it does its thing. Maybe stick a probe up there or a drone that can follow it around and film it. Like you don't really know how to look into shit. You're just assuming everything because you heard about it.
Sure, but if you see something appear on one side and disappear on the other side, wouldn't you think it's reasonable?
I'm done. If you guys want to talk to this guy, he's also kind of buzzed, so I'm getting kind of
why this gentleman thinks. I'm confused why this gentleman thinks that if he looks up in the sky, we see all these objects: the sun, the moon, the stars, these what they call planets. They're all just lights in the sky. Earth isn't a light.
So you could call it.
So just because they appear round, why would you assume that the solid mass that you're standing on is round as well?
You could call it a planet. You could call it whatever you want it to be.
They are light.
Observation is unrefutable. It is orbiting, and you can see it with your eyeball.
But you don't even know what you're observing. Just because you're observing a round object doesn't mean that it's a solid mass that you can stand on.
Brother, here's what you're doing, okay? Here's what you're doing. You're going, hey, look, thing in sky. Hey, look, moves. And then You're
not
assuming
move, but
everything
orbit.
else.
The key word is orbit. Moving and orbiting is a little bit
How do
more
you know it's
specific.
orbiting? Like I said, did you follow it around the entire Earth with your fucking eyes or not?
In a sense, yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I looked at it. It disappeared behind
Right.
one
And did
thing,
you
and then
watch
it
it
appeared
go
on the other
around the
side.
entire Earth with your eyeballs?
No, it went around Jupiter.
Then why are you talking about it?
Because, like I said before I start talking, is that it's a reasonable argument that other bodies in the sky are round and they are orbiting. So wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the thing that we are living on is also round?
Why
I
would you
got
want
an
to
idea.
assume anything? Wouldn't you rather know for yourself?
Wait, I got an idea. So why do you
That's the
stop
thing.
it
You don't have to
at?
assume. You can measure.
Yeah, but
Also
let's
true,
let's,
yeah.
let's
Go ahead,
use
B.
some.
Carls.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't really
let's
have
use
the
some
proper
assumptions. Wait,
equipment to do
Astro,
that at the
Astro,
current
listen,
moment.
Astro, listen. Let's use your assumption, but let's scale it up a little bit.
Sure.
The galaxy is flat. The universe is flat. Everything else is flat. So therefore, Earth flat.
Relatively.
Yeah. So therefore, Earth flat because everything else is flat.
Wow.
Now what? Does that sound stupid? Or
Yeah, it sounds really stupid. I'm
yeah,
sorry, guys.
that's what you're doing. So if I do the same
Astro,
thing
what do you
you
think of
said,
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
if I scale it up, it's the
I
same
think he's a
retarded
good
nonsense.
educator. I don't think he's perfect.
You think he knows what he's talking about?
Not always, but yeah. I mean,
So when NASA gives us images of the Earth and it's a perfectly round sphere, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth isn't actually perfectly round, that it's egg shaped.
I've never met an
How
astronomer
does
that said
that
that
sit
the
with you?
Earth was perfectly round. I've never met an
Well,
astronomer that
NASA
said
gives us pictures that are taken from supposed satellites,
they
and
were
it's perfectly
perfectly
round.
round.
You've never seen these photos that they
Where do you find
they
these
put
people?
out?
So define the word perfect for me. Perfect
Dude,
as
let's
in
not. No, look.
have you ever heard of the word ablate spheroid?
Oh my god,
No, have you? Have you heard of that
you're
term before?
missing the point of my question.
Maybe I am, but I'm claiming that no one who knows anything
Are the
about the night
pictures
sky
of the Earth
is
that
saying that
NASA
the
puts
Earth is
out, are they
perfectly
of
round.
an oblate? Okay.
It's not perfectly
All
round.
you have to do is ask Astro Nerd, what is your best globe proof without pointing at the sky?
Proof? I don't really have any proof. I have a reasonable argument.
Boom. It's over.
Sure. I mean, if it makes you happy, that's fine. But I know what my eyes see. You know, you can live in that fantasy world if you like to.
What
But
is your
my
best
own
globe proof
observations have
without
said
pointing at the
otherwise.
sky, mister?
Well, like I said, I'm not claiming any proof. I'm giving you a reasonable argument.
It's not reasonable at all. It's
I appreciate your concession. Thank you.
Wait, have him explain how it's reasonable. I'd like to hear that.
So, if you see other objects rotating around other objects, and you can observe that behavior outside of the sky, wouldn't you think that that would be the same behavior on our own planet? Or
Yeah. So what indicates to you that those other objects are also what Earth should be or ought to be? Is there any
well,
characteristics you see up there that go,
well,
that
I'm
looks like
not.
what
I'm
I'm
not going to
standing
tell
on?
you to go out and buy $3,000 worth of astronomical equipment.
No,
But
no.
I can tell you that
You said
these.
what you've
that
seen,
wouldn't
right?
prove
You
anything
said what
either.
you've seen. So what characteristics when I'm looking up at these things that you see they move?
Orbiting.
Yeah. What
Orbiting.
characteristics? The look, like how they look, right? Because
Do
you're
they look
saying what's up
spherical?
there looks like what's down here. Therefore, we must be the same and move the same. So what
Well,
characteristics are those?
its movement is orbital. Its observation is spherical. but you can see its momentum is going in a circular shape
You hear what I said?
behind this object.
Can you tell me what I said?
I didn't hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So listen closely. What characteristics, when you're looking up at the sky, match the Earth?
Well, when I see other smaller bodies orbiting a big body, I kind of look at the moon in a sense, because the moon goes around the Earth in the same way that these smaller bodies go around this bigger body. So I would assume that that's the same behavior that's going on here. Unless Earth is somehow special, different than these things that I'm observing. If you can prove that to me, I will concede, but I don't think you have the ability to
It
do
is
that.
special.
What looks like the Earth though in the sky? You said the moon is not the Earth, but the moon might do things that other
Well,
things do in the
it's
sky.
well, you can tell the difference between a planet and a star by
How do you know?
well,
What's the
stars
difference?
twinkle. Stars twinkle. Planets do not twinkle.
They
That's the
don't.
first thing. Another thing you could use is a telescope, and stars are typically pretty fixed. They don't move very much. But
All right.
planets,
So we're
you
looking at
can
a light
see
that
them
moves.
move
Yeah. So then what?
pretty quickly within 20, 30 minutes of observation.
Yeah. So what are we looking at then? We're just seeing a different light that looks like a star, but it's just moving a little different.
Well, it's moving a lot different because other ones aren't moving at all.
So what characteristics of those so-called planets match the Earth? Like when
It's
I'm looking
orbit.
at it, what am I looking at that I can say, oh, maybe it looks like a
It's
tree or a
orbital
mountain?
momentum.
No, I'm not talking about how it moves because you can't determine if the Earth moves, right? Because that's an assumption that you think it moves,
I think it's a reasonable assumption.
that the Earth moves.
At least the moon does around
I'm talking.
Earth.
Well, we're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. So does the Earth move? Like, how did you arrive to that assumption?
I arrived at that assumption based on the placement of the star. It comes and it goes away and it comes again. So I would say that it would be reasonable to assume that we are orbiting something else, much like these bodies that I observe are moving around this planet
How did you figure out that we're the ones moving and not the ones in the sky?
by my observation.
Well, how does that? Can you run me through that? I mean, we're on the beach, right? We look at the sun. What are we observing?
Sure.
The sun moving through the sky.
Well, it goes up, it goes down, and it comes up the other side, and it
Right.
goes up, it goes down
So
again.
same thing with the stars. We're just watching it move, but we don't feel it, right? So
You don't really feel speed, you feel velocity.
you don't feel
Oh
anything.
my god.
Anyway, how do you know that
You get an
something's
airplane,
moving?
you don't really feel yourself
No.
going
The
500
airplane is
miles per
enclosed.
hour.
Does the airplane is it a convertible airplane? Can you open it up?
That would be pretty interesting, but no, it
Right.
isn't.
So is the Earth a closed system or an open system?
Is it a closed system or is it an open system?
Yeah, which one is it?
Could you define that? better for
Yeah,
me?
you messed up by bringing up Coriolis. That's for sure.
Yeah, closed, like as in if I have a container like a can of soda, right? It's enclosed. That's why
Oh,
it's
are you saying
carbonated.
that Earth is within a physical container?
No, I'm asking you what you think it is, if it's closed or open.
Uh,
Because if it's an open
Earth is
container,
open
well,
because
yeah.
there's
So then,
asteroids that
well,
land on Earth.
if it's open, then
I
you
have a
can't.
few actually.
Yeah, if it's open, you can't compare it to a plane. Because what is a plane? Is it a closed or open system?
It's a closed system you can observe out of.
Yeah, so it's not open though, right? So you can't
No,
compare it to the Earth, right?
not really comparing it to the Earth, but sure.
You just did. Anyway, we can't
How did
feel.
I compare it to the Earth?
You said we don't feel movement on the plane, and you actually do.
Okay, I get. Yeah, you do have
So,
a point with that, but that's basic physics. You know,
That's basic double speak. That's what I said. When you bring up Coriolis,
have you ever been in a really fast car before?
No,
Like that?
Listen, just tell me how you know the Earth is moving so that you can make all these assumptions about how you think we're also moving, because
Because
things in the sky?
every single moon on these
Okay.
planets
So
is
everything
orbiting
but the Earth seems to
very
move.
similar to the moon that we see almost every day that is
You just said the
moving
moons are
from
moving,
us.
though.
Yeah.
You just said the moons are
Begging the
moving, not the
question.
Earth is moving. So
Begging the question that those things are the same thing as the object that we see moving across above us.
So you're not going to look at a planet with its moon orbiting around it. You're not going to observe that. You're not going to
what does that
entertain
have to-
that
Presupposing that Earth is a
possibility.
planet. You don't know that Earth is a planet to begin with.
Didn't
and you're
say
just
Earth
making
is a planet.
assumptions.
You could look
You
at
said
another
other.
planet.
No, let's
There's
not. Let's
8 of them.
prove whether or not it is a planet. Start by looking
Sure.
at the curvature
Call it
on
an
its
angel
surface, and
if
then
you'd like. Call it an angel if you'd like.
no, I'm
But
not going
something
to
is
an angel.
definitely
That's
moving
as stupid as
around it
calling
in
a
a
planet.
circular formation.
Yeah, okay, so what you
And
just
you
did
can
was you
see that.
pointed away from the Earth, you started pointing at anything but the Earth, and then you made an assumption about the Earth. So let's go back to the Earth, look at that, and try to determine what it is by looking at it instead of at anything but it.
Like I said before, if something is moving at constant speed, you can't really feel that
Okay, you
because
know
you
when
can't
else you
really
can't?
feel speed.
You know when
You can
else you can't?
feel velocity.
You know
If
when
the Earth
else?
stopped rotating
Yeah, okay,
automatically,
I heard
you
that.
would definitely feel that
You know when else you don't feel any speed or movement or rotation?
in a car,
No,
airplane, boat.
when there isn't any. So that's not helping you.
Sure.
You're giving us an excuse for why we don't experience what you're claiming. So let's get some positive proof.
Well,
or
if
else
you
we'll just discard your statement the same way you brought it to us without any evidence.
Well, I never claimed it to be evidence. So if you like to discard it, that's your own fault. But
It's my
if you don't
fault
have
for
the time
discarding
or the
something that you
patience
brought to us
to
without any
observe
evidence.
something you could do very easily with a $20 piece of equipment, then either you're too broke, impatient, or stupid to do so.
Look at the dots that you can't tell anything about.
A $20
Sure,
piece
you
of
can-
equipment.
Well, you
Why
can
don't
tell
you-
something.
So are
You
you
can tell
saying
that
that
they're moving.
are you too broke or too stupid to get a $20 piece of equipment and prove your statements about the Earth now if it's just that easy? Because these are your
I'm
claims.
kind of
If
trying
that's
to
all it
explain
takes,
it to
why haven't
you,
you done
but
it?
you're not really accepting it. You
Well,
keep on
haven't given
changing the
us-
argument and shifting the goalposts right in front of
No.
my eyes, and I
No
don't
one shifted the
appreciate that.
goalposts. You
You're
came to
doing
us
it
to
right
admit-
now, my friend.
Astro nerd, you have to admit that even you yourself have admitted you've made a lot of assumptions all along the way. I
I
assume.
know
it's
what I
moving.
see is
I
moving.
assume.
It's
I
not an
assume.
assumption. I can
psyched
see
to
it.
move.
It's
Yeah,
not
but
an
you
assumption.
can see it, and then
Yes.
you add what you assume it is.
The stupid
Well,
part
it's
about it
definitely
is
not moving in a triangle formation. It's obviously not standing
All
still.
I'm asking you to realize is that you are saying assuming a lot.
yeah, that's all you're doing is assuming.
It's okay.
Instead of making
Sure.
assumptions, why
Sure.
don't we
If
just
you have,
measure
if you
the
have a
Earth?
problem with my
I don't
vocabulary,
have a problem. I have no problem with it. I just know what assuming means.
sure.
Yeah, I got a silly
I
question. Can I ask a
I
quick question?
see these bodies move, and it happens, and you can
These
too.
bodies,
And then you
these
link an
Bro,
bodies-
assumption
don't you
to it.
think if there was
It
evidence
happens
for
to be a
make us all
reification
look
of the
bad,
model.
why wouldn't they just release it, bro? Why would they hold this information and not show it
Well,
to us?
you're not really looking
Does that
for it
make any
very
sense
hard.
to you?
Okay, he just
You're
said
not
I
really
see-
looking very hard.
Really?
he said, I see
Yeah.
these bodies move.
Maybe I should share my my search history with you, sir.
He just said I see.
I don't
these
think
bodies
I'd like
move."
to see that, but I appreciate it.
Okay, Astro Nerd, are any of quote unquote these bodies the Earth?
It's not the land that we're standing on. I could tell that for
Okay,
certain.
so that's your
because,
proof that the Earth moves. These bodies, i.e., a bunch of things that aren't the Earth.
like I said, I am not presenting proof. I am presenting a reasonable
I'm not here to
argument.
debate.
It's not reasonable.
And you keep on throwing this word proof around like I'm the one who's claiming it, which is really silly of
reasonable-
you.
You are.
The reasonable assumption would be that the things we see moving are simply doing that, moving. And what correlation can you make?
Well, there's different
between
types
man
of
and the
movement,
Earth?
my friend. If you want to
Right.
define movement for me, I'd like to entertain that. But if you're just going to say moving, That doesn't do very much for any of us, now does it?
Well, you said yourself that you observe them moving. So where do you go from there?
Orbiting. Do you
No,
know
you
what
literally
orbit
said moving.
Oh, you
means?
saw them orbiting?
Do you know
You
what a
literally
word
said moving.
orbiting means?
Is
But
orbit a movement?
the first time you said orbit, you said, I'm assuming they orbit. I saw the dot go from the out the backside to the, I'm assuming it's, you said it the first time you mentioned orbit.
What's the eclipses do?
So if you see something appear in front of it and move in front of it, and as soon as it goes
Okay.
behind it and it appears on the other side, what would
Okay,
you
that's
call
fine.
that?
I understand that. I understand that. Well,
What
I
would
would
you
have
call
to
that?
assume.
I'm
I
asking
understand that.
you. No,
Well,
I'm not
it doesn't
asking you to
matter what I would
understand that.
call
I'm
it.
asking you, what would you call that, my friend?
Well,
You're calling it movement,
doesn't-
which isn't very specific.
do you want me to answer? Do you want me to
Sure.
answer?
Do it.
I would call it wow.
Wow.
It left the other side. It appeared on the other side. Anything else would be an assumption. But hold on a second. You linked it back to the moon, correct?
Our moon does the same thing.
Okay, so you did link it back to the moon. You
Sure.
should have just started with the moon, and then you could have said,
Well,
"Well,
I didn't.
I've
Sorry.
seen, I've seen a solar eclipse." And you know what? You know what we would be doing? We'd be assuming that was the moon, correct?
What else would it be? A plane?
Well, do you know for a fact that it is the moon, or
You
is
can
that your
see it.
assumption?
If you can
Well,
see
yeah,
it.
you can see something blocking the sun.
Yeah.
You don't see the moon before or after.
Yeah, you do.
No,
Yes, you do.
not the last one.
Yes, you do. Well, obviously you weren't looking at it, my friend.
I was staring at it.
You should have been wearing sunglasses because it
Well,
sounds
I was
like you
wearing a
turned part
welder's
of your
mask.
frontal cortex as well.
I was wearing a welder's mask. But my point is, that's an assumption as well, correct?
It's an observation that I saw with my own eyes. It's
Yeah,
not.
and you're assuming it's the moon.
Sure, fine. I'll go with that.
Okay, that's it. That's all I'm trying to get you to realize.
That's your argument?
No, it's an assumption.
So that's your argument, though.
I didn't make the argument. All I was doing was pointing out you were making a lot of assumptions.
What are you talking about then? You're not making an argument. What are you saying to me?
Well, I was saying you were making a lot of assumptions. That's all. You said
I don't think either one of you are making an
at the same
argument.
time. It happens at the same time that
if you
orbits
you know
Earth.
you're so
you can see
we
it
know
at the exact
we know
same
the
time.
stories. We've seen the models. I mean,
it's not a model because you could see it in live time.
No, I'm saying we've heard
patience.
the story, we've seen the models, we've seen it with our own eyes. We've seen this stuff move around in the sky.
So you've seen the orbit of
I've seen
astronomers call Jupiter. You can call it whatever you want.
I've seen YouTube videos of this orbit you're talking about, sure.
You're talking about YouTube videos?
Well, like I said, I'm not
YouTube
behind
videos?
your.
Oh
I'm
my
not
fucking
behind.
God,
I haven't witnessed.
Yeah.
Sorry. I haven't had a chance to witness the orbiting on my own of Jupiter moons, but I have seen the YouTube videos claiming it. So sorry, buddy.
He gone.
He gone. All I was pointing out was that he himself was saying, I'm assuming. That's all I was trying to point out to him.
After all that, he just up and leaves. Wow.
He's an idiot.
I'm shocked. I really thought.
Just laugh.
Wow.
His assumptions weren't even logically consistent.
I get maybe he realized that he was in hot water and he just decided to cut. Maybe that was a smart thing he did. I'll respect him for that. He realized he was in a conversation he couldn't win, and he moved on. I don't blame him. That's actually a smart thing to do. If I'd only done that every time I was about to do something stupid, I would never got in trouble, right?
Yeah, at least
well, I mean,
I respect the guy.
I mean, he admitted that he was assuming, and that's
No, he was there for like an hour, so he said a lot of dumb things, and they're all recorded.
He said he saw dots. I mean, I don't need to go any further, man. Good. You saw some dots. That's
fantastic. I heard most of. I think I heard just about all of what he said, but yeah, you're right. He didn't have much to say except
dots, bro.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I see dots up there too, but I mean, I don't necessarily think that means anything. You know, I see them every night, every single night, unless it's cloudy.
It's
right?
funny that he actually brought that up because just yesterday I was saying that if you weren't taught the sphere model in school and you were looking up at the sky and looking at the stars and all that crap, just because those lights appear round, you wouldn't then assume that the solid surface you're standing on is round too.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't unless someone told you that or told you that they thought that's what it was.
But listen, you can track all the sun, the stars, all the symbols in the sky. You can track it, rotate it.
Just like we can track the days of the week and then the years of the month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You mean
somebody
track,
would have
or do
thought
you
of
mean
it.
this stuff's been recorded?
Somebody
The
would have thought of
paths
it, but could
these
they
things.
prove it? No.
Yeah, you can prove the stars.
Recorded.
No, somebody could have thought of the globe model, but could they prove it? No.
Of course not. Earth isn't a globe. How could you prove that?
I don't
But
think. I still
my
don't
point
believe
is,
in the.
somebody
The
could have
stars
thought of it.
reflect it.
Somebody could have thought of
my
it, but they just could never prove it.
The stars
Doesn't matter
reflect
what
an assumption for
pattern.
sure.
What's funny is that there's so much evidence for the fact that they fought this idea tooth and nail all along. It wasn't until recently that they changed all the history of it to make it seem as if it was always that way. Funny, isn't it?
It's a
We
weird
know
way
what
to think
they.
about it. It's just that hard to fake because it's not that. You know, that's how hard it would be to fake. That's how easy it is to unravel.
It's just so funny that every single time they want to give you a globe proof, see, the first thing they do is they start talking about anything but the Earth.
That's why I asked him, "Do you have any globe proof?" Without pointing at the sky, he scrambled. It was over.
I'm trying to think if I've ever heard anybody bring any evidence that has to do with stuff on the ground, except for maybe one guy that brought it up in the middle after he'd already lost all the other arguments. Then he said something about Aristophanes and his sticks and shadows, and we all laughed hysterically, of course. But, you know.
Yeah,
I just wish for once somebody serious, like somebody really serious, like that really does know what they're talking about on their side of it, to come and try to show me like the real evidence, right? Like something that will convince me that maybe I'm wrong, you know, but I just can't find anything.
This isn't Star Wars.
Yeah, I know.
But they do try. They come with Cavendish, and it's obviously destroyed away in the water in the first 5 seconds. So they try.
But
That
obviously,
they believe that's evidence when they come in.
I know it's scary.
So the point is, like, they don't know their model.
It makes me terrified to ever go and get go to court for fear that the jury will be a bunch of people like that.
Yeah, don't go.
It's terrifying. We're all think about it.
Play dumb and play the nice guy and like hope that they like. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope they just forgive you for whatever.
Yeah.
It's like terrifying.
Even trying,
or people get out of going to jury duty. It's like they
notice the NPC and then use their tendencies to like your advantage.
I think that even trying to use Cavendish is like an admission of failure for them because it's like a 200-year-old parlor trick. You would think that if gravity were a thing, they wouldn't even talk about that. No one would even remember it. They'd be so far ahead of that. They'd have anti-gravity tech and vehicles and stuff.
And invisibility cloaks and all that good shit. Yeah. I heard all
But some of the most advanced like flat earthers still say Cavendish is an experiment. And then some of them deny it. They all double speak. Some of them will say Earth does move between underneath the helicopter. Some will say it doesn't. And then if they're in the same lobby, you have to try to pin them against each other. Be like, hey, this guy said it rotates. This guy says it doesn't. And then they
don't agree anymore about their supposed model than we do about our supposed model, which doesn't exist.
Just like Operation Paperclip. You bring up Operation Paperclip, they start like defending it. Some of them are like, "Oh no, it's good."
No, those Nazis were the good ones. Those are the good Nazis.
Nazis didn't know. They did know. They didn't know. Government worked with them, but it just gets them. Yeah, it scrambles their brain like instant.
I found that interesting that he kept saying that we were moving the goalposts. I don't see that. We tried to keep the goalposts on Earth, and he kept trying to get away from that at any cost.
I didn't get that one either.
a lot of them are just trying to gaslight and trying to, just like Eggshells did it in a different server. Like he'll drop a comment and then just take off. They're just like try to, yeah.
Yeah.
If they don't get the
Well, it
reaction,
does work though.
yeah, sometimes.
Yep,
And
it does
claimed
work.
he had a
It works a
reasonable
lot. I mean, I
argument.
wouldn't say it works it doesn't work on everybody, but I'm saying it does happen a lot here. So I'm sure it happens everywhere else too. I'm just assuming.
No, I
I
really
mean,
think that guy
sometimes we
was.
handle it well and sometimes we don't, but you know, it is what it is.
He sounded sincere, and I'm sure he's had a lot more time behind telescopes than I have. I know he has.
Well, yeah,
But
I got that from him too, but
I kind of
I mean,
I almost wonder if he watched the last solar eclipse, or because he just kind of
yeah,
made
it's
some
almost like,
statement
yeah,
about it, and it's like, well, that I'm sorry, I haven't seen your the Jupiter transit deal, but I did see that, and at the bottom line is everything you see up there is an assumption.
but how can you trust what you see when it disappears one day out of the year or
Yeah, and
one day out of the
especially
month? Like it literally
the guy
disappears
thinks
and no
he
one
has
sees it.
asteroids. He thinks he has a collection of asteroids. So I don't know what to tell him.
It
He
wouldn't
should
even
have just
matter
Is that
if
what he
he
said?
spent 10,000 hours looking at the stars. It does not describe the surface of the Earth.
Hmm.
So he
That's
could
not what I
spend
saw.
his whole life, 80 years, looking at the stars. It's meaningless to the surface of the Earth.
Even
Like,
an astrologist will tell you that that's true.
yeah,
Especially when you're looking at it all with the presuppositions of the Earth being a globe and heliocentrism and all that. Just looking at it through that lens, that's all he's doing. Just reifying
Exactly.
his own
If he
presumptions.
would just take all that energy and try to measure curvature,
Yeah.
that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, be
Yeah, but
pretty
I don't
damn
think he's
easy to
ready yet.
do if it
yeah.
were something you
I
could
don't think
do.
he's ready. He might be curious, but he's not ready.
It's
You
just
can
crazy
just
how many people
you can
believe
destroy
in
him
what.
with the looking at the roof to buy a carpet analogy, and then they're gonna scramble or come up with some whatever crap they're gonna come up with. But when you're buying a carpet, you do not look at the roof. So
Or the
Oh,
light,
maybe you look at the
the
ceiling
lights
though,
on the
because it's the
roof.
same shape.
It's like almost
I'm
worse
You're
just
than
going to look
that.
at the lights on
It's
the
like
roof.
looking at the houses down the street and then trying to infer from those what your floor is. Looking at the park across the street, just looking anywhere but at the thing that you're talking about.
yeah. Where are my keys? Well, maybe you left them in your purse. No, they're not in my purse. I already looked. Well, maybe they're on the table. No, I already looked at the table. And then you go back in the room and you find them on the table. It's like he sounded to me like that stubborn guy that even though you found his keys and they were right there where he said they weren't, he would still sit there and say, no, they weren't. They weren't there. You put them there.
did you check your pocket? Did
Towards
you
the end of
unplug it?
his
Did you unplug
I
it
ramblings,
from your
usually
pocket?
look. The last place I look is in my hands. I don't know why I
In
don't
your
look there
hands,
first.
right? Exactly. In your hands. I don't know how many times I've done that.
You might want to check for your brains while you're looking.
toward the end of his ramblings, he
You know what I
said
mean?
something
Right?
about having to wait for a whole year. Did anyone pick up what he was talking about?
I think he was meant like next year. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna
Really?
take measurements and show you guys are wrong.
I'll be back in a year.
Have fun, buddy. Sorry, but I mean I don't mean to sound rude or mean or cruel, but I mean yeah, I've been there. I've done that, and you're gonna find out what we did. There is nothing.
Good. That's what we want. Go. Exactly. Research flat Earth. Anyone that's being honest about it, they're
That's what
not
I tell
gonna.
people. Like
They're
I
not
get
gonna
people
expect the
that once in a
results.
while will come and they'll DM me and ask me why did they kick me. I'll be like, what do you mean? Well, they banned me. I said, did they? What does it say? It says, well, I'm timed out for so long. I said, well, that probably just means you cursed in the live stream text or something. I said, did you type something bad or well, no. I said, well, did you post something or and usually by the time I get to the end of asking the simple questions, I've come up with an answer for why they got banned. And then they're like, oh, I didn't even think about that. And then they go along their little merry way. It's like, you know what I mean? But sometimes, just sometimes, they're stubborn and they think that by contacting me because my name has silver next to it or something, I don't know, or maybe because I sound like I know what I'm talking about, they just assume that I can do something about it. And I'm like, well, if you're willing to admit that you were wrong about what you were saying, then I'll be glad to get the guy to apologize to you. And he's like, well, wait a minute, that's not how things work. I'm like, well, yeah, that would be how it would work. I said, if you were wrong and he called you on it, so if you want me to make him apologize to you in any manner at all, I said, the least you can do is admit you were wrong. And then you'll both be even. And he didn't want to do that. He was like, no, I'm not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. I said, but you did. It's like I have to explain this. It's like little children. I have to explain it to them, and it's like I'm not even the boss. I'm just trying to explain so that they don't get mad, and be all butthurt about it. It's like no reason to be butthurt. It wears off, It's like wow.
If it's a Glober, you got to take it with a grain of salt for sure. Like they're defending their cult and their religion, and they're wondering.
I understand that.
They can't
And I
just
understand that.
lie and use logical
I mean?
fallacies.
That's why I just try to point out that look, this is what we do, and this is why we're here. And when you go beyond that, we're just not going to give you, like hopefully nobody gives you a voice because that's not what we're here for. If you don't have any evidence, then just don't come in. If you can disapprove it all you want, you know what I mean? But don't come in here if you don't have any evidence to prove us wrong or to prove your side right, because that's what we've done. And we feel like we've got it all figured out. So until you can show us how each one of those things are complete crap, or you can show me an actual photograph of the Earth from space that's real, maybe we can talk about you exposing us to the world as idiots. But until that happens, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't. I have to be honest with him.
We got him to the point at least where he wasn't willing to claim any evidence or proof anymore.
Well, yeah, because he knew obviously that everything we had an answer for, and he was probably smarter than we gave him credit for, because he started to realize that it wasn't going to get anywhere.
That's going to be a shock for a Glover though when they get to a point in that conversation with flat earthers where they're like, "Man, I'm not even here to prove this."
I can totally.
Exactly.
I can only imagine what that's like.
It should be so easy. What a stance.
Most of the time, they come in unprepared. They don't know their model, and then they're gonna even on the basic level. So even for us, you got to do tons of research to know there's so many different arguments. How do you have to remember every?
And you have to decide
argument?
what you think is going to fit in that space based on what you know and your knowledge and your experience, right? And that's hard to do sometimes when you don't have a lot of experience in that particular kind of information, right?
You also have to read their diversion tactics, just like earlier. They're going to try to avoid the main topics, take you into the weeds, avoid the 90, avoid the flat baseline, avoid the curvature, avoid the container. They'll talk about anything else, the sky, the moon. Yeah. So
just avoid any.
But yeah.
Makes you wonder what their mindset was right before they came in, and what it was throughout the whole thing, right? Like I wonder if we've gotten anybody that's actually done that and then come and realize what we're talking about and then come to our side and then explain what it was like and how, how that all panned out. Because I am really curious to know, because the first time it was brought to my attention, I was 8 years old, okay? And so I didn't really know what to think, but I believed it because they showed me verses in the Bible and other things. They explained it to me really fast. It wasn't but maybe a 5-minute explanation, but I believed it right off the bat. I was like, you know what? You're right. That makes a lot more sense than all this other stuff I heard. But I wonder why no one else knows about it. So, of course, my big dumbass, I go out and start telling everybody all about how the Earth's flat. And, of course, it didn't take me long to realize that was a big mistake. I spent eventually someday I'll find out, I'll find evidence for it and I'll be able to show that what I believe is true, right? But I never really thought it was going to happen until a few years ago, and I ran across some stuff online and I was like, wow, I didn't know I was the only one. Like I thought I was the only guy in the world that really believed it and stuck with it, right? And so I kind of came out of my shell, and of course my family and all got mad at me and like, you ever talked about this before? I'm like, yeah, I did. You just don't remember. And then, so I went through all that.
You listen to Nathan Oakley and Refracted Curvature or whatever his name, he tells his story of being a former Glober and how the Black Swan transitioned him into a flat earther, and he tells many times during the show about his transition from Glober to flat earth.
Right on. Never heard about him.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm just saying, I think we've all
years.
gone through that, right? At some point, unless we're an old school. I mean, I consider myself an old school flat earther, but because I denied it for years, I really can't say that I'm smarter or better. I came up with it because I gave in. I started believing and just saying whatever they wanted me to say just because I got tired of people yelling and calling me stupid. I learned, like I said, I was already having trouble in school as it was. So that wasn't helping me any. So I just abandoned it, of course.
Okay, so you
But,
get a job. It's $1 million a month. Are you going to start and say, Earth's flat, Earth's flat, Earth's flat, Earth's flat? Really?
nope. No, probably not.
Exactly. And if somebody says you have to, then yeah, we can debate about that. But like, and then
No, but if they were to ask me if I believed the Earth was a ball and that was some kind of a tester in order to tell whether I was sane enough for the job, and I told them that I believed the Earth was not a ball, and then they didn't hire me, oh, you'd be betting your ass I'd be filing a lawsuit against them. But no, I don't know if I don't know that would ever be an
there's no
issue.
requirement for you to tell every single person you meet that you're a flat earther.
You're right, and I don't
Yeah.
necessarily,
Yeah.
but unless I hear them mouthing off about flat earthers and how dumb they are, then of course I can't help myself.
Yeah, you got to pick your spots, and like you talking about 9/11, and they're like, oh shit, like I've had So yeah, you got
But
to
I'm not
gauge.
going to go chase down some psychologist or some guy that's fresh out of college or some professor and start arguing with him in public. No, I'm probably not going to do that. I might slip in my number and say, hey, I want to ask you some questions. If you get a chance, give me a call, and then ask him a bunch of stupid questions and see what kind of answers he gives me. But, like the context of how you get that information and how you ask that question is of course how you get the right answer, right? You have to be sneaky. You have to beat around the bush. Or you have to make up a story about how you're trying to come to the conclusion of which one's true or not, and you just need some evidence, right? But
Yeah,
it doesn't work because I've tried it.
All my close friends know I'm a flat earther, and we've had some debates. They were never heated, but we still get along. Just like I'm not. So like I never pushed them. Like I could destroy him in any debate, but like I don't. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
they
but
don't get it. So they don't
I
get
have the
it. So
same
what am I
problem we
supposed
have
to
on
do? Like
here.
I realize
Whenever I try to
really
share
they
it with
don't get
people,
it.
they go into cog dis. I mean, it's literally like they snap right into it. And when I see it, I just shake my head. It's like I can't compete with this. Whatever it is that's being done to these people that's making them do this, I can't. I have nothing against it. I can't snap them out of it. They have to want to. That's what I realized. And it's like, that's why I get kind of frustrated sometimes. It's like, because I hear people trying, like 3 people trying to talk to some guy, and I could tell right from the very beginning when I come in the room, this guy is not taking this seriously. He's actually getting off on the fact that he's getting all this attention and that you guys are asking all these questions, and he feels some kind of power out of it. It's a psychological thing. There's some sick motherfucking people around. You know that? There really are some sick people. And they get off on coming in here and getting on our nerves and then laughing at it. I don't understand it, but it's obviously true.
If I had the time, I would go and take my sound bite of me destroying him in 1 minute, and I might.
Right.
But it's just like try not to be mean or anything. You just whatever. Like he's not going to absorb the information. You just spread the truth and move along. And like
You gotta, you plant the
Yeah,
seed.
why
And,
come here if you're not
that's
going
all
to
you
have
can
an
do.
open mind? I don't get either. I don't understand why some of them come here and they have don't have an open mind at all. And because
Because
I mean, when
it
I
seems
first,
confusing. Why do you come in here looking for truth? You say, but when you're really not, you're just in here to make fun, right?
yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't have time for that kind of
Get it either.
nonsense.
I mean, I get it. If somebody comes, like if I'm on a live stream and a bunch of kids come in there and they crash my live stream for whatever reason, regardless of what I'm talking about, and then they're rude and nasty and they say curse words or they try to get my live stream shut down just because they're ignorant kids, right? I don't necessarily want to go and chase after them, right? And go to their site or go and do that to them. But if they continue to do it, now that, on the other hand, might piss me off enough. And I might actually lower myself to that level and start retaliating, right? But I can tell you, honestly, every time I've ever done that in the 48-something years I've been alive, it's never worked out for me. Not one time. It always goes bad because those people don't think like you do, and they're never going to. And the more you try to make them think that they're just thinking wrongly, the more they're going to deny that you even exist. They're just going to keep, you're just a figment of their imagination. You're just some dummy who just keeps squawking about stuff that I don't care about. And you just seem intent on forcing me to believe your beliefs and all this. They come up with all this crazy psychotic shit to say just to avoid you telling them the truth, because they know that the seriousness on the look on your face means that once they do hear what you have to say and they go and they research it, they know damn good and well what they're going to find. That's what they're afraid of. That's what I think. And I think deep down in our
That's
spirit,
another
we
thing
know
too
this.
that I
That's
don't.
what makes us reject it. That's what makes us go into that cog dis. But this is my only opinion.
That's another thing I don't understand about them is why they have to cling on to it being a sphere. Why is it so important to them?
Atheism.
And all they
Atheism.
keep telling me, all they say when I ask them that is they say, well, why won't you let go of the flat earth thing? It's stupid. Nobody believes it. I'm like, I don't care who believes it. I said, it's the truth. And if it's the truth, then why won't you at least look at my evidence? Just look at what I'm showing you. Look for the evidence. If the evidence isn't there, then you'll know it just like I will. Otherwise, I don't know what else to say to you. I can't make you believe me. You have to look at it. Well, I'm not looking at it. It's stupid. Okay, then then there's nothing I can say.
Make what the shape is.
Obviously, it's very, very, very important to everybody. Even though whether or not they're a man or a woman doesn't seem to be a care, and whether or not anything else happens to them is not a care, as long as their feelings don't get hurt and you don't call them gay or stupid or silly or funny or fat or any of that. God forbid. Just throw it all at us. Kill us, murder us, fill us full of drugs, fill us full of toxic chemicals that aren't good for us, and don't tell us a word about it. But no, they wouldn't possibly do that, would they? No.
Oh, you're just silly, fat, and funny.
It's kind
Okay,
of an
I might be
argument
crazy, and I might be a lot of
ignorance,
things,
right?
but I am not funny.
Oh, I mean, like when they're saying, "Oh, people wouldn't do that." It's just an argument from ignorance because they're comparing their own morality to whatever
I
powers
tried
that be
that,
would
and
or would
you
not
know
do,
what?
and they're
Yeah,
like, "Oh
I
well,
agree with you.
I wouldn't do that, so nobody would do that because everyone's a good person." Yay! It's like it doesn't work like that.
Right, but when they see an article in the paper about two kids who got in a fight over tennis shoes, and one kid shot the other one and stole his shoes and left him lay there in the street to die, then they go, "Oh, I can't believe this crap's going on. I can't believe this world nowadays." And I'm like, shut up. It's like ridiculous, right? It's like you see him reacting in a completely outrageous way to something that you know damn good and well is probably not even true. But yet the reality stuff, like people dying and people getting murdered and all this other stuff that's really happening, no one can explain it, but it's really happening. But no one wants to hear about that. They want to hear about all this stuff that really doesn't make any difference to anybody, regardless either way. You know what I mean? But for some reason, it's very important.
Oh, dude,
that
there was
everybody
some black
understand
guy who got slapped by another black guy. That's really important.
Oh no! You mean somebody got mad and slapped someone else because they were angry? I wonder if that's ever happened before.
That's how nutty the psychology
Yeah, I hate it when they run out
is.
of options and then their last question is always, well, why would they lie?
But they wouldn't lie to us. They couldn't keep a lie that big. Come on.
That's all they do is lie.
Like, and if you believe, I'm like, you know what? Why don't you come over to my house? I've got some property for sale. You might want to be. You want to get invested? Yeah, I got some property for you. It
And
makes me wonder.
the answer to that question
Like,
doesn't even matter. If it's a lie, it's a lie. It doesn't matter why.
right? It doesn't matter who either. All that matters is that it's being done and how do we stop it, right? But no one seems to think about that.
It's fine if you want to find out, but you got to see that it is.
Absolutely. And that's how they keep it under control, because you'll never ever see it happen. And if you do, you'll be dead by tomorrow morning. Think I'm lying? Go witness something that somebody else don't want you to see. See how quickly they think to snuff you out, especially if they got money. I'm not saying that it's something that I'm not saying it's a corporation at all, or that it's a big conglomerate. I think it's a whole bunch of different people doing it all at different times and just doing it on their own whims. I don't think it's really a thought out process at all. I think this has all been done little by little companies and little rich people that go around doing what they want when they want and never having to answer for any of it. And as long as that's going to happen, as long as we're poor and we let the banks control us and how we make our money and how we, feed our children, then we're always going to be under that. And we don't, until we realize that, we're all dead. Because we're all just going to live, give half of it to some guy who doesn't deserve it, claiming that he's going to spend it on saving you and helping you when all they're doing is the opposite, right? They're just trying to find more ways to make money and dupe us, right? As long as it doesn't kill too many people, we'll be fine. We can always sweep it under the rug or, elect some law to come in and save our asses. It's all good. Everybody will be on the upside when it's all over. And in 20 years, we'll redact it and we'll release it. And then we can all be mad about it after everybody's already dead. This way, nobody ever pays for anything they do wrong. Unless you live on the street and you don't have money, then you got to pay the price. So yeah, I'm starting to wonder about everybody. Because that's what we're not talking about, right? But that's what we should be talking about, right? Because if we were doing it to them, they'd be singing it to the world, wouldn't they? Oh, those flat earthers are going crazy. They're attacking. They're killing people. They're doing all this. They're causing rumpuses. They're throwing bricks at houses. They're doing this. They're doing that. Right? What's the matter, Catch? Got your tongues or what?
Is that the next level of flat smacking?
You're right.
Throwing bricks at houses is the next level of flat smacking.
Well, that'll be next if they can't beat us some other way, right? They'll resort to until they finally get a stimulant. They finally stimulate people to actually revolt us against us and start calling us heretics and all that. And next thing you know what I mean? Like how long are we going to let it go before we actually start taking it seriously, right? They've already censored us. That's number one. That's straw number one, right? Then they admitted that they're censoring us, and no one seemed to care, right? Everybody just kind of just missed that one. They weren't watching that day when that was on the news, I guess. I guess we just forgot about it. We forgot about Vietnam and World War II and World War I and Bay of Pigs, and we've forgotten about all that stuff, right? Because they were all honest with us and they all told us the truth the whole time, right? Every single time. And we always find out they were always telling the truth and they never lied to us or never did anything to hurt us, right? Yeah, right. Whatever. How old are you? Stick around a while. You'll see. It happens over and over and over and over and over again, and all we do is sit around and bitch and complain about it. Wah, wah, wah. The world sucks. It ain't fair. There ain't nothing we can do about it. Never thinking that maybe if we spent all that time, instead of pissing and moaning, complaining to the right person, going down to the damn courthouse and complaining, saying we ain't going to have this crap anymore. We ain't going to take all this separating our children from their friends and this crap that they're doing. They're trying to pull over our eyes. And they've got, 2% of the population believe in it, and then 25% believe it because it's on the television. You'd think it wouldn't be hard to overcome that, right? Not even close.
Only when you're oppressed will you revolt. When you have nothing to lose and no food and no shelter, that's when you're going to revolt.
But then you'll be revolting against your neighbors because you'll be thinking about your stomach.
They know to keep humanity above that level so that there is no full revolt. They will boiling frog us and then release pressure.
Exactly, and then they'll just start over again with the next generation. Another 5 years down the road, they'll be starting out again. But that's okay. I guess we could just sit around here on our hands and just talk about and discuss it like gentlemen. Like, hey, they're doing all this stuff and it's all bad and it's horrible, and it's a big secret, but no one wants to believe it. We're the only ones that seem to know about it, and we really know the truth about some of it. Probably know more about it than some of the people involved, but yet we're afraid to do anything about it because we might get our hands swatted, right?
No, you just need a platform, brother, and you just need money. And
I've got neither.
You have intent. It's
You get a
all about
All I
platform,
can
you
do
get
is
money,
try to
and
melding it
be a
all
they
better
plant
together
person.
drugs
Like,
on you or plant
so
a
that
case
you
on
can
you and shadow ban you, and then your platform is worthless because they just
no
shadow ban
shit.
you.
We got different things to do and worry about stuff like that.
Yeah, so your best bet is just to enjoy your life, do good
Best
intent,
bet is grow a
spread
community.
truth, and not hurt people.
Best bet is
yeah, it
grow
would
the
be easy
community.
if everybody would just do that, right?
Yeah, I would never force anybody to do anything, and that's my stance.
Even if they were murdering your family or hurting you,
It's
or
not happening.
do you have a
I
line?
would never force anybody to.
Okay, I can relate to that, I guess.
Yeah, my point, I mean, I would never oppress another human.
Okay, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being oppressed,
Yeah,
right?
me forcing
You know what I'm saying? Like,
somebody to do something is oppressing them.
even if that
So
means
I would
you
never
stopping them from
oppress.
hurting you, is what I meant. Like, is there a difference?
I have the right to defend myself to the means at the level of the attack.
But you can't own a tank or a rocket launcher or a helicopter, can you?
No,
What if the government comes to your door with a tank? What are you going to do then?
I'll be
Right,
dead.
probably did, right? Yeah. Okay, so
Stand in front of the tank
why
and tell
can't
them.
you? You really think you have the power to protect yourself against the government or some other entity that decides to come in and take
No,
over stuff?
definitely not. Definitely not.
Not if you're
No,
not
I
gunned up,
don't.
bro,
I'm
and
definitely
know how
being
to use
watched.
them.
They know all my
Yeah.
information. They know where I am. They could kill me if they want.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to make you paranoid. I'm just
No,
saying,
that's the truth.
like, the truth is,
I'm
right?
not
Okay, so
paranoid.
the
I'm
next
not
step is
paranoid.
what?
I'm just
What is the next step when you find out your next door neighbor is a fucking serial killer? Do you wait for the cops to take the guy out, or do you get the fuck out of the damn neighborhood, right? You leave the neighborhood, right? If they're not catching this guy, but you know he's living next door, I mean, I'm not saying you go over and kill the guy, but you get out of the neighborhood. You get your family away from there, right? You don't just stick around and hope for the best and hope the government can protect you, right? You're not stupid, are you? Like, I mean, that to me sounds crazy, right? Or if I knew my neighbor was,
well.
whatever, if I knew my
I'm
neighbor was committing
surrounded by
crime,
crazy. I'm surrounded
right?
by crazy people,
I
so
do
there's
something
nothing I
about
can
it.
really do at that point.
All right, I get it. I hear
Like
you.
I have crazy people probably like 2 streets down, and then there's nothing I can do.
The only way to stop what's coming and to defeat the government is we have to beat them at their own game. We have to take back control of our institutions, our school systems, our
That's
city
right.
council
That's
boards,
right,
the government.
motherfucker.
We have to take it. We have to take it back. That's the only way we can defeat them.
Yeah,
Right.
so
We have to
listen, you definitely
to
need
And
ignore their
communities for
authority,
this.
right? We
yeah,
have
it's
to.
not. Well, no, we're
Everyone
not going
has
to
to.
recruit. We're not recruiting here. I'm just saying this is the kind of thing that gets on my nerves. Like, because, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not a part of it. I'm here to spread flat Earth, but I'm also to spread the truth about everything. I'm not just, like, hey, if I'm going to be honest with you, right, and you're going to take my advice about this thing, then why wouldn't you hear me out on everything, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like how some people are,
Hey,
like, they'll take your advice when they ask you, what should I do? I found out my girlfriend's cheating on me. What do I do? Well, I know I'm never going to tell you to go back to her and stay with her. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. If you're my friend, I'm going to tell you you need to move on, bro. Right? Wouldn't you say the same thing? But it's like
take her
we
back
have a
and
different
believe her.
ordeal. It's terrifying. And there's never an argument on the news where there's two sides. It's always just one side, and you're supposed to accept it, right? What kind of news is that? Like, what the hell's going on in this world? And nobody notices that? It's like, come on, people. Like, am I the only one that didn't get MK Ultra or whatever you guys want to call this thing that happens to people when they get completely ridiculously ignorant?
I think they
And they
do
think,
notice.
I don't know. It makes me wonder.
I think they do, and but they know that other people are going to be jumping on that bandwagon, and they don't want to be, they don't want to be the odd one out.
Those people are
Right.
terrifying too. When you meet those people and you look into their eyes, it's like they're not there.
No, because they have already agreed to some kind of an ideal, and they won't let go of it. They think that this ideal is going to protect them and save them no matter what, and that is their God. You're right. It is. It's kind of a weird, like atheism. It's like, well, I don't believe in God, but I believe in me. You know, I'm God. Okay, have fun with that one. I don't know if that ever got anybody to the end. You know, like when I get to the end of this life, even if there's nothing left afterwards, I want to be able to say that I didn't screw everybody I met, and that I didn't hurt everybody that got in my way. That I actually made the right decision once in a while, and be able to hold my head high. You know what I mean? I don't want to be fearing that when I die that something's going to come get me and get revenge on me. Nobody wants to think of that. So how am I a bad person for wanting to think that way and project that outwardly to humanity? Why is that a bad thing? Because it's becoming a bad thing. For people like me to say what I'm saying right now, it's going to become increasingly harder to do. To where people are just going to laugh me right out of here, right? Because they're going to be afraid that either it's going to get us in trouble or it's not the
The
right plan.
exact reason why they deny flat Earth, right there in that last 2 minutes.
Yep. It's all the same evil, right? Or whatever you want to call it. Same.
They want to escape accountability for their actions and deeds, so they hide behind the pseudoscience and atheist lies and the fraudulent stories and the fairy tales.
And you know what? I believe we all deserve a chance. Even if I'm wrong, you know, even if we're all wrong about it. But what would be the harm in becoming better people and not trying to hurt everybody else in the process of becoming who you want to be, right? What is really that big? Why is it that big a deal that we can't just have peace? You know, we're going to have our issues. We're going to fight and we're going to, you know, punch each other out once in a while. But there's no reason why we need to start killing each other off, you know, systematically over any I don't care for any reason. There's no reason for it. You know what I mean? Like, the only reason I see to ever kill a lot of people off,
Well,
they're
no,
killing
no,
other
no
people.
flat
You know what I
earther is
mean? Like,
supporting killing. Guess what? Guess which religion is supporting killing? Atheism. That's which religion is supporting the murder and democide of humanity.
all at the same time as making it sound like as if everybody should have their own freedoms and rights to do and please what they want. But in reality, they're doing it all for the exact opposite reason. So they can take it all away once you guys start doing it wrong and it starts causing all this harm. And it's already starting to shuffle in. There's more and more kids every day that are killing the other kids over stupid crap they saw on the internet. And they believe these stupid cults and crap. Kids are easily impressionable. And people aren't watching their kids anymore. They stick them in front of the black screen, the black mirror, and they go, here you go. This will keep you occupied while I go do what I want to do. Because by golly, I didn't want to have kids anyway. That's what everybody's attitude is. It's like, and everybody just keeps getting worse and worse. It's like, you know, like people are talking their children into having abortions. Like, what the hell's wrong with us, man? Like, since when is like that selfishness? When did it become so popular? I don't get it. And when did everybody become so defensive about talking about it either? Like, no, the people who are against it, that think women should have their rights and be able to do what they want with their bodies, they say one thing, and then the people who think that it's wrong for murdering anybody, regardless of what, if they're human beings, I mean, we have animal rights, right? Why don't we have human rights like we do animals? If somebody was doing that to animals, we'd have something against it, would we not? Come on now. But we're not going to have this. We're not going to have this talk either, right?
We
It's like all the
know
things
they're
that.
No, they're Globers are hypocrites and subjective truth believers. So whatever they believe in the current moment is whatever they feel.
Wouldn't it be fun to
It's
mess
all
with that?
relative. It's all subjective
Wouldn't it be
in
fun to
their
mess with
deluded
that?
mind.
Imagine them every time they look on Google finding the wrong answer and things that say that the Earth's flat. Wouldn't that be the most funny thing in the world? But too bad you can't hack
All I
the
have to
internet.
do is post a couple memes. They get triggered. So,
Dude, I saw a meme. I think it was 2 days ago, and it was about an invisibility cloak, right? And I'm like, okay. I'm thinking maybe there's some possibility that I have seen some weird stuff like these little rulers that you buy in the grocery store and the dollar store, and you can hold it up against a pencil, and the pencil kind of disappears because it's reflecting light at an angle, and it tricks your eyes, and you're like, wow, look, I can see through my finger, and excited about it, right? And then you see, so you think, okay, well, maybe there's something to that, right? So then you see a video on YouTube, and it gets 1 million views or 6 million views, and it shows some guy with this invisibility cloak, and he's got this screen, and he stands behind it, and you can't see him, right? And it's like, oh, it looks like the real thing, right? And then you see this other Chinese guy, and he's got this cloak, right? And he can turn himself invisible and just disappear right in front of your eyes. But there's people who believe this. And I'm sitting there going, what? You're kidding, right? Like, everybody knows it's a joke, right? No, they don't. They really believe it. No, they don't. Why would you believe that? Well, because we saw that thing on our pencil. Remember when you were a kid and you were in school and that ruler that made you see through your pencil? I said, yeah, but that doesn't work like that. Come on. That's ridiculous. But no, I'm stupid, right? Because everybody's making fun of me about it. I'm like, if you guys want to believe this horse crap, you go ahead. But I'm going to stick to, no, I don't believe in people changing things in time. I believe people's brains are pretty fucked up, but I don't believe that there's little creatures that go around flying in and out of dimensions and changing things in time just to mess with our heads. If you can come up with some other solution to it, I'll start listening to you. And I don't believe in aliens, and I don't believe in Mars and alien Martians, and I don't believe in ghosts and all that other horse crap. Now, I believe that there's entities that exist,
Demons?
but I don't know what they are. I don't know, maybe demons, I don't know. But all I know is that I've felt
If
things
you
in the room that
agree
weren't
to the
there, and it
word
scared me.
demon,
That's
then
all I can know.
it's all
All
the
I
same.
I
know,
mean,
they told us we're gonna have.
I'll go out on that limb. Sure, maybe you can call them demons, but whatever they are, they're. I don't know. I really don't know much. I haven't really had a lot of experience, but I have felt some stuff before that leads me to believe that there are things there. But I do not believe that it's your dead relative. No, I'm sorry. And that's what the ghost belief is. It's believing
I
that
don't either.
when you die, you
I'm
can
not
come
with the
back
ghost.
and you can leave behind your entity. And there's this entity of love and desperation in your heart that stays on the ground, and it runs around the house, runs around and scares the shit out of people. Yeah, right. Like, I believe that crap. Okay, whatever. Right?
All I know
So
is they told us we were gonna
what
have
else did I
flying
not
cars.
mention? Like, yeah, there we go. Flying cars.
In
Maybe it'll be
2020,
possible someday, but not with the weight we are.
they
Maybe if
told
we
us in
shrunk ourselves
2020
down.
flying cars. Where the hell are the flying cars, bro? Someone lied to
They're
me.
not here. 2099, you'll still be looking for them if we survive. And I say that
I think there
I
are
say that
at least
meaning it as a
prototypes.
joke, but yeah, we got prototypes. We've had prototypes since the since the 1800s. They've been talking about flying cars, and they
I
made them
think
out
for
of
about
light materials. Just like,
500,000.
did you know the Wright brothers didn't even exist? Did you know that? That's what they're passing off as a story now on the internet. Is that the Wright brothers didn't exist, and Coca-Cola didn't invent Coke. They stole it from some African guy in the middle of Africa somewhere, and there's all these stupid, crazy ideas. And I've been watching all of them, just eating it up, thinking to myself, this at least I know is fake, right? At least I know when I go into this as for entertainment value, I'm not going to come out of this is real. I can at least say, you know what? I know when I get to the other side, I'm going to know it's not real, and I can laugh again, because that's what I'm up against nowadays. I wake up in the morning and I
They're
can't
just
watch
trying to
TV.
go the retarded route of the Glober and saying we can't prove anything, we don't know anything's real. That's the basic.
But you're wrong. But
That's
you're
like
wrong.
that's what the retarded Globers are doing now. Like, we can't know anything. So, like, yeah, they're just trying to push that narrative. You can't prove anything. You can't know anything. It's all subjective.
When it comes to seeing
It's all.
UFOs, I do believe in what you would call a UFO, like an unidentified thing in the sky. I've seen them. I don't think they're planes, but that's just my opinion. But I can't fly up there and grab a hold of one and bring it down here and make it land and then say, hey, look, I caught one. So it's probably never going to ever be any evidence for it. But I've definitely seen things in the sky that I can't explain, move and do things that planes, and I've never seen planes do. And I live between 3 airports. I live in the Bay Area, so I know my share of airplanes. And there's military bases nearby, and they fly stuff out that's even weird. But I know the difference between that too. And recently, they've started this, whatever the hell they're doing in the sky, either treating the clouds with some kind of chemical so they can see it when it flies over the Midwest, or whether they're making, I don't know. Who knows? I can't prove what they're doing. All I know is they're doing something, and they're using some kind of like heat. What would you call it? What do they call it? Convection or something like that, or microwaves. I don't know what they use, but they spray crap in the air that spreads out. It becomes clouds, and then those clouds get smushed together with these weird looking wavy these things that make the clouds ripple into piles. And then they cram them into this little area, it seems like, and then they just let it drift out towards the Midwest. And it's like, what the hell's going on here? And I watch this for hours and hours and hours on day after day after day. And I go, what's going on right now? Like, what am I seeing? Am I imagining this? Or am I like, did I like take some acid when I was a kid or something and it come back to get me or what? Because I'm seeing stuff in the sky that I cannot explain it any other way to say that somebody did that. How else do you explain it? And I've seen it from supposed satellite views and all these different views. I've looked at all the different kinds of layers that they have, the magnetic layers, the spectrums that they have. I've seen all that stuff, bro. I went all through it. And I'm telling you, you can't prove it wrong. You can't. There's evidence for it. You can literally see it on the damn Doppler radar. You could see these huge waves of energy or something in straight lines moving all around in the sky, pushing stuff around and causing effects. I don't know how it works. I can't prove it, but I could show it to you. I could show you video after video after video. And these are all videos that I'm not making. No one's making them. The damn government makes them and puts them out for the people who fly in the air and whatever, the FAA or whoever they are. The people who are licensed to fly and all that get all that information. I don't know how it works. But I'm telling you that whatever it is that they're coming out of those airplanes is not, and I repeat, not ice crystals, my friend. That's all I can tell you that. But like I said, we could talk all day long about this stuff. But I mean, so there are some crazy things that are really actually true. And I only know it because I spent hours and hours and hours and hours researching it and calling people and getting hung up on because people don't think it's funny when you call them out and call them liars and say that they can't control the weather when they actually advertise it and they sell it to people. They get quite irritated with you. So I've had pretty much every kind of experience you could possibly have, and every angle I've tried to try to get people to answer me just one question: is this stuff legit? And they all assure me that if I call again, they're going to call the police. And that's what they always say. So maybe you guys should all do that. Maybe you should all go and call those companies that I called and go through it and try to get on the phone and talk to people that work in colleges and get professors to answer your questions. Because I'm telling you, they've been doing this stuff since before the turn of the century. And I'm not talking about the 21st century. I'm talking about the 20th century.
Yep.
They've been doing it. They can make clouds stand up in the sky. They made monsoons hit Vietnam. Everybody knows this stuff, man. Come on. It's been
The
released.
patents are
It was
all there
redacted.
too, right?
And the
And
patents are there, yes. And
what was the first rainmaker patent? I think it was like before 1900.
1912 or something, yeah, or 18 something, yeah.
Yeah.
But they weren't actually good at using it and making like storms until like the teens or 20s. At least that's what I've heard. I don't know.
Right, but
I've
there's
seen
been like
actual
so
military
many
videos.
projects, like Operation Storm Fury, for example. I mean,
yes, they're still using this
they
today.
spent like
They didn't
15
stop.
year trying to alter hurricanes. Like they probably learned
I know
something from that.
I have patents, I have redacted documents. I have all kinds of evidence, but of course, anybody who doesn't want to believe in the reality of that they've been lied to doesn't want to see this evidence, because I've tried to show it to even friends that believe me and have been convinced of the flat earth, but they still will not
It's
believe
kind
me
of the
about
same
some of
thing
this
that
stuff,
happens
right?
with the Globers, right? When we talk about flat Earth, and I think it's like
Right.
they've kind of internalized the lies as part of their own identity and their worldview and their whatever. So when you're
Maybe you're right.
addressing
Yeah,
that,
maybe you're right.
for them, you're attacking them, right? Even though you're not.
Right, yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm not letting you take my
You're
reality away.
attacking them personally and their worldview personally because you're destroying everything they've ever known.
Right, and
You're
then once
welcome.
that's gone, then what do you have? I don't have anything. Panic. Oh
You're
my
welcome.
God, nothing makes any sense. Like they don't want that. Your brain doesn't
I
want
just
that. Your
gave you
brain
a whole
wants to
new
say,
life.
okay, we're gonna stop
Like,
this
to
right now
me,
because I need to preserve myself. Right.
right, yeah, right. Like, no, you're not going to take me to it. It's almost like, you offer somebody a hit of acid because you're going to fry, right? And so he's like, no, I'm not interested.
No,
You know what I mean? I know
it's
that's a bad metaphor,
it's a
but still,
different
it's the
level
same
of
type of
shock.
thing.
For a different globe is for sure.
But I try
Like
not to
some
be
realize it
angry
right away.
because I
Like,
realize
yeah,
that some of these people will eventually see what I'm talking about if I just be persistent and I don't act like an ass and I don't make it about me being right. And I've done that before, so I know I've made that mistake and I've lost some friends over it. And I had to learn the hard way that you can't do it that way. It doesn't. Nobody wants to hear that kind of truth thrown in their face like that, and then have their best friend or someone that they think they love and care about just thrown in their face like they're some kind of moron because they won't listen. You know what I mean? That's just not the right way to go. So I guess, but because I was so easily convinced, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody showed me some evidence and it was down, it just came, you know what I mean? It was easy for me. But then I had to fight it my entire life, wondering if it was ever going to be redeemed and it was ever going to come out. And I always wondered if the Bible, when the Bible talks about there will be, you know, increased learning, like where people will start to know things that no one ever knew before and no one will know why. I mean, it doesn't say that in the Bible, but that's how I always pictured it in my head, that this will be some miraculous thing that will really stand out and everybody will be fascinated by it. And they'll be so fascinated that they won't be paying attention to what's really going on. They'll be thinking, you know,
Gospelberg
this,
has been
you know what I
talking
mean?
about
It's
it
just like,
early in the
yeah,
mornings. He's
yeah.
I heard him say it today.
And I talk about it when I
He's
can.
linked enough evidence that he's declared that the mystery schools of Babylon is where this
No
knowledge of
longer a
today
mystery.
is coming from.
And I'm not really sure about all that because you know, there's so many sides to it, and every new person that I meet through you know, through this this thing, I guess, whatever you want to call flat Earth, I guess. Everybody that I've met through there, they have such different beliefs about so many different things that it becomes almost difficult to, like, you know, like you think you're on the right side, and then as soon as you bring up a hot topic, everybody runs, right? Or you have people that are like, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't care for that guy," or whatever. And it's because all they did was bring up something that triggered. Like I got triggered earlier when people were talking about abortion, because I didn't think we were supposed to talk about stuff like that on here. And then when somebody did it, and then nobody seemed to like pay any attention, I was like, "Really? You mean I've been holding back?" Like, because I have a strong feeling about all that. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to do
Sometimes
that
there's
now. I
people
mean,
around that make
you
it
know
a
what I mean?
point to bring up, to stop talking about that stuff, and sometimes no one's around that cares. It's that simple. Most of the time,
Yeah,
there's
that's true.
someone that cares, and they say, "Shut up." Press something
Right.
else.
And I get it. And I mean, there's times where, like, you know, I didn't really want it because it upset me yesterday. I ended up crying about it. Like, it upset me really bad. It was like, I started thinking about, like, why is it that everybody, like, wants to be, like, I just don't get it. Like, I'm confused about, like, why people take human life so,
It's
there's no
we're in
value.
the we grew
It's
up in the
terrifying.
same psychological
atheism,
methods,
atheism.
It's because
even
they're teaching
though
our kids that we're
we're
animals.
changing.
We're the animal
Right.
kingdom,
Yeah. And
and
that
we
we're
can be
allowed to be
replaced.
that way, and
We
it's
can
okay. And
kill
it's
each
not.
other. It's okay.
3 words.
Ethics.
I blame atheism,
Well, I
Satanism.
agree, maybe. I don't know if it's all just that, but yeah, that's big part of it. Yeah. Trying to convince the world that God doesn't exist, which is all what flat Earth is all about, right? That's what the trick is. It's been
Every
going on
debate
since.
that we have
Yeah.
here is God versus atheism, whether people realize it or not.
Yeah.
You know, I've been saying that for a while, but I try not to say it to certain people because I know it upsets them. And I don't. It's not that I think that. Not that I don't think it's true that it should be said, but more like I don't want to upset those people because I understand where they're coming from, to an extent, right? And I know that everybody has to find it on their own. And if I try to shove it in their face or try to make them feel uncomfortable about not believing and not understanding it, then they're never ever going to see it, right? All I'm going to do is scare them away, and that's hurting them, right? Like
I can agree
I
with
don't
that.
dislike and hate people because they are who they are. I only hate that they want to continue it. Like once you realize that you're doing something and you're harming other people, you change it, right? Or do you just continue on because you're making a lot of money or because it's going to make you look better? I mean, like, where do you draw the line, right? And that's being lowered right now. Children are literally taking each other's lives over petty stuff. It's ridiculous, but but we still haven't like woke up to it. It's like, what, we don't realize this is that all this selfish crap that all these adults are doing to try to get their way in public is literally causing an effect on our children. All of our children are being affected by it because these people are the ones working in the fields. That's where all the sick people are at. They're right there in the schools and all the businesses and doing all the things around
What do
your
you mean
children
by
all the
these
time.
people?
I'm talking about people that think it's appropriate to mess around with kids or to teach kids things about sex when they shouldn't be knowing about it. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Anybody that wants to harm children. That's the way I look at it. I'm not talking about just gay people. Gay people are, I don't have a problem with them, right? As long as they don't try to shove their thing in into my lifestyle or try to change my rights or my freedoms, I don't care. If you want to marry another guy or another woman, I don't care. It's not my business. But when you try to force my kid to learn about it and to consider that as an acceptable way to be just because that's the way you are, that's wrong. That would be the same thing as me telling your kids that they can't be gay because that's wrong. It's the same thing, but that's why we just don't teach it. It's easier that way, right? Let the parents teach that. And if the parents aren't teaching it, then I don't know what else we can do except just give up because all our kids are going to be screwed up because we're not doing a very good job of it, right? We're too busy working and trying to take care of that part
So
of
you're
it.
saying Globers are hypocrites. You're saying Globers are hypocrites. And I agree.
No, I'm saying everybody's a hypocrite. We all are because we all turn the other way at one of these subjects or another. And
It
we
should
know that
be
it's
our
wrong,
goal
right?
to not be hypocrites. It should be our goal not to be
Right. I agree.
hypocrites and to
I agree.
yeah.
Or at least some of us should be looking. I mean, am I the only? I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm Messiah because I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to save the world all by myself. I'm just saying maybe there's people like me out there that that care. Maybe that we should be talking to each other. You know what I mean? Instead of arguing about stuff we already know is true or isn't. You know what I mean? Like we all know that there's flat, right? We can sit in here all day long and talk about that, and it's a great
Or
thing because it
you
helps
can just
wake
ask
people up.
him, be like, rookie, would you hurt anybody for your own gain?
No, I must say honestly, I don't think I
Exactly.
would.
No.
But
Exactly.
does
Like,
can
and you'll
everybody
ask
say
a
that though?
Glober that, and he'll take 10
Well, it
minutes or a
depends on
minute
who
or
you are.
whatever, 2 minutes to answer, because he's
Well, if you
thinking,
were pointing a gun at
oh, he
me,
has
I
to
might
think for
consider
two,
shooting
three,
you.
4 minutes
Okay, I'll
about
be
it.
honest.
But it should be instant. Would you hurt anybody? No.
Not for any other reason except they try to hurt me first. No, I don't go out picking a fight with people. I might chase them away if they're doing something around where my family can get hurt by it, and that's a natural, and I think that ought to be my right. Somebody's slinging drugs next to my house because they don't want to do it in front of 7-Eleven because the cops see them doing it there, then that's their problem, right? Why should I have to deal with it? Have some guy killing some other guy for a drug deal because he happens to want to park next to my house? That's not fair to me, is it? So yeah, I go after people for that kind of stuff. I'm not perfect, but I don't go to a park or go to someone else's neighborhood and make noise and cuss in a park and embarrass myself and make children listen to that and then get an attitude with somebody else when they call me out on it and ask me to either move on or stop cussing in front of the children. You know what I mean? Like it's you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's too much to ask, right?
Your intent could be in the right place, but it could be potentially dangerous. But your intent might be in the right place.
Right. And usually if I think that somebody's just going to get in my face and fight me right off the bat just over something, and me just calling him out, then I'll just usually walk away and just leave it, right? I'm not wanting to get myself killed or anybody else hurt, right? But that doesn't mean I don't have the right to tell you that you're doing something and you're being an asshole. That's my right, just like it's your right to be an asshole, right? But what do assholes do? They act like assholes. Then they get mad because you come over and start being an asshole too and saying, hey, you're being an asshole. How dare you? You're being an asshole too. Okay, now
Yeah,
now
that's
we
my
got two
job.
assholes going off. Yeah, now who's going to take care of the two assholes when they piss off two more? Next thing you know, we got a dog pile and all these guys are fighting. And all because of what? Because one of them thought they were better than the other one and they wanted to measure their peeves, right? Okay, let's all measure them now and get it out. Okay, he's got the longest one. Now, can we put this aside now and can we move on to the next subject? You know what I mean? It's like, but no, it just goes round and round and round and round and round. The world's crazy. And we're all just slowly becoming more and more crazy. And the only sanity I find is in here. And I'm finding that even this place is being contaminated by crazy. It's like, no, please don't take it away from me. Please. I need it. Like I feel like I found something that I've been looking for my whole life. Like, somewhere where people think like I do. They're like, they have the same arguments about things and they wonder about things and they want to know answers and they want to find the real truth. They don't just want to believe what their parents told them. It started with Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, and it's just gotten worse and worse. And now it's like it's become a point where I don't even want to research anymore. I'm afraid to research stuff because I don't want to find out it's true because I don't know what I'll do, right? Like there's some things that do trigger me really bad, and I'm afraid of what I might do if I found out somebody was really doing that, like right here near my house. Oh, I'd go crazy. You know what I mean? That's why I fear things. I shouldn't be afraid. Should I? Should I be afraid to research the truth?
I think you should be afraid because people like you and me, we are vastly outnumbered, unfortunately.
I don't know if it's that or if it's just that so many people have given up because they've tried and they failed. And they don't get back up on their feet. A lot of people don't survive the first failure, right? Think about
I
all
think
of
the
us.
co-
I mean,
I think the core
I'm not the
issue
only
is
one in here that
people
like
don't.
had trouble in school, right? Or had
No,
trouble with friends or
definitely
anything,
not.
right?
I think a big part of the problem is people just don't know who they are. Essentially, most of their identity and beliefs and habits and all that shit is just taken from other people.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Right.
it's just
And this is
copycat. Yeah,
why
I
they
know.
get so upset when you challenge anything about them, because it's literally in their identity. Right. No,
Yeah.
I know space is real because I imagined it. I saw it in my head. Right.
That's why I said the foe that we are dealing with is very, very smart, and it's way, 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 way farther ahead of us than we ever thought. And I think we're just spinning our wheels here. You know what I mean? Like I wish that, like I remember when I was a kid, like I remember seeing people that would stand out on the corner and they would preach to people on the corner. And people would actually stop and have conversations with these people. And I would think, I wonder what kind of a person would actually go up there and say something to a guy preaching on the street and them actually having a good conversation. I thought, this is crazy, right? Because people who stand on the corner and preach are crazy, right? And I thought, well, they've got to be crazy. I wouldn't do that. So that's crazy. Why would anybody want to do that? And then I thought, and then I started, as I got older, I thought about that more and more. I've always trying to ask myself, like, who in the world would be that dumb to go and expose themselves to that kind of of humiliation, right? Because no matter what you're yelling about or preaching about, somebody's going to have a problem with it, right? Because you're on the corner preaching, so they want to have a problem with you because you're saying something and they don't want to listen to it, right? Or you're making noise, or you're bothering them, even though all they hear is horns honking and people running into each other on the street, and then trying to kill each other because they don't want to pay the fine or whatever. Like that's normal. They'll just keep on driving when that happens, right? But when somebody actually gets real and calls something out for what it is, everybody just falls dead silent. And you can hear the crickets running and hiding in the cracks, right? Because they're just waiting for the flamethrower to be broke out to nuke anybody who opens their big mouth, right? It's sad.
I'm a victim of not knowing who I was I wasted the first probably 25 years of my life because I was trying to be something that I wasn't. And then I finally became that thing and I couldn't reverse it. And then I realized, what am I doing? This isn't me. But it was too late.
I did
I
the
had
same
made too
thing.
many mistakes.
And now I'm sitting back thinking, well, maybe there was a good reason why God let me go through all this crap. Maybe it was because it was preparing me for this moment when I was going to have to face something that was unimaginable. And it's going to test every bit of faith and every bit of strength left in my heart to just not go and just end it all, right? Because that's what we're all afraid of, suffering. And I thought about that. I said, that's really what
Suffering
my
because
biggest fear is.
we're supposed to
My biggest
enjoy it
fear
in
is
this life.
suffering. Watching other people suffer and suffering myself.
We're
That's my
supposed
biggest
to
fear. So
enjoy it
hell
in
scares
this
the shit
life.
out of me. You know what I mean? And if I can save a few to make up for the few that I hurt, maybe I can make a difference. Maybe I can survive. Maybe at the end I won't get tossed away. Maybe there'll be a use for me, right?
You're coming in really quiet, 4X. Just FYI.
Well, I could hear him pretty good. Anybody else want to say something? Because I feel like I'm monologuing here. I know it fills in the time and all, but
Well, it's just like something I've noticed when talking to people about whatever topic that gives them cognitus, basically. Like as soon as that happens, it's pretty pointless to keep making arguments or trying to explain your position or anything like that because they're just not going to listen, right? So what I started doing
yeah.
eventually is just rather than trying to make arguments, as soon as I found out that they were starting to cog this, is turn it around and start asking them questions. Right?
Yeah,
Because if
just
you're
like
asking them the
you
right
would when you're
questions, you're
interrogating a
forcing them to
criminal
think
to get
about
him
it,
to tell you the truth,
because they're
right?
going to want to have to answer you, right? Because asking someone a question is like there's like an implied, oh well, I have to answer this person.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then they start being curious at what the answers are, even though they know the answers. I think that's funny. You're right. You can, yeah, most people are that
Right?
way.
It's like, I mean, a
Most of
lot of
the,
the time with Globers coming into the lobby, I don't even have to make claims or explain anything. You just need to ask questions about what's the evidence of the globe, how is it measured, how do you know this? Depends on the situation, obviously, but I just think it's funny. Sometimes you don't even have
I
to make
know,
an make
I
an
get
argument
bored
to
with the
get them
same
to
old way
spiral
though.
and think about it.
Sometimes I like to take it another direction. Like if somebody doesn't, like somebody, I've seen a lot of people come into the chat and I think they're genuine, but for some reason they're acting really suspect because I think they're scared and they're nervous, and so they're afraid to answer any questions, and they're afraid of who's going to judge them, and whether or not these people are on the side or against it. Right? They don't know, right? Because they're new, and I think sometimes people misunderstand that as trolls. But there's been a couple of people where I've talked to them afterwards and been like, hey, if you're really serious, without someone trying to like force you to listen and to answer questions, then just come and ask me questions that you want, and I'll try to give you the best answer I can. And then I'll give you references, or I'll give you some video for you to watch, and you can go research it yourself and make your own decision. And then after that, you're on your own. Like we don't mean any harm towards you. We just don't appreciate people coming in and they're not prepared for the argument, but yet they have one, right? Like prepare yourself. Read a little bit about how to debate, read a little bit about your own model if that's what you believe in. And if you're not open-minded, at least be accepting that the fact that you're probably not going to win the argument, and you're going to get humiliated, regardless of whether you think you're right or not. Because the good portion of people that are in here already know all this stuff is true. They've already tested it themselves. So all of us have already done the homework. We're just waiting for you to catch up so we can share more with you if you're interested. If not, that's fine. Go your own way. We don't have a problem with that. But don't feel like you need to be angry or hurt or like take it personally. Because if I would have met you on the street, I would have treated you like a normal person. I wouldn't have disowned you or something because you told me you were a baller. I wouldn't sit there and pick on you because of that, because I don't care. Right? But if you're interested in hearing what I have to say about what I believe or what I think is the reality is, then you might learn something. We both might. And I'll be willing to share my information with you if you share with me why you're convinced. That's what the whole idea is about, right? But do we forget about that sometimes, right? We think about our egos, or we're having a bad day or what. And trust me, I do it all the time. I get like, let's just end the conversation. I'll be in the back chat going, all right, let's just get rid of this guy. He's not genuine. But sometimes I'm surprised that I'm wrong, even though I'm right a lot of the time. I'm pretty good at it actually. But anyway, it's regardless. It's like I've spent my entire life trying to figure out how people think and why they do what they do. And I ask them questions. I ask everybody, you'll ask anybody that knows me, they'll say the thing that bothers them the most is that I don't ever shut up, and I'm always asking questions and always throwing crazy ideas at them. And then later when they ask me about why I asked them, I don't even remember, and I'm like, well, what are you talking about? I don't believe that, because I didn't. I was just throwing an idea at them. But they mistake me trying to make a point, or me being passionate or trying to tell a story and get you in line with the story without actually saying what I want to say outright. You know what I'm saying? There's times where that's happened, and then I get cut off, and you know how it is. It's you. I'm a different kind of person, and so everybody has to get used to me. It's not just me getting used to everybody, and I want to be everybody's friend as long as you're all in here for the same reason I am. But if you're going to be mean and you're going to be rude and you're going to make fun of me, or if you don't like me, then just stay away from me. I don't have a problem with you disliking me. Just, let's just not hang around each other. It's probably better that way, right? I don't
That
got any
sounds
ill
like a
will on
healthy
anybody.
philosophy to me.
But if you're full of shit and you come in here and all you do is spread lies and all you do is bite people's heads off and you're a complete asshole, then I'm not going to ever think you're anything but an asshole, because that's just how it is. I'm sorry. That's how I grade a human being. And when I see a human being showing those kind of, you know, 12-year-old, 8-year-old crap from grade school, I think to myself, this is why I didn't finish school, right? Because people are so dumb. Because they come in here and they're supposed to be learning, and all they're really teaching you is how to hate each other and how to segregate into little cliques. Because that's all it was. Politics for kids. That's what school is. It doesn't teach you nothing beyond how to add and subtract and follow directions. And when you can go to the toilet and when you can't, come on. Why do you think your kids hate you after a year or two of it? Why do you think they argue with you about everything? Because they're going to school and they're being taught the opposite of what you really believe. But you don't realize it because you just think they already know, because you just think you might have mentioned it already, right? It doesn't work like that. You have to like put your mind to it. It's having a kid is not, it's not a joke, but at the same time, it's a beautiful thing. You learn a lot about yourself because you end up having something that's just like you. It has your same attitude. It has your same fire and spirit for life, whether that be bad or good or whatever it is.
What's
You're gonna
funny is
see yourself,
I actually experienced some of that, and the kid wasn't even my own, right?
right?
My ex had kids, and like this little guy was not even a year old, and when we split up, he was 6. So I kind of basically raised the kid too, and yeah, you notice stuff like that, right? I mean, kids they see things differently than adults. Like you would ask me questions like, "Damn, this is a really deep question, and I don't actually have an answer to this." It's like, "Why are you doing this?" It's like, "I don't know why I'm doing this. Why am I doing this?" Well, okay, I guess I learned this somewhere. Where did I pick that up? Well, it's like you said, you learn about yourself because what the kids do is they mirror, right? They mirror whatever's in their environment, pretty much. So I think it's really telling, like when you can observe parents with their kids, right, and the interactions, and the kids are, I don't know, there's just something wrong there at the moment. It's like the kids are in control of everything, and the parents aren't, right? Does anyone know what I'm talking about, or?
I'm here. Oh, I didn't realize I was on
Not
mute.
really.
Yes, I'm
Not
totally
really.
following you, bro.
I know
Right.
what you
Well,
mean, but
it seemed to me like a sort of a thing that kind of inherent in the society. It's like parents try to make their children into copies of them. It's like I want to make a
And then
2.0
once they
version
get
of
that way,
myself,
they're
right? And
disappointed.
you're
Yeah.
gonna live my dreams and all that crap. And I'm like, what I
Yep.
find
Yep.
out,
You're
it's
gonna.
like
Yep.
I think it should be the other way around. It's like we
You
should be
can't.
learning
Yeah.
from our kids and adjust. Our
Well.
kids are gonna come up with good ideas and shit that we can improve. And but they've done the same that they always do. They completely inverted it, right?
Mm-hmm. And they think everything's a test, so they think that they're doing this for you when they go to school. They really do. Because my daughter hates me because she has to go to school, and I hate me for making her go. But I can't control her because she's like me so bad that I can't get her to do anything productive when I'm around. She just wants to play. She plays the game with me where she makes my life miserable until I finally just give in and let her have what she wants, because it gives me some freedom from not keeping an eye on her every 5 seconds, right? It's like she's
It's
got a lot more
it's
willpower than I
completely
do, and
natural
I didn't expect that,
for a
right?
child to want to reject faith.
She reminds me every day of
It's
how all
completely
my little
natural.
quirks,
Firstly,
and it makes me sometimes, wonder, like, wow, how did I get like that? Like, what did I do wrong here? Like, why didn't I think to like stop that back when I had a chance? Like, you learn a lot, and it's like, especially me doing it this, my daughter, I've got a grown daughter, she'll be 29 in September, and then my other daughter, she'll be 12. So, and she's a woman, so, you know, she's her and her mom are, I leave that all to them. I stay away from that. So it's like, because there's that barrier, then she doesn't take me as seriously. But her mom spoils her. That's the problem. So I have to try to like balance that out, and it's not easy because I'm the one at home now, because I'm not working, I'm disabled. So yeah, I got all kinds of problems. But like, I realized if it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be any barrier between, like, if it wasn't for me being here and getting up every day and doing what I do and telling my daughter and lecturing her and making her angry at me and make her hate me more every day, even though I can see she's getting farther and farther away from thinking that I'm telling her the truth about anything, because, mommy just, whatever, or whoever at school just tells her whatever she wants to hear, obviously now. And it's terrifying, but I just have to look at it this way. Is all
She's
those
hating you
lectures that
now
I give
for it, but
her,
when she
all
becomes
the
an
lectures that I
adult,
give her do
when she
sink
becomes
in because they sunk
an
in.
adult, right?
Huh?
She's gonna. I'm sorry. I
No,
was
go
just gonna
ahead.
say she hates you right now for it, but when she becomes an adult, she's gonna
Oh
thank
yeah,
you
I know.
for it. I think later
But
on,
that's
to be
harder.
grateful.
That's harder later in life. Listen, let me just tell you that. If you're gonna have kids, have them while you're young. Have them in your 20s, particularly in your early 20s if you can. Because when you get in your late 30s, it's a lot more difficult to like be as firm and to not. It's harder to to spank a kid or to correct them and watch their little hearts break, because it breaks your heart more. Because when you get older, things are different. They just are. They're different. That's the reason why, you know, things were made to be the way they were. You know, grandparents weren't made to raise kids, you know, like at a certain age you should, I don't know, that's my opinion. Maybe people are strong and tough and everything and they do great with it, but you know, I'm having a tough time with it because it's very emotional for me. Of course, you know, maybe I'm not perfect and maybe I got issues of my own too, but you know, like I'm trying to like not make her do what I tell her, but at the same time make sure she knows what the right thing to do is and keep reminding her that I'm always going to be standing here telling her the right thing she needs to do. And even though she goes and does what she wants, she needs to realize that when the ramifications come around, Daddy will be here to be there for her when she's crying and she's mad and upset because she has to do this and that now. But Daddy still loves her, you know, like, and that's why Dad does it. It's not because he hates you. It's because he knows that you suffering now will make you a smarter person later. And if you don't get that, then I can't help it. You know, there ain't nothing I can do about it. So I just have to trust that what influence I do have is going to sink in. That's all I can do. You know, like it's the same with the rest of the world, right? You have to be able to take a deep breath and just say, okay, do I need to get mad about this right now? Sometimes I think I do. You know, like earlier I left here because somebody was just talking and it just kind of set me off. It triggered me and I was like angry and I knew if I don't get out of here, I'm going to say something stupid or I'm going to go off on somebody or be rude to somebody or make a joke that is distasteful or something because I'm frustrated and I'm wanting to like get something off my chest. And everybody's here, but nobody's over there in that other room where I could do that, right? You know what I mean? It's like I felt helpless, so I just left. I went watched some TV with my wife, which I don't like watching TV, but I do watch a few shows. My cats are about to kill each other. But
What drugs
you know,
are
like,
you on?
Say that again. Hello. What did you say?
I heard, what drugs are you on?
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I was just curious if he wanted to keep like asking more questions about that. I'll be glad to give you the list if you'd like.
I'm curious.
Right now,
Yes,
some
sir.
pot, a little bit of pot, and been up all day. I've been up since 4 this morning, so I'm tired. But other than that, that's it. Were you expecting something worse or what?
Yeah.
I'm always like
Sounds
this,
good,
bro.
man.
I'm sorry. I do sound like a tweak sometimes.
No,
People tell me
bro.
that, but
I got
I
you.
can't help it. The
Yeah,
weed,
that's
it must
fine.
just be some killer weed, I guess. I don't know. Nah,
It's
I'm like this all
probably
the time.
You're just talking a little
you wake up
fast.
early too, so
I should have went to bed a long time ago. That's probably what it is. But I don't know, you know, like
I'm just playing.
sometimes it feels good to like talk about it and like have people not like reject it. Like
This is the only
even
place
though I
to
don't know,
talk about it, though. I hear you, man.
seems
I
like
get
it.
it.
Yeah,
I know I'll
that's
probably
what
get
I'm
yelled at, but it's all right.
exactly.
I guess if I was
So
gonna get yelled at, it
It's
would already happen,
therapeutic.
right? Well, it is. It's like I don't have a shrink because I can't trust anybody. Like even my own doctor lies to me. So, and you know, like I've
If you
already
can
gone through all
find a
that.
flat Earth
I
shrink,
can't.
they might be able to help.
No, if I could just find somebody that was honest, that would be honest with me and tell me what's really going on. Like if I've got a mental problem that they can't fix, why don't they just tell me that, look, you're gonna have to live with this and you're gonna have to do it on your own. And the drugs aren't ever really gonna help you. They're just gonna make you not feel as bad all the time. And if I would have known
They'd
that
be
in
out
the
of a job
beginning,
then.
I might have actually made the decision to just stick with where I was at. But now, see, I've convinced myself many a times that this is going to help me if I keep taking it and all this. And I've gone all different directions with it. And it seems to go in like phases. It's like I'll shun it all for a while and I won't take any medications. And then after a while, I'll get some ailments or whatever, and I'll start feeling ill or whatever, and I'll start thinking I need it again, and I'll get sucked right back into it. It's like the same cycle. It's like I can't, it's like a drug that I can't let go of. It's weird, but it's not drugs that I get high off on, so it doesn't make any sense, right? It's like I keep wanting to go back, even though I'm all the doctor really does is tap me on the shoulder and say, "You're going to be fine. Take these and
man,
call me tomorrow."
must
You know
be
what I
some
mean? That's all
trauma.
he's really doing. He's
There
just
must be
reassuring me
some
that I'm
trauma,
not
bro.
crazy and I'm not sick. It's just in my head, right?
Are you doing any
Is that
squats,
really?
bro?
Huh?
You doing any
I'm
squats?
saying, I'm just saying,
No.
it sounded like kind
You
of
gotta
like
you gotta do it
trauma.
like 100 squats tomorrow. And your
Well,
ass
you
is
mean,
That
going
will
to
yeah,
make you
sleep
feel
not
even
worrying about
better
this
too.
stuff.
that's true. You're right. Someone told me that too. They said maybe you should start running. I said, well, if my legs didn't cramp up every time I did, I would go walk more. But you know, I get a little bit of exercise. But summer's here, and now once it gets warm, and I got to get out of the house because it's too hot in the house, and then I'll find stuff to do.
I've heard people say it's summer twice today. I'm pretty sure we got like at least a month left of spring, right?
Yeah, if you say so. You haven't been in California lately, have you?
That's where I'm at.
Oh, are you? Oh, well, then I guess maybe you are feeling the same weather. But it
Warm,
seems
it's
like
been
every year,
cold,
it
it's been
seems like,
windy, it's
yeah,
been
it gets
everything.
really hot,
Everything
and
but
then one day
water.
it's like you get sunburnt. Like I've even got a little bit of a tan from the last few days of the really hot sun, and then it goes right back to this rain. But it doesn't really rain; it just sprinkles here and there, and then it just stays cloudy. It's like everybody else is getting all the rain. It just looks good for us.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
For the
think to
last 2
myself,
years,
well,
we've
what's
had
next?
nice
Now bottled
rain.
water's going to be $8 a bottle instead of gasoline being $8 a gallon. It's like, where does it all end, right? And their excuse for it is
That's
all about, oh, well, somebody's fighting over here
what I'm
somewhere,
waiting
and
for.
we're
I'm
all
waiting
convinced of
for
it. So that's
where
it.
we're
We're going to
headed.
raise the gas prices just in case. It's like, what the hell, dude? They saw us coming. They saw it. They're always going to. Nothing you can really do, right? But I don't believe that. I know so. It just takes all of us to get tired of it. That's all it is. But I guess we'll wait and see what changes. I guess if it doesn't, then I guess I'll have to live with it. That's part of it, I guess. Life. When you realize that that you can't change things, and you learn to live with it. That's what it's really all about, maybe. But who am I? I'm just some dumb old man who doesn't know what he's talking about. You never know.
Exactly. Dumb old man. Me too.
So now you know a little bit more about Rookie. And what about the rest of you?
Smoke meth.
Who wants to share some of their personal crap first? Come on. You know you want to. Tell it to Rookie. Rookie wants to hear. Wow, it's like when you ask Clovers for their evidence, right?
I swore him with meth.
Get in line, boy. You know, once I stop talking, you're all going to be listening in dead silence, and
Fuck
that's going to
you.
be horrible, right?
Don't you
So
dare.
you just go ahead and think. Go
Don't
ahead and
dare.
judge me. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, judge me in your hearts about what an ass I am. But I'm keeping you company right now, you know?
Listen, man. If you do that, I'll go
I'm
get
just
some
messing
water.
with you. I just thought I'd throw some comedy in there. Why not, right? All right, how many people are in here? Or actually, come on, sound off. 1, 2, 3, what? 1 or 2?
I gave up on that, man. You can never tell who's actually here.
Oh, I think a lot of people are always listening. I think they probably, like
I
me,
see
they fall
people
asleep with it on their
in
head and they
here.
forget.
Yeah. They'll be in here for like weeks.
And
I just
sometimes they
popped
wake
back
up
in.
and their
Got
mic's
a
open
call.
and they're snoring and they're like, dude, shut up, man. You were snoring. I'm like, what? No, I wasn't. I'm like, yeah, you were. I'm like, oops, sorry. You were hot micing, dude. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't even have my phone near my head. It was sitting over there on the other side of the room. Maybe the cat stepped on it.
That has actually happened. People falling asleep and snoring in the live stream.
Oh yeah, God Rocket does it all the time. On many occasions. I'm just kidding. He's only done it a couple times, but anyway, it's pretty funny either way. I don't mind it though. It's not like I get mad. I mean, I'd rather have somebody snoring in my ear than telling me I'm stupid or whatever. Like I can think of worse things. I mean, I've put people to sleep before. It's not like it won't be the first time. I know how to liven up this crappy conversation. You wake everybody up. I know exactly how to fix this. Let me go over here to the YouTube chat and let's see what's going on. Let's see who we can irritate. Come on, guys, this is fun, right? It's only fun I have in the daytime. Just going over here just to see what kind of crazy things they're talking about. Even though I know it's going to be ridiculous and easy to take apart. What the heck? Why not? Right? I gotta mute myself because I can't stand my boss. Cheers. So.
Cheers.
Enjoy the silence.
I'm exhausted. I don't even know what to talk about anymore.
Me neither. I thought I did, but now I'm like, no one yelled at me. No one got mad at me, so it didn't get a reaction. So now I don't know if I even care about it anymore.
Yo, the man's not wrong, guys.
Fuck's sake, Sonny, you talk shit. Sonny, I called you Sonny then, Rookie.
You know what? You guys are lying, bro. This is fucking hilarious. Listening to yourself talk. It's hilarious, bro. Oh, really? Thanks, buddy. Eeny, meeny, miny.
I can't even imagine what the state of the world is going to be in the next 20 years, what it's going to look like 20 years down the road.
Do you seriously think we're going to last that long?
20 years? That's quite optimistic.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a little optimistic. 2. I'll give it 2. Can we get 3? Can we get 3? Anybody got 3? Only 1?
I think we got 20 years.
So what happens in 2 years then?
I don't know, but what I've seen in the last 2 years is just floored me. I don't know if I could take 2 more. Can you?
It really didn't affect
I'm not
me.
going to have much choice. So.
Maybe you're just going through a delayed reaction. Maybe it hasn't hit you yet.
Well, I mean, like the kind of the thing that bothers me is it's not the whole the economy is about to crash in the next year or so, because people have been saying that ever since like 20 years ago as well, right? There was the Y2K thing, then there was 2012, blah blah blah. It's kind of been the same thing being repeated over and over. But when I look at things like I know Saudi's now trading with China, selling their oil in yuan. That's you know interesting. Supply lines and everything got a big hit
So
with
the
pandemic,
oil,
and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. Whatever's going on there in Ukraine now. I mean, it's pretty insane. They basically here in Europe they want to
it's a very
we're gonna punish Russia and thus
very
we're gonna
peaceful
stop all
war.
our imports of Russian
It's
gas.
very
Oh wait, we
peaceful.
need Russian gas, so we're fucked. It's like, dude.
Isn't that all just a game though? Aren't these governments like they don't really
Ukraine's really peaceful
exist
right
the
now.
way
Yeah,
we
yeah,
think
sure.
they
Well, sure. I
do?
mean, like at the level of like the ones running the show, they're just playing a game. They're playing out their script, whatever that is. But no, I mean for like the people, like you and me, we might be a little bit better prepared than the average Joe going to work, not even understanding politics or the economy, barely being able to raise their kids. You know what I mean? It's like I think a lot of people are going to be in trouble.
Dad? Are you hot miking?
Hey.
Or are you trying
Me.
to talk and cutting it? Yeah, I know who you are. We've talked
No,
extensively.
I was talking to a dog. Am I cutting out?
I know you were talking to a dog. I could tell, but I was trying to figure out if you were talking to me, the dog, or
I saw
the dog
yeah,
in
nice
your
one. Nice
in
one.
your house. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is best.
Dog in my head.
Right on.
Hey,
Hey,
Fatty, how you doing?
we all got stuff to admit. Hey, the skeletons are coming out of
Hey,
the closet
Pennies.
tonight. So
How's work, man?
Yeah, not too bad, man. One sec, I'll be out now.
that is quite conclusive, I think. Yeah, you're right. A round object. Do you have a round object? I do. I have lots of round objects. They're called rocks, and they're in your head. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Why does it all... Wait, let me try to read this all as it comes out. Well, why does it all of a sudden go into darkness for 6 months and light into 6 months if its orientation doesn't change? Well, that's an interesting way to explain it. Or ask it, I should say. It's kind of deceptive in a way, but I don't know. What does that mean? Dark and light for 6 months, huh? What? Shall I go to NASA.gov?
Rookie,
Oh yeah, you
what are
go
you
there
doing?
and you'll find. I'm reading the live chat on YouTube. Well, I'm not really reading it. I'm just like commenting on the funny stuff. Really, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been even doing that. I was just trying to fill in the gaps of silence because I'm actually good at that. Believe it or not, even though most people can't stand me most of the time. I'm just kidding.
I liked when you said, "I'm gonna stop
Trying to get a
talking." Is
response.
that what you guys want? Silence?
There's some people that never stop talking. I know some.
Yeah, and some people will never start talking, no matter
Exactly.
what. You poor
Exactly.
things.
There's
It's
nothing
horrible just
wrong.
watching. It's
I
horrible
really
watching
like
someone else share their life and
I
getting
really like
attacked for it.
Bella, because she always talked and just filled the silence. So it was chill. Just smoke weed, listen to her, all good. Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Oh, I'm a craftier boy than just a pothead. No, I can do things.
Yeah,
I got all kinds of talents.
it's
It's
just
just
the
what I
way
do before I go to bed.
that's the way your friend is, right?
What kind of talents you got, rookie?
You don't want to know.
Are you asking me or him?
Rookie.
What kind of talents do I have? Let's
Yeah.
see. Well, I know a lot. I know lots of things. That helps. But I can weld. I can fix things. I can repair cars. I'm pretty crafty. Um, I'm a decent psychologist when it comes to like giving people advice. They come to me and ask me questions, and I give them advice. And usually, if they listen to me, they get over just fine. And I don't usually throw any like religion in their face. I just tell them what I think. And some people think I'm psychic because I guess what they're going to do next, and it always happens. Some people think I just talk out my ass and then I'm full of shit. Um, my dad, I don't think he knows what to think of me. I think he wants to think I'm full of shit, but he knows that I'm way too smart for that. So I think he wonders every day, like, how his son became just like him. But he won't ever say that, of course.
Do you know how I can put a hydrogen, like a water into hydrogen pump into my car? Would you know
No way.
anything about that?
Oh, really? Tell you
Do
what,
you know anything about
you
that?
you come over here and
Wait,
show me, and I'll believe you.
did you say you did it, or you want to know how to do it?
No, I want to know how to do it.
Oh, okay.
I want to know why people would believe in such a horse crap story.
Someone on you said they did it. I'm trying to think who.
Of course they did. People have been saying that for, what, 150,
So
200
what
years.
were you trying to do? Get hydrogen from water?
To run a
Yeah.
car.
That's easy. Boil it.
Yeah, electrolyze it. It'll probably work.
Well, you could just boil it.
Really? You can just boil it?
I don't know. Have you tried? I don't know. I'm just saying. When I don't know the answer to something, then I usually just say, I don't know. I don't know. There's lots of questions that we can all ask, but we may
Have you
not
tried
ever
a
get the
maths
answer.
equation? Maths stuff
Wait.
seems to work for the ballers. So it might
Oh,
work.
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Try and math
Good
the
for me.
hydrogen out of it.
There's no reason to lie to the police. You don't have to talk to them. Just don't speak. You'll be fine. You don't gotta lie. Why be a liar when you don't have to be? Right? If somebody asks you questions and you say, well, am I free to go? And they say no, then you know you're under arrest. That's all you need to know. Shut your mouth. That's it.
Yeah.
All it takes.
That's a good time not to talk.
That's the only advice I can give you because it's the only advice I know of that actually works every time. You know what I mean? The less you say, the better off you are. No matter what situation you're in, it doesn't matter whether you're guilty or not. You're better off to just not say a word.
Why?
Because you don't know what the hell they're thinking and you don't know what you might be getting yourself into. And you might be admitting something or saying you were somewhere where something happened that you can't explain after you tell them that. And so you just don't say anything because it keeps you from getting accidentally thought of as a criminal when you're not.
Oh, they even
You
tell
start
you, right?
rambling
You have
on.
the right to remain silent.
Yep, that's it. Well, anytime you know that they're not going to let you go, then you're under duress. Therefore, you don't have to speak. They're holding you against your will. If they won't let you walk away, if they hold you back from walking away or from driving away, then you are under arrest already. They don't have to say it. It's implied. See what I'm saying? Especially if they pull you over with a siren, because they're saying that there's an emergency and they need you to stop and help them. That's what they're saying when they turn on their. Well, anyway, I'm not going to stop talking because I'm not a legal professional or a lawyer. So,
Well,
like I said, the best advice I can give you is don't speak, regardless of whether you think you're going to help the situation by speaking. You're better off to just shut up.
You're not going to talk yourself out of that room.
Well, hopefully you never get to the room. Keep your mouth shut. But you know what I mean? I mean, that's the only advice I could give anybody is just don't say a word. Because it's not going to help you. And since they tell you that and they say it over and over and over, I'd say you probably should listen. So I guess in a way I'm saying, listen to the cop. When he comes up and tells you you're under arrest and you have the right to remain silent, I suggest that you listen to him and follow those directions to a T and not say a word after that. Not a bit.
The thing about that, though, is they trick you a lot of times because they don't immediately tell you you're under arrest and they just start asking all types of questions. And you might not realize that you ain't going nowhere.
You just have to. You only want to know one question: am I free to go, or are you holding me because I am being, I'm being looked at as a criminal? And if he says you're being looked at as a criminal, then the answer to that is, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't say anything. That's what you do. You shut up. You put your hands out and say, "Here, arrest me. Go ahead." Don't say that, but just think it. Put your hands out and say, "If you want to arrest me, go right ahead." But I'm not talking. Trust me. Most of the time, they're just going to let you go. They're going to go, "All right, smart ass." They're just going to say, "Get out of here." But unless you try it once, I guess you'll never find out. But that's your risk, all yours. My suggestion is don't get pulled over and don't piss them off. But if you find yourself in a bad situation, just don't speak. You'll be good.
Just see.
Hey, Flatty.
Yeah, man.
It's your story.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay. Can you wait a couple of minutes? I'm driving down
How dare you have a life without us?
road.
That's all I got to say, bro. Is how dare you? How dare you have a life without us?
We're going painting. You're part of my life. Every day. All day.
I know. I was going to say the same to you. I mean, it's not like I couldn't lead it without you, but I'm saying it is kind of nice to have somebody to talk to here and there and just throw shit at, and when I get mad or whatever, to just let off steam. It's nice.
Yeah. Our time zones are a bit annoying sometimes. I'm breaking up now.
You're roboting again.
I'll be quiet.
I need to get a really good soundboard so I can put on like elevator music whenever somebody does that.
Hey, Rookie, was it you who said that you didn't believe in ghosts? Or was that someone else?
That was me. But I didn't say I didn't believe in things that exist in the dark. I just said that I don't believe there are people who died. That's what I said. But yeah, I'll take. Okay, so what do you get? You got something to show me?
No,
Get
I
a
don't have
picture,
any.
video or a
No.
picture or something? Because I got one
No.
for you. I got an example of what somebody sends me and tells me that this means that ghosts exist. You want to see it? I'll show it to you. Watch. This is really stupid, so just be prepared. This is what I get. This is when I ask people serious questions. Oh wait, I'm not even in. Go back to this. Oh, I hate when that happens. All right, where am I?
It's not that I don't believe in ghosts. It's that what if they're
No, I'm serious.
What if they're not
This is
ghosts?
someone sent me this when I told them that I didn't believe in ghosts. Okay, I just told them I'm sorry. I just can't agree with you on that. I wasn't trying to be mean or nothing, or I didn't say that the person's claims was wrong or anything. I just said I just agree to disagree. But this is what the person sent me and was convinced this was evidence that I'm supposed to be convinced by. It says this person is definitely haunted, right? And that this person claims he sees this all over the house all the time, looking at him in mirrors and reflections, all kinds of stuff. Here you go. Here's your big evidence. There you go. There's this ghost right there at the top. See the face looking thing at the top? It looks kind of like a woman standing there inside the lampshade there, or whatever you want to call that glass lamp. He says, this is proof right here. He says, I see this all over the place. This face right here. See that man's face there? He says, it's an evil man. He says he follows him around his house all the time and talks to him and shit. I'm like, dude, you've lost your mind, bro. And he's like, no, look, you can see the little demons all next around the demon in the front. I'm like, dude, you're tripping, bro. It's a design in a damn lamp, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, even if it does look like kind of like a face, I said, that's just your mind playing tricks on you, bro. Like, come on. And he's like, no, I'm serious, bro. Look at it. And I have other pictures that he sent me, but I'm not going to go any further. But I'm just saying, this is the kind of stuff that I'm supposed to take seriously, right? Because I told people that I know the Earth's flat. Okay, this is what I get. People send me this stuff because they go, "Oh, well, you believe that? Then here, you want to believe this?" I'm like, no, that's not convincing enough for me. Now, if it starts moving and you get a video of it moving in the lamp, and you're just standing there and there's nobody else, like you got camera angles from all directions, and I can see that there's no one else standing there making that reflection, I said, you're never going to convince me that's anything except your imagination, bro. I'm sorry. Right? This is the kind of stuff I get. Or I get the typical YouTube video jump scare crap. Like, oh, look, you see that dark spot in the corner right there? That was a ghost. See it? It just peeked out around the corner. I'm like, oh, come on, dude, really? Yeah, sure it did. Yeah, there's demons and ghosts that run around all the time, just making shit levitate and throwing. There's shadow people everywhere. Yeah, sure there is. Okay, show me. Show me. No, I don't want to see a picture of it. I want you to bring one over and let me meet it. Then I'll believe you. Until then, you guys are crazy. Come on. This is stupid, right? Why are we even having conversations like that?
Well, this is where I kind of are people's experiences valid? Can you?
Yes, they are, because I've had experiences that I can't explain too, that make me want to believe in the same thing. But I'm telling you, I don't believe that's people that died. I believe whatever it is, it's not anything like that. I think when you die, you go to play wherever the hell whoever put you here puts you. Or you just disappear, but you don't come back to the earth, and you don't, because dude, trust me, I've made too many agreements with people that if we died before the other one, I've put many people on the ground and they've never come back to tell me anything. Now tell me why that is. It's because it's not true. Otherwise, I know already. I'm an open-minded person. You show me something for real, but you're gonna have to show me the ghost. It's gonna have to appear and talk to me, or I'm not gonna believe you. Just seeing shit in the mirror doesn't prove anything.
Right.
Yeah,
I
it's an
guess what
experience. I believe you could see that. Yeah, maybe you're seeing that. I don't know why you would see that. I don't know. I can't explain that for you. I understand that you're telling me that you witnessed it. I believe you, because I've witnessed some crazy stuff, especially in the sky. It scares the crap out of me sometimes when I think about that there's something going on up there that I can't explain, but no one else can explain either. But yet the government is denying it, so I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to be afraid to shoot at it, or whether it's just some kid flying a balloon in the sky or something. I don't know what to think.
shoot at
But
it.
you know what I'm saying? Like I honestly I can't, and because I can't see it for myself, I can't judge whether you're just messing with me or whether you really believe that, and maybe you are crazy. I don't know. But until I actually see it with my own eyes, I'm never going to really believe you. I might believe you see it and that you believe it's true, but I can't really truly understand it the way you do until I see it, right? Wouldn't you agree if I was telling you the same thing, right? So let's
No,
be
yeah,
honest.
no.
We can't do that, right? You can't make a genie appear for me. You can't make a demon appear for me. It just doesn't happen. Whether it's possible, I don't know. Maybe, but it's never happened in my lifetime.
I guess my only
You know what I
my
mean?
only thoughts on like things being ghosts are maybe that time isn't as linear as we're told it is, and that you're not experiencing them dead, but you're experiencing them alive.
And don't think that I don't have experiences with what I could explain as some kind of entity. But I can't really say that it wasn't my imagination because of the situation. I've been with my stepmother. She was a Catholic lady. Anyway, my stepmom is a religious. She's still around. Don't get me wrong, but she has a friend that believes that there's a demon in her house. So we go over there one time, and she's praying and she's walking through the apartment or her house or whatever, right? Or she lived in a house. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to remember all the details, but it's vague because it was a long time ago. But I remember I was like maybe 9, 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there. And we went to this woman's house that was my stepmom's best friend, and she was telling me when we went over there that not to get upset, not to be afraid, but she was about to go and pray and do this thing and supposedly like cleanse the house or something. And I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking it's a joke, right? And I'm thinking she's just messing with me, like, because my stepmom was like that when I was a kid. She'd mess with me all the time and do stuff like not like that, but I'm saying I just assumed that this was a joke, right? And so, but she really, they all believed it, obviously, but she wouldn't. I must admit, I was terrified because when I first walked into the house, okay, you know how a kid is, and I was no dumb kid. Don't get me wrong, and I'm thinking this is bullshit, and I'm gonna find out it's bullshit, right? There's no way this is true. This is a joke, right? My stepmom's crazy, right? And I'm sitting there laughing into myself, thinking this is insane. There's no way, right? And I wasn't allowed to go anywhere into the rooms that were supposedly affected by this, whatever this thing was, right? They were telling me, like I said, I can only take this for what they told me. I never saw nothing, so I don't know. But I did get this weird ass feeling, even before we went to the house, before my stepmom even told me where we were going or why we were going there, right? Because I happened to be home. I don't remember what it was. My stepbrothers were at their dad's, staying at their dad's, and it was summertime, so she had me and I was at the house, and instead of leaving me by myself, she took me to work sometimes. So I would go along with her when she'd do errands or whatever, because she was a real estate agent. So I'd go wherever. And so we'd go to these houses, and because she was a real estate agent, obviously she ran across houses that were supposedly haunted, right? So I do have experience with this. But I did go with her, and a couple of times where she and other people in the church or whatever would go to people's house and pray for them because the person thought there was a demon or something following them around or causing harm, or they were scared of something. They couldn't explain it, and of course I never saw anything when I went to the houses, but I did get creepy ass feelings. And the only thing I can tell you is this: as much as I knew in my heart that this had to be fake, right? Because at the time I didn't really believe in it. Like I was too young. I hadn't experienced enough yet to say, my grandma hadn't died yet, and all that. And so there's a lot of things that hadn't happened to me. So I was scared, but I wasn't afraid. I was thinking, this is stupid, right? Like, this is crazy. Like, normal people that live normal lives don't believe in ghosts, right? This is insane. But this woman really did seem terrified of it. Like, she was crying about it. Like, she was upset. Like, and she was serious. Like, I knew they were serious about it, but I couldn't explain to you. I can't prove anything to you except for after my stepmom started walking through the house and praying, something in the fucking house changed and everything got fucking weird. Nothing happened. I didn't see anything, but it got weird. Like, I felt like it was almost like something that was staticky or magnetic was in the room moving around that was causing like all the hairs on my body to stand up and go different directions. And it's like I could feel it because the hairs on my skin were moving towards whatever was moving around. And it scared me really bad. And I was like, what in the hell was it? And I didn't say anything to my stepmom at first. I was scared though, but she could tell by the look in my eyes, I guess. I guess I showed it too much that it scared me. But I was like, I didn't even go in the room or even go near where it supposedly was. But when she walked into the room where it was, I'm sitting there thinking, this is stupid, right? She's gonna go in there and they're gonna play this pretend thing, and it's got to be a game, right? I'm a kid, right? I'm thinking, this is stupid. There's no way this is real. But when I got that fucking weird feeling, it was almost like right after she opened the door and walked in there with the Bible, and before she came out, I felt this weird feeling, like, and I cannot explain it any other way except that I literally felt like somebody was looking right at me, but yet I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. It's like I could feel. Oh, it's kind of like if you close your eyes and you walk into an empty room, and then someone else walks into the room. It doesn't matter where you're at. if you're in that room for a few minutes and you get to hear the normal tones, when somebody walks into the room, it doesn't matter whether they make any sounds or not. You're going to notice the change in the air. You're going to notice that the sound you're making echoing in the room changes, right? You're going to get a weird sensation. You're going to know someone's there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the feeling I got. And it was so strong that it made me step back away, like out of the way. Like it scared me because I moved out of the way, like as if I didn't have control over it. It scared the fuck out of me. Let's put it that way. And I can't explain it, but I don't know what it was. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe me, just the thought of it. Maybe I planned it out in my head that if she went in there with the Bible and prayed, that it was going to come out of the room and it was going to scare me, and I imagined it and I hallucinated it. Maybe I don't know, but I really do remember that experience very vividly, and I remember being terrified about it. I remember wanting to leave, but not wanting to show it. And I remember my stepmom was like, "Oh, you were so great. You didn't get scared or anything." I was like, "Are you kidding?" And then when I told her how the thing I felt, she was like, "Holy crap, I didn't realize that." She's like, "You didn't." She goes, "You had this look on your face," but she goes, "I didn't think there's a cat. You know what? You wanted to come out here with me. You're stuck out here now." Yes, meow. I know. You want to tell everybody hi too? My goodness, it's late. Anyway, but yeah, so I've been around. I've had some experiences. When I went to see my grandma right before she died, she literally looked at me, bro. She looked me right in the eyes. And then she looked at my stepmom, like as if my stepmom knew what she was talking about. And she said these words. She goes, "He doesn't know, does he?" That's the first thing she said, okay? And she looked at me again, and she goes, "He doesn't know, does he?" And my stepmom just stood there looking at her. She didn't react at all. And my dad and I'm sitting there at the foot of the hospital bed where she was at, and I'm thinking that they told me she had a heart attack, but she was healthy as an ox the day before. I didn't think anything was wrong. I didn't think she was going to pass away, right? I thought everything was fine. But she looked right at me again, and then she looked at me, and then she looked next to me, and she goes, "He's right there." And I swear to God, as soon as she said that, I melted. I thought I passed out. I don't remember anything until after we were in the car later, and I was like, and then my stepmom goes, don't get all freaked out about that. Don't. And I was like crying. I was scared. It freaked me out because she straight looked at me, and then she looked next to me and she pointed and she said, "He's there. Don't you see him?" And it scared the crap out of me, bro. I really believed it. And I don't know whether I hallucinated. I don't know whether it was just because, all the shit, how a kid is, I didn't get along in class, and I got picked on, and I got bounced around between my mom and my dad. I had a hard life, I got abused. There's all this crazy shit happened to me. But, beyond that, it's like I've experienced this stuff, but I've never actually been able to stand there and toe to toe and look it in the eyes. And until I see that, I mean, all I can do is assume that it's just a fucking weird feeling. Maybe we all have this weird feeling, and maybe whenever we talk about it and whenever we bring it up, it brings out some kind of primal instinct to be afraid. And maybe maybe we can actually sense magnetic fields moving in the room that are really just there all the time, but we just don't notice it. Maybe that's why cats are always running around chasing invisible shit all the time. I've been trying to figure that out, why the cat does that for years, right? But it's like sometimes I wonder, but I don't know. And because I don't know until I can sit there and stand toe to toe with it, I can't really decide whether or not it's reality. And and trust me, I know 3 people that swore to me that if they passed away before I did, that they would at least come back and give me a goodbye message and say, "Hey, I'm gone." And every time that someone's died in my family, I've had a dream and I woke up crying. And every time, and this happened the other day, and I found out my aunt was dead. And like I said, I can't explain it. All I know is that when my uncle died, I had a dream about him, and I knew he was sick. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't know my aunt was sick at all. But I cried for 2 days. And then when I called my stepmom and I told her, and then, I texted her, and for some reason I cried that morning, and I texted her to tell her about what happened and why I thought I cried and why, I was emotional, because sometimes she has advice for me, anyway, so it's a long story, but so I told her about it, and then of course she caught on, and I was like, uh-oh. Anyway, but I was like, well, I woke up crying 2 days in a row, and I've been trying to figure out why I'm crying, because normally I don't cry about stuff like that I see on TV, because I know that I shouldn't let it bother me. So I try to just realize that it's there just to get a response. That's all it is. And when I start getting into that kind of mindset, I don't think clearly, right? I get angry and I get upset, and then I let everything bother me, and then I end up emotional, right? And then I end up and then I end up feeling like a dumbass because then, you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that what everybody's afraid of, right? But I try to like get up every day and tell myself I got to get up today because I've got a family. I got a daughter that depends on me, and whether or not she turns out perfect or not doesn't matter. I still need to be here for her as long as I can. You know
Hey,
what I mean?
Rookie.
And I remember what
You ever experienced, because you're a weed smoker, ever experienced the grey man?
gray man. What does that mean?
Right. So, I'm not a huge weed smoker, but I've been to Amsterdam a number of times, and my best mate's like a professional weed smoker, right? So when I go there, I'll just try and keep up. So it's all day, every day, just blazing it. So last time I went, I was walking along, and I had this real feeling that there was someone just like a couple of feet behind me walking, and I could almost see them out of my periphery of my eye, out the corner of my eye. And lasted a while. I was like, bloody hell. So I said to him, this feels like someone following me all the time. My mate just turned, he goes, oh yeah, that's just the grey man. So I'm either like, okay, does he experience this too? Is this a known thing in the weed smokers world? Or is he such a good at spotting people when they're about to freak out that that's what he comes up with, just an explanation. So I just thought, oh, must be a thing in the weed smokers world that the grey man exists. But honestly,
sounds like the
I felt
weed was
like
laced
someone was
with
following me around. Yeah, probably was. I'd smoked so much.
Smoking.
But that was, it was almost like a little hallucination, but it wasn't like there was no other like trippiness around it apart from that feeling of there's someone right there. It's weird.
In 30 years of smoking weed, I never met gray guy.
No?
No.
Okay.
Maybe other guys, but not him.
Yeah, weird one though, isn't it? It's just, I'd have to ask my mate again about it, because the way he said it, oh, that's just a grey man, I just thought, oh, that must be a weed thing, that all stoners experience it, but obviously not. Unless he has, and that's what he named him, the grey man. But it hit the nail on the head, because it was kind of like a grey, like, like a shadow, the shadow man following me. Crazy.
Only one time I say hello to myself. because I said excuse me to myself, because I thought that because it was a mirror, and I thought it's a person.
Have you seen that video? There's an old drunk guy in a pub or something, and there's a mirror in front of him, and he's like going, no, you go first. No, you go first.
That happened
And it's
to
him
me, man.
telling himself to like go through the door. Yeah.
Or
you're now the face of that guy on that video sessions. Like
more embarrassing thing is like me and my friend, that was years ago, buying some things in supermarket, and we are standing in a queue, and it's our turn. We are behind one, and now one person is behind us, and he's putting everything in bag, and he's starting to put his from other person, products in the bag. From he started to took other stuff from other person, and the cashier was watching, and I was watching, and everybody, and I said, "Stop, man!"
You just stand back for a moment and watch it happen, though, didn't you? It's like, what's going on?
Did anybody else get really pissed at their parents after the first time they tried weed? And if your parents warned you about it and built it up as it was so bad and awful and you should never try it, and then you tried it and you're like, this is great. What are they talking about? Why did they lie to
guess
me?
I could say yes and no, because I had my mom, which actually found out I was getting high once with my friends and decided that it was better to get me high with some cheap shake and let me have my own weed and just keep me in the house so I wasn't out getting high in the neighborhood, rather than taking the risk that I'd be smoking it with some kids and they'd lace it and they'd take advantage of me. So my mom decided to give me a little tin can full of shake and tell me if I could roll a joint the first time and it was smokable, and that she'd let me smoke all that shake that I wanted that summer. but that I had to stay in the house as long as I was high. And I was like, all right. And sure enough, I've been watching her roll joints for years, right? And for some reason, I got lucky and I rolled a joint the first time, and she let me get high all that summer, and it just kind of stuck. And then I quit for a while because I decided I was going to get a job and make something of my life, and I quit doing drugs and quit smoking pot, and I just drank, and off and on, once I was, old enough to drink and all that. And I started working, and I tried to take care of myself. I tried all that, and then after I got to where I couldn't work anymore, then things got weird. But life is what it is.
My parents never agreed, but they never they never said anything about it. My father said, "Well, be careful," and nothing else. Like, be careful about yourself. Don't make.
Well, my dad, on the other hand, my dad told me if he ever caught me, he was going to beat me with a switch and all the way across town and back the other side and all this. They warned me and all this threatening and all that, and I was like, yeah, you're funny. Like, I'll do what I want. Like, of course, they didn't let me out of the house. They didn't let me run amok.
I was
Like, when I lived with my mom, she let me run on the streets, and I was,
planting in his garden.
Oh, really?
And then he came and he said something. I will cut this, and I said, if you cut, but we were very good friends. My father was really really good guy, and I said, if you cut this, I will never speak with you. But I was joking you, and he didn't cut.
That's funny. It worked, huh? You
Yeah,
tried
because
to pull, you
he
pulled
is
one on the
good.
fly, and he actually bought it. Huh? You were probably standing there with your mouth hanging open, like, what? That worked?
If you cut this, I will never talk to you again.
Well, yeah. If you invested a lot of time and money into it, yeah, I'd be pissed too.
Yeah, because for example, my grandma, the father's mother, was taking care about that. When I was not there, she was putting the water and everything was needed.
Do you think she knew
Oh my god.
what it was?
Oh my god, it's 2:00 in the morning. No wonder.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think yes and no, but I don't know.
Maybe she was stealing those buds when you weren't looking, but
No, they was using
Never
that
know.
industrial one, making furniture.
Dasha, how long have you lived in the UK? If you don't mind me asking.
Now it's 8 years.
Ah, okay. I was just gonna. So you didn't have to endure the shit weed that we had for a long,
I gotta
long
go to
time
bed,
over
guys.
here.
I'll see you
Going to
guys
bed.
tomorrow, or I'll
I
see you
was
later. I gotta crash.
Have a good one, Rookie. Nice one, dude.
Have fun with your silence. Hopefully, you guys can keep it going.
Why
Night,
UK
Ricky.
on the end? For example, in these last 2 years was the best place to live.
Sorry, say that again, Sasha. I missed that.
The UK in last 2 years, it was one of the best places to be in the world.
You think?
Yeah, because man, if you, I lived in Italy 12 years, and what's happened in Italy in the last 2 years, that's incredible.
Yeah, yeah.
I was saying if I'm in Italy, and I loved Italy, I would not come back, but it would, that changed my mind. What happened? Yeah, I will not speak about it, but everybody knows.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said, if I'm in Italy now, I will leave immediately. Immediately. Not only because of situation like a country, because of people who I know. They changed from normal to extreme.
Yeah.
Because of you know what. That
Yeah, yeah.
that beer. But yeah, I'm living in the biggest. How you call it? I don't know in English. Yeah, imperial. No, empire. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can say the democracy and everything. Yeah. But on the point how all that was built, that mean on the Simple
Yeah, it's
saying,
not.
the UK is not rich because of growing potatoes, industry of potatoes or something like that.
No, it's rich because it was taken.
Yeah, all the time. And like British, they had empire years ago. They have empire all the time because all that colonies and everything whatever you want, they are there all the time.
Yeah, it never went away, did it? It's never given back.
Yeah. Now it's
Maybe Hong Kong.
maybe through bank system or blah blah blah. Before was the land or whatever, blah blah blah. But they never left that places. India, Canada, Australia, all that places where they had it, they never leave it.
True.
Have you guys ever been to Big Ben?
Oh, yeah, lots of times.
Can you go inside?
Just a
of it?
fucking clock in a tower.
Yeah, London sometimes can be. That was for tourists. I lived in London for 2 years, but when I came first time, one girl said, "Oh, let's go to the Piccadilly Circus." Okay, and we came there, and she said, "There it is," and I said, "There it is what?" And she showed me the screen, and this is Piccadilly. Yeah, and what?
Yeah.
I expected something.
TV on a building.
Yeah, I expected something more there. I don't know what. It's only screen, and that's it.
Are the women in Italy as gorgeous as I imagine?
Yeah, I
they
bet
would
time.
be?
I think that question was for you, Sasha.
Yeah.
He asked if the women in Italy were as gorgeous as he been told, was that? Or thinks?
Well, yeah, they are beautiful and yeah, even in my country, even more. But if you want to find girl in UK, you will have problems. if you
Yeah, man.
no, do that you will have problems. But if you are, I don't know, maybe I will say something or how you say when you make globalization or something. But I think now that maybe will sound rude or something, but I think that many girls are here very, very fat.
Yeah, I was lucky. I found a good one, but there's a lot of ugly here.
It's not about maybe even ugly. It's I don't know why so many people here are having problem with weight. A lot of them. You cannot see that in Italy. So people will be embarrassed if they are like that. They want to be, good looking and thin and to put everything in Italy, especially. You when you go outside everywhere, if they go to supermarket, they will dress nice. Most of them, not all of them. And UK has some strange things different from Europe. Not only driving on the left side. That's what killing me. It's two pipes. I cannot see that. One for hot and one for cold water.
So there used to be a thing, like Americans always thought like the British were quite like over friendly, even like and would say sorry too much. Like in National Lampoon's European Vacation, all the English people are sorry, thank you. Is that a real thing? Do Americans really think the British are friendly like that?
No, I don't think so. Just for me, it's like a cliche. Like that. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think that British people are closed. They are not open. They are not. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot of like bravado. There's a lot of not open with feelings. Like it seems to be
Yeah.
ingrained into the culture growing up. Yeah. I struggled with that a lot myself with my friends. We now tell each other we love each other and stuff, and but even just saying, "Are you okay, man?" It's hard. Like back in the day, it's weird.
I always assume they're snobbish.
Yeah, you probably get a stereotype of the rich people a lot. All the royal family type, or the upper class. There's a snobby upper class element to the Brits, but most are kind of not like that.
Vladdy, I heard that people in the UK talk about the weather more than most things.
Yeah, that's the go-to small talk. If you're in a shop queue or something, or you see someone that you don't really have any, like you feel like you've got to converse with them, but you don't have any subject. It's always, "Oh, it's nice today, isn't it? Oh, it looks like rain. Oh, yeah." It's a weird thing. Some weird bullshit that people do.
Oh, it looks like rain out there.
When will rain? It's so hot every fucking day.
Nice today.
Yeah. When we get 20, we are happy. Degrees Celsius.
So I live in a seaside town in Wales, and Easter weekend, it's like chaos. The traffic, all the people, day visitors come in. It's almost
I was
horrible.
in Swansea for Christmas.
Oh yeah, you said before. Yeah, you're in Swansea.
Yeah. We spoke.
Because we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm between Cardiff and Swansea, just on the coast.
Yeah, Wales is 2 hours.
Did you
I mean,
go to Mumbles? Did you go down to the coast in Swansea?
No, I was even in another coast there where it's Margaret.
No. Okay.
Well, I started this year because of again we stuff, and like let's do something. We cannot go out. Let's explore a little bit English.
Yeah.
How's the
This
food in UK?
I want to go to the Lake District. There is beautiful.
Yeah, that's a thing, like a stereotype about Britain that the Americans have, is that our food's really shitty.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
Yeah, it is, man. Really, I'm coming from Italian and Slav culture. English food is really. But man, you
Yeah.
don't. UK, then you have something like mashed potato with that pies or some traditional. That's it. No more, nothing else. Other things. It's I think international food.
Yeah, I think I just eat international food or prepare international
Yeah.
food for myself.
When you are in UK, I said, let's go out.
So I don't really, yeah.
Let's go to eat outside, and then you don't say, okay, let's go to eat. I don't know. You're choosing. Shall we go to Indian or Italian or?
Yeah.
Vladdy, I still want to hear your story if you are willing to share.
My whole story
Whatever you
from
feel comfortable
the
with.
beginning. I'll
Roboting.
do like a brief thing, kind of related to the flat Earth, if you want. We're not doing anything bad. We're just getting, at least we're not very conspiracy algorithm Robin did. Do you think people will kicked off the distrust for authority, which led to conspiratorial thinking? And I guess through films like JFK, I used to watch a lot of films. I used to love, which got me into conspiracies, as you can imagine. And yeah, it just led from there up to time, but never dismissed it. Never thought that's a crazy idea.
Sasha, is he
That's
cutting out for you?
stupid.
Yeah.
Because I always like people
Something
thinking outside the box,
roboting a lot.
and they've always had that thing like, yeah, the government. I'll have to stop for now. Then
No,
I gotta
it's
go
good.
to a loud place. Sorry, you'll have to. I have to tell you about it again. Sorry, dude.
Oh man, Vladdy, are you traveling?
Yeah, signals going in and out, so I think I'll save it till I'm back in the house later or another time.
Listen, I really want to hear it. I think you're a nice person.
Thanks, man. And from brief few conversation, I can tell you're a good dude too, man.
Thanks. I want to earn my standing here so I can share my stories and what I think too.
Yeah, cool.
Sasha, you got
You could tell us now if you want.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess it started for me when like I said, like how kind of you how kind of similar story. I was into conspiracy theories more so because it piqued my interest. And for a while I believed in the hollow earth. Like that was so long ago. That was like 11th grade in high school. And then everyone was like, "No, that's dumb." And then I remember me and my friends were smoking a lot, and she was like, "Yeah, my boyfriend believes the Earth is flat." And I was like, "People believe that? Like what?" And I remember that feeling. I was like, "That's so stupid. Like, why would people think that?" And then I kind of like got down the rabbit hole on like how it's almost impossible to know what the sun and the moon are. And from there, I just started looking up like, oh, there's people who are on airplanes and they're like the horizon is like it looks bigger, it looks flat up here, and and then I went to Catholic school, so I remember then I kind of like got into the conspiracies like, oh, God said that there's a firmament, and then I was like, it's so weird that the religion I belong to is like this is what's in their Bible, but nobody is addressing this at all. Like not in any of my religion classes, nothing. And then I just got really into it. And then I got really into Tartaria. And yeah, that's kind of how I ended up where I am. I'm 22 now. That was like when I was 17. It ramped up pretty quickly. And then for like 3 years of believing it was flat, I just stuck with it because it just no one could prove me that it was round. It was almost impossible for someone to like show me the evidence. But yeah, I'm really into Tartaria now. And England is like, or the UK, I guess, is like the freaking gold mine of it all.
I think Russia's the gold mine of it all. Gold mine, not mine.
Russia definitely is the gold mine of it
There's
all.
so little we know.
But I also think that UK is like a big proprietor of.
Yeah.
Well, at least like because I'm from America, so I know that the people from America came from the UK. So from my head, I think like to step backwards in time, it would have to be like next is the UK.
Yeah, I see you're thinking. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I do agree with you. I definitely think that Russia would be like the next location.
Yeah, we know so little about it in the Western world.
Right.
You know, we're just told stories of it's a horrible place to live and it's, you know, dangerous. Don't go there, which automatically makes me think, not dangerous. I want to go there.
Exactly. Yeah, but I'm
Safely,
just interested in those types of people. It seems like they knew some technology that we are missing.
I think you can safely dismiss any written history since history was a subject, an academic subject. When it became an academic subject, then I think you could stop trusting it because it was, bias.
I'm with you on that, Twad.
Yeah, it's like it became really important that everybody knew this is how everything exactly happened. Not sure that they got everything correct.
Yeah, well, there's already proof of like even books, like older editions being destroyed. And obviously they write new editions to change information in the books. So that's a thing. That kind of is suspect.
Right, you're referring to the CIA documents declassified?
Anything really, because initially thought that, but then it makes me think of just history books or any books where they've I can't remember who was saying. Someone saying that there's evidence or there's maybe stories of old books, and then new editions being written with changed facts, and then the old ones being permanently destroyed, and then the presses being destroyed that printed those books, that long ago, where it was you'd have, the old school printing press kind of deal. Or is that speculating too much, you think?
No, I think that's a job. Like you could definitely, probably back then, be hired to preserve the knowledge, but at the same time, that person who's paying you is like, oh, while you're at it, remove all this stuff out too, and change it to my name or the country that you live in.
Right.
You can took like this. Take 1060/48, and now what happened 160/48 in UK? What happened 168 everywhere? And write the story. But you
Not
have
to
story
mention,
960. You have this story 1648. It was this king there, and it was this war, this battle, and that's it. Maybe you will get also stories like this king was his wife was cheating him or something like that. Also, how they know that? That's also good. But and that's it. I like that stories when they are explaining whatever leaders what they did in a private life or whatever. What the fuck? How you do know that? Who wrote that? Who was there in that time? Journalists?
Yeah, and for them to want to say that some cultures recorded history is steeped in mythology and superstition, while they pick and choose what they want to be accurate history. Records.
Yeah.
It's very it's very biased.
yeah, I look at it like this. It's like a Trojan horse, but it's not like that's a metaphor. It's not like a physical horse. It's a nation that conquered another one, and they always say, "Oh, they rewrote the history." No, like they were very, very intelligent with what they chose to leave in and chose to leave out. Honestly, I'd like to see documents on like all the plants and what they can do, like herbal remedies. I'd love to see a volume of ancient books that say that stuff in it. Because I
Well,
mean, we can't prove that potions exist, but we can definitely prove that herbs and stuff like that have an impact on your overall health.
right, yeah, and there is some pretty detailed info on diets and things in some of the ancient documents that were presented from cultures all over, India and the Hebrew scriptures, Chinese. Yeah. They were pretty. They liked their recipes, didn't they? Chinese.
Yeah.
True. In America, we ain't got a lot of culture though. We're told to eat McDonald's.
Right, and with America, too, there was documents. The native cultures of South America had written documents, and it's said that they were burned or destroyed, and who knows what sort of how detailed those documents might have been about the way they lived.
Look about weed, and you will be scared what they did about that. 100 years or maybe more. That was not forbidden. That was a medication. And somewhere, I think, during the Second World War, somebody decided to forbid plant. I watched some. It has something with Ford, I think. That guy who is making cars. I don't know which correlation, but I wrote something. I am now spiraling with the words, but I need to go look into that again.
So I don't have any bad feelings towards weed, but it's definitely, at least I feel it's hard to smoke, um, and also like function in this society. Not like a society, but because I feel like I smoke and I need like room to run and frolic. Uh, but then like you got something to do the next day or the next day, or you have people to see who will call you a loser for being high. So not that I care, and what they have to say, but I mean they're right. I'm confused. Like if I'm high, I'm confused. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I'm functional always. I'm working like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, physically. It was before it was bakery. Now it's making pictures. It's physical work, and it was like even better for me. Sometimes no. Sometimes you feel it's bad, but that's so rare. I always felt like okay, let's do this. This is now. It's fun. Let's take fun. Let's run. Let's speak. Let's work. All the time is the same for me.
I
Doesn't
like when you're
change me.
high. I like when you're high and everything feels like a mission. Like you're like, oh, we do this, and then we got to get this. Then when you accomplish your mission, you look at your other like high friends, and you're like, we did it, guys. It's just so silly.
When you're really focused on something, yeah, like I've found, but I need to be alone and I'm really focused on a project or something, and then I can get high and just lose myself in the project. But I haven't smoked for so long now that I'd have to microdose. I'd have to microdose now if I had any, because it would just I would not be able to function.
Oh yeah, same brother. I haven't smoked in this, and if same with the microdose too. I would not be able to function. So how about one time I was really really high, like pretty high, and I went to lay down. And I don't know if this has ever happened to anyone else, but I was lying there on my bed, my eyes were closed, and it was I swear this is the weirdest thing. Like I could hear music in my head, like it was a radio, and I thought there was like a radio on around me because it was like kind of staticky and going in and out like how a radio does. And like I kept focusing on the song, but the more I did that, the more it would go away. So just like relax, relax, relax. And I swear I heard like a choir of music. And sometimes I like swear I'm sitting there and I'm listening to this song and it seems like a catchy song from like the 21st century. And then I wake up and because I obviously I'd fall asleep after that. This happened a couple times. And I'm like, what was that song I was listening to yesterday? And I'm like, it wasn't really anything because I was so high, I don't think I could ever repeat it. Does that happen to everyone ever? Or no?
I've experienced something similar where I can't remember if I was high or not, but I tried to simulate a sensory deprivation environment as best I could, and made sure I couldn't see any light, and couldn't, and plugged my ears as best I could, you know, earplugs, and then earmuffs over the top of that. I was lying there, and I was thinking about my deceased mother, and you know, I prayed and said, you know, and asked, you know, like, where is she, you know, or you know, what's her state of being right now? And I swear, right, I heard in my ears the music to Phil Collins' "Something Happened on the Way to Heaven." Or what, I can't remember the exact name of the song, but it was like those lines of the song, and I heard it, and I was blown away. I jumped up and was freaked out, you know.
Yeah, it's like unexplainable, but it just means so much to you.
Right? Yeah, yeah. And it's like not something I usually tell people about, but yeah, that happened to me personally. Yeah.
You know, some people think that why would they lie? And people think it's because they're hiding the truth about what we really are as people here and our true powers. And maybe some of that, like, I suppose it's like extrasensory perception is something we all have. And now and again, we're able to kind of tap into it a little bit, or, you know, break through the shield that they've put up around us in our minds to stop us knowing what we really are.
I can answer that question. They're lying because they are hiding the truth. And what is the truth? We don't know. Why?
They
Because they
don't
are lying.
even. Yeah. I get what Flatty's saying too. Like they don't want us to even consider that there's potential, metaphysical potential. Even, you know, like they don't want us to even consider it, look into it. Like we're free to, but they don't encourage it. They don't give it any merit. Nothing.
Yeah.
Totally agree on that.
And I guess it'd all stem back to that notion that the universe just is happen chance, and there's nothing really special about anything, really. It's all just electrical impulses in the neural network, and just doesn't, you know, there's hallucination, and anything experienced like that isn't real, has no meaning, has no significance. You created it in your own imagination. But then it's okay to you know, imagine that we're on a spinning ball flying through the infinite void.
Well, and I've heard a lot of people bringing this up kind of in the flat Earth community, because I follow a couple people on their what's that called? Like on Spotify. And they're talking like they use the word realm nowadays because I feel like flat Earth is just such a controversial word. But at the same time, I also think they're meaning like maybe it's not exactly even physically real, I guess. What is what they're trying to get at.
I don't think so. I think it's only about using the word round for the sphere.
Right. No, I get that.
Did you say when you looked into that? This is stupid.
What'd you say, Sasha?
when you look into that first time, did you say that you thought that you
Oh yeah, when because I heard it, and I was like, really? Well, I was intrigued because I've always questioned everything,
yeah?
but I was like, I wonder. I was like, that's kind of like impossible in my head. That was like the first thing. I feel like I was like, that's
And you was
impossible,
in conspiracies also.
right? And so then I was like,
Can
but
can you
I'm
can you imagine that you was on also doesn't matter even that, but who you are, what you think about yourself, that you're open mind and everything, and even with all that things, you still was thinking that you could. And now you know, but can you imagine now other person in life, who doesn't even has the open mind, who doesn't think about that thing. He will immediately think this is stupid and that's it, and then he will not go anymore from that. Because in my mind
exactly.
was the same thing. I the first time thought it's some fucking cult. Why they think like that? You know? I was watching like a million documentaries about an ancient civilization. I was not believing that that was built or blah blah blah. And that title flat. I was not going into flat earth for sure for 6 months. Like, what? I don't want to see. I don't want to watch that this thing. What the fuck is that? And then it was like, obviously that was like a 6 years ago, I think. And I said, let's look what is that. Whatever it is, I want to see now. And I see in the first moment, I was like, oh my god, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Like, and in that time I was 45 or something like that. Now I'm 50, 51. I was like, 45 years, Sasha. 40 fucking 5 years. You didn't go outside on balcony and check if you're fucking moving.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And that was the first things what I did when I went to the balcony and I watched to the sky and I said, what the fuck? Well, I never thought about this. And then other things, blah, blah, blah. Now I don't need to. I don't need, for example, if some global come and say to me, uh, "Look at the black phone" or something. I can do that with speaking only about things like rivers, mountains, stuff like that. You cannot have rivers on the globe.
Exactly.
You know, you cannot go on delta and on delta whatever river is and turn around and say there is the drop there now. To the source of the river. That means that I don't know. That river is going in the wrong direction. It's falling from the mountains, but there is a curvature if you are on delta. You can understand.
Well, and then that's like where the atheist part comes into like the glober is, I read all these, the Bible, and I was studying religions, and you hear all these beautiful things that these people are thinking, and it's interesting, especially like if it pertains to modern society. You hear all these poets and the Buddha and whatever religion you are, whatever. You hear them describe the earth in such a intricately made way, and then you look at the globe model and you're like, well, that doesn't really make sense. They're telling us we came from monkeys in the Big Bang. Like, where's the missing link here? And it's a hard pill to swallow, but then you realize it's exactly that it's flat. And then it makes sense. And the world seems in a way smaller, and your friends seem closer to you, and your impact seems bigger. Because it really matters like how you treat the earth. because the Earth is the only thing we got.
Do you know what happened to me? I've suffered anxiety since I was a pre-teen kid. Didn't know what it was until in my 30s. Like, got proper diagnosed with anxiety and depression. Wasn't until like I'd go have big bouts of non-anxious times, like months at a time, or maybe not months, but weeks. And since I found this Discord and knowing that there's other people or lots of other people in the world that think how I do, my anxiety hasn't even come back a tiny bit. Quite mad, I think. It's like I needed to know that there was more of me out there. You guys.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I like the Discord at night specifically. It's like chill vibes. But I do really like midday Discord because it's really about like only talking about the flat earth and what we can prove. And I think that's really cool that people are like honing their skills for, event like one of the biggest debates that humanity will probably ever have to do. But yeah, I like the Discord too, Flatty. It's cool.
I love how as well that Danny Faulkner came in. Is that his name? The other day, a couple of days ago, and there wasn't many people in here. And then all of a sudden, in the call, like the bat signal was sent out to everyone, and everyone just like came in. I love how quick that happened. That ripple got out to everyone. Like everyone got pinged or whatever. That was pretty cool.
When Danny came in.
Yeah. We've got a good one. Let's go.
Everyone's been dying to talk to him since Miggy got to and gave him the boot.
Yeah.
Like, wishing he'd come back. Yeah, so they got their wish.
I don't know how I didn't find the Discord earlier, but I guess I just never was on Discord before. But I mean, I've been a part of like the learning process for a really long time. But then I never thought it was practical to practice my skills until now. My debating skills.
Yeah, I didn't find the Discord until I think it was February I joined, and I just didn't. I'm not a gamer, so I didn't even think about Discord. I'd see my kids like chatting to their friends on it, and just associated with it, just a gaming thing. And then my brother linked me to the Gateway tapes. Have you heard of that? The how do you describe them? There's a series of tapes, like audio tapes that were recorded, and you're supposed to train. I think it's to kind of loose dream and to kind of all that kind of stuff. So I felt
Is the queen a reptile? That's what I want to know. Maybe, maybe not. I watched this video on the Queen, and I saw this video, and it says that the Queen, when she walks in, is normally wearing the crown or something like that. There's just specific decrees that they follow, and she wasn't following the decree as if she isn't the current queen. And I thought that was interesting because, they're also saying that Biden really isn't the president here in America and that the Pope isn't really the Pope right now. And I just feel like those three things are connected because I don't see how they couldn't be.
Well, they're actually saying that Biden is the leader of the free world. Bullshit, that is. Leader of the free world. You know,
How you
the
doing,
only
Jen?
man that I would give that to would be JFK. That would be the only man worthy of that title in my lifetime that I was born in 1961. That would be the only man, and they took him out. Regardless of all the little controversies that are there, I think he genuinely wanted to bring peace on earth. And I think that is a very good thing. So if we're going to have a man that would have been the leader of the free world, it would have been JFK, in my book. Not Biden.
No, Biden's a piece of garbage. I just don't.
Yeah.
I'm just not even sure that he is really the president. I mean, who's to really know? I mean, he's not in the White House. He's in the set. It's just weird. I've never seen a president act like this. Like it's just so bizarre.
They're all actors, aren't they, though?
True.
Really? Yeah.
Well, this is a kind of like what I've been noticing nowadays is like we went through this little liberal, the media was flooding us with all this liberalish type of stuff, and now it's about to get super Republican up in this bitch. It almost seems like this was it was like to kind of annoy people into like working harder in the next election when they probably will elect a Republican.
Yeah.
And
go on.
And not to push like good Republican ideals, but like to do what they want, like to have the rich really get away with what they're doing while everyone's working really hard and making money, but at the same time, who knows the impact that's going to have later down the line when we let these people, run amok.
Well, in your elections, I'm hoping to see voter turnout down. A drop in voter turnout because of what's been happening in the last 2 years. Can't imagine anyone in their right mind would be running up to vote for more of the same.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. It honestly doesn't because
I know that.
If people don't vote, they'll just fake it, So it'll still look like people are voting.
They're faking it anyway. We already know around the world, those of us who are watching the US, we know that your presidents are selected. So when people go to the voting booth, they're just going through the motions. That's all that is. Right? It's been rigged since they took out Kennedy. It was rigged. Anyway, I just want to see how many people actually turn out who believe they've got democracy. Obviously.
Oh no, yeah, it's a republic. We live in a republic.
It's a dictatorship. In fact, I see America as a 24-hour film set. 24-hour film set, and it's a company. It's not a country.
You're a robot engine.
Just on his point that it's that it's a company. I think they make that.
Like it's shot in the back. Okay. It's Hollywood. It's
I think they make it very clear that it's a company based off the fact that
yeah.
you have a birth certificate, and then you get your social security, and then from there you're like a corporation. Like you yourself are a business functioning in the corporation.
Yeah.
It is bizarre, and people think their whole lives growing up that like that's just how society works, and like that's how freedom is, and then they get tricked into like not understanding that they don't have a choice or a say in things.
They're being railroaded, hoodwinked, bamboozled. Yeah.
Hoodwinked.
Bum rust. Another one. Bum rust.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it is a shame that that's going on, but there's only the DR revolution, but people are scared of that. Yeah.
True. But I do wonder if revolution is the answer or not. Because sometimes they say you can't make peace with war.
No. You can't make an omelette without cracking a few eggs, my friend. What happened? Anyone who knows the story of America and then the rest of the world, the other Wallies are in the world, they know it's revolution is the only way to solve the problem of humanity at this point.
Yeah, but at that point, who do you choose to kill? Like who? Like or what do you choose to destroy?
Aha! We don't have to kill. Just remove the cancerous people in the government, and then after that, government agencies shut them down. Shut down the government agencies as well. It's easy to do. And then you clean house, all general. Guns down. It's peacetime now. Right, pick up the hammer and power drills. We're going to be building new buildings for your country, homes, schools, clinics, centres, that kind of thing. It's easy.
True. I think we could do it better here in America. Our houses could be way nicer. I really don't like the architecture here.
Yeah, I mean, there's some parts of it's good, but yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, you live there, you'd know.
The old part.
From what I've seen, some of it looks nice.
It's cold.
I was going to say that you took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, it's a bit cold because you'd want it to be more earthy.
Mm-hmm.
I think is what we're looking for. Yeah, more in tune with nature. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely glass and concrete jungle, which is not nice.
Mm-mm. And then people are like, oh, if you don't like it, why don't you go in the woods and build a hut? I don't want a wood hut either. That's ghetto.
Not really. Not ghetto at all. No.
Well, no, it's not ghetto. Definitely not.
No.
But I'm not a big
Not
proprietor.
ghetto.
I don't really think that good architecture means using wood, in my opinion.
Oh, I do.
I think that
I do.
Nah, I like keeping trees at how they are. I think they're really, they mean something.
You make a nice structure out of wood. Nice warm feeling. Yeah, no, wood's nice.
Yeah,
Wood's
but then it
nice.
only lasts 100 years.
Well, it's easy to replace.
That's true. That's very true.
Mm. And I think they can last more than 100 years, depending on how you build it. Yeah.
What that Indonesian guy does. You seen that guy on YouTube? Indonesia? I think he's Indonesian.
Yeah, where they work really fast.
He just builds stuff out of holes in the ground and with bamboo piping and tree houses. Oh, it's just incredible what he does.
Yeah, I like those
Pools,
videos.
luxury pools. It's out of nature.
Yeah, I heard that those videos were fake, but I still enjoy them.
Yeah, it would be cool if that's real. Like that guy's got some talent.
Yeah, I think you can live well in the bush, though. You can live, eat, and enjoy life, and it will be beneficial to your health compared to the concrete jungle.
No, true. I don't despair that, the forest would be bad for me. But at the same time, I would want my home to be semi-nice, I suppose. I would want it to last generations for my family.
Yeah. You're living in the bush. You can build yourself a nice tree house for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice, solid tree house structure. Look on the internet, Google it. Solid tree houses where people live in. And you look at the style they have there. Mm.
Before it made me think about the contrast between Western children and other cultures, past and present. That where they, in our society, we get it fairly easy as children. We get this impression that it's all giggles and fun with some discipline involved. But then suddenly you're faced with this, I've got to do this and I've got to do that responsibility, But in some other cultures, it's that they get taught that from a very, very early age, and so they don't get this false impression that life's fun and you're free, and then suddenly it's imposed upon you. You got to do this and you got to do that. There's all this heavy burden suddenly cast upon you, and you're ripped away from your parents for 6 hours a day, and all that. It seems contradictory.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Like no wonder like a lot of Western children are screwed up,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
These yeah.
Oh, totally agree with that. Look what's gone on in the last 2 years. Okay, just the last 2 years alone, must have screwed them a little bit with their schooling program scheduling all messed up, having to wear nappies on their faces. Yeah, you know,
Yeah, right. Yeah, for sure.
having to social distance, keep their distance from each. You know, suddenly like that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, well fucked up.
Yeah, there's so many mixed messages, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. Look. We're living in a world. I think when you go to countries that are less developed, I think they're more sane than the ones who are growing up in the so-called developed world.
I would agree. I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
I saw this one girl. She's from Africa, and she's posting just videos of her doing like one or two tasks, and everyone in the comments, the Western world's like, "Girl, what are you doing? Like, like you even know what a phone is? You even got water there?" It's like, and then she answers so simplistically. It's like that is the perfect message to these dumbasses. She's like, I'm
Exactly.
getting water. I'm walking. I'm fixing my hut. It's like, yeah, that's what she's doing. She's living.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cooler than what we're doing over here.
You
right,
look for
they're
democracy.
like,
You look for democracy, and you find it in the Aborigine and the some of these African tribes and the tribes of the Amazon. They really have they have the democracy properly. You understand? And it's like it's not like it's a big thing where they got all these cars running beside the president running down the fucking road. Do you know what I mean? With and all the hoo-ha helicopters up in the air, blah 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 blah. What a stupid so-called cunt of the leader of the free world. No, the tribes are not batting an eyelid. It's just norm. Yeah, they've got their leader. There he is. He's sitting on his throne, giving the orders, and everyone obeys, and everyone's happy.
And everybody's happy.
That's right. They don't have a smartphone or an iPad, yeah, or a computer, and they're
Oh,
eating well. They're nourished. They're
I watched
healthy.
I
They
watched
can
this
they
video.
can bungee jump off a tree from the vines and not hit their head on the ground. And even if they do hit their head on the ground, they still stand up and laugh in your face.
Yeah, their muscle memory, their breathing control, their tolerance to pain, all increased.
Yeah. And granddad's climbing a coconut tree to bring down a coconut for his grandson or granddaughter.
Yeah, granddad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right.
I saw
Meanwhile,
this.
concrete jungle, you can just about get out your seat to go and pick up a Budweiser. Nice.
I saw this video of this grandma. She's like, everyone's asking me what I did when we didn't have a phone. Well, hell, I went outside and I looked at a flower and I looked at the little intricacies and all the different parts, and that shit felt like a trip.
I would have said I went outside, banged on my log, my talking log. That was a communication. And I sent my message. Okay, by a sound. All right, idiots. You see, people forget that you can communicate with sound from a piece of wood. Hollowed out, so it can send that message several miles. Good, isn't it?
Oh, same with whistling.
Yeah.
shofars, horns.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with living in the bush, man. Beautiful place to be. Bush,
Oh, yeah.
river, fishing. Nice, honestly.
I would
Really
love to
nice.
live in the bush, but also at the same time, I also think that some of our habitats have been like compromised. If you get what I mean, like food and resources in some parts, you know, like
Yeah, some parts are heavily contaminated. I mean, you've got JFK's nephew, right? So you've got JFK's nephew. That's Robert Kennedy Jr. Okay, Robert's. You know, now he's a champion when it comes to the environmental polluters, because that's his main job, is to, you know, pursue them and then force them to be more responsible. They get fined and have to clean up their act and clean up the shit that they put in the rivers and stuff. So that's good that you have someone like that fighting for a cleaner environment. He's not the only one. I mean, there's quite a number of them, but he's really made good inroads into that and into the dangers of the needle that we shouldn't get. He's made excellent inroads into that as well. So, you know, you can thank your lucky stars. But yeah, and you know, it is quite sad, the amount of pollution that's in your waters, for example, in the lakes, the Great Lakes and the like. It is quite sad, actually.
And I think we don't even understand the full potential of water. I honestly think that there's something.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Even in my family, I'm teaching them that, you know, the full potential of water. Okay, I'm teaching them how not. For example, when they want to have a wash in the morning, they run the tap. Now, because it's a gas merchant heater, right? You know, the first amount of water, the first 5 liters almost of water is coming out cold, or first bucket, right? And they don't realize it's a bucket. Like I said, look, you see, what have I told you? I said, we're going to use this sink, put the bucket under the tap, collect that water whilst you're waiting for it to warm up. Okay. Then you put it down on the side there. Now the water is warm, you fill it up. Fill up to what you need to wash your face, right? Prior to that, they copied my wife, and what they used to do is run the tap. So the tap's just running, the water's going down the drain, it warms up, and then whilst it's hot, it's running down the drain, and they're putting a hand in and washing their face, catching the water from the tap and splashing their face. Now I said, the amount of water that's going down the drain to the amount that's on your hand to wash your little face with your little hands, it's very wasteful, isn't it? What you're doing there. That's a wasteful action, isn't it? Right. So let's try that again, yeah? You know, the amount of times I've had to say that. Just to understand the wastage of the water first. You know? Yeah. I'm always on their case. Because you get a water bill. So let's use every drop. I said, when you wash your hands, don't switch the tap on full blast. You've only got little hands, so what you do is you just open it a little bit, let it drop slowly. Yeah, that's all you need. Look, I'm washing my hands. The water's coming through. And look at that, you see? And then I switch, boom, and it's done. My little hands, 2 little hands. That's all there was there. No, but instead you bash. Oh, it's splashing all over the place. Oh, yeah. And then now you're dripping the water all over the floor, looking for a towel that you didn't put ready. Yeah, I'm on their case all the time like that, man. They hate me. They hate me when it comes to, you know, economizing and managing the house and trying to not waste electricity and the bill. So when you say water, people don't understand the full implications. I say to them, when you finish having a bath, don't throw that water out, because that water is clean still. We can use it to wash the clothes, you see, because that's what I do. Because here in Japan, the Japanese style is you go into in your bathroom, there is a bath and a shower all together, one unit, right? The bath is full up with hot water and it's covered over. Okay, so you don't lose the heat in that. You shower, clean your body, you know, your body shop, body soap, clean yourself up, rinse down. You might do that twice to make sure you get all your nooks and crannies and that. Okay, good. Then you soak yourself in the hot water, which is good for your blood circulation, your bones, joints, arthritis. If you've got it, all that, you soak. So it's like you're giving yourself a little mini sauna and you're relaxing in there. And then you get out, towel off, and that's done. And the whole family does that. Now, the water, when you look at the water, it's still clean and it's hot. Now, I feel guilty pushing the plug and letting that go down the drain. So I use that to wash the clothes, because the water still has the the capability of removing dirt from clothing. You see? So I've been doing that for like 17 years or more. Here in Japan, that is. Didn't do that in London, but in Japan, yeah. Been doing that 20 years, non-stop, just using the bathwater. Because it's wasteful. And then the other thing is I have to remind them that here in Japan, they like to have a fresh towel, brand clean towel every day. But I said, look, we got a towel rail, you have your bath or your shower. Now your body's clean, isn't it? When you come out of the bath, yes? It's clean, right. Now you grab your towel. Now your body's clean, so now you're drying your body of the little bit of water that's on your body, the drops on your hair and that, right? Now, is that towel dirty? Is it dirty?
No, it needs dried.
It just needs to dry out, right? I said, that's why we have a towel rail. That's why that was invented, so you could dry the towel. I said to them, I expect you to use that towel for the whole week and then put it in the wash. But no, they want to run a hotel. New towel every day. Maybe 3 towels in one day. I've washed, I've got a family of 6. I have washed 12 towels, 14 towels in one day. I blew my top. I went ballistic. I had to
You got
remind
6
them that we're not
kids
living in a
or
fucking
family?
hotel. Yeah, this is a joke. I said this, and I put it on the table, in the kitchen table. I said, this is a fucking joke, yeah? Yeah? So is this how we're living? So now the house has become a hotel, yeah? Look at it. Don't know how to economize, I said.
You have 6 kids?
4 kids, and then my wife and myself.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, awesome, but bloody hectic. At times.
I'm one of 5 other siblings. So 6 kids. So I appreciate a big family. 4 and up.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's good because I come from a sibling of 7 myself. So 7 siblings. I'm number 5, and I've got two younger than me, and then my sister, and then 3 other brothers. There's 7 of us. But we were split. I was born in London with my 3 younger brothers. My sister and my 3 other brothers were born in Nigeria, Africa. So when I was born in 61, I didn't actually meet up with them until 1970. 71 was the first time we went to Nigeria to meet up with my brothers and sister. Just as NASA went to the moon. Yeah? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember it. I remember it clearly. I remember sitting down on the concrete porch of the house where we used to live. So we had a porch, it was concrete, and it was really nice anyway, right? And we're looking up at the moon, the full moon, right in front of our faces, me and my younger brothers. And I said, just think, there are men on the moon. You know, look at that. Just think, men are on the moon. And I was a kid saying that to my younger brothers. Yeah, never forget that. Looking up at the moon and saying, yeah, there are men on the moon. Big thing, you see, back then. Amazing, isn't it? Look at that. So we're talking what? 50 years on, and they're talking about going back. Yeah?
We'll see about that. We'll see.
They never went in the first place. Yeah, going back. There's nothing man-made on the moon. Nothing. You know, and you'd think that if they did go, they would have put a camera that would be there 24 hours a day, running off the sun solar, and we could see the Earth properly.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. You know, I mean, they really insulted us, right? In 2013, when China supposedly went to the moon, yeah? And everyone, you know, the build up to it was, they're going to go and visit Tranquility Base and the other American Apollo landing spots, right? But America put a blanket on that, and that would be known as trespassing, so they couldn't go there. And I thought that's absolutely ridiculous. The reason why it is China's got 3 months. It's a 3-month mission. Okay, so they could spend at least 1 month not even 1 month. Well, it's going to be 1 month because the rover's not moving that fast. So it's probably going to take about a month to cover those landing spots. But it would be nice to see the things that was left behind. The Hasselblad camera and things like that, to see if there's and the sorry, I've forgotten about the rovers themselves, to see if they are indeed in good condition, not rusty at all. It's a vacuum. Let's see the condition. I mean, the moon is a museum. It's a museum, so why can't we see this stuff? But no, China wasn't allowed to go. So China had to go to the other side, of the moon. You go all that way, and you cannot. They're trying to tell us that they're not allowed to go to Tranquility Base to see the stuff that was left behind. Isn't that not ridiculous?
No, that's so ridiculous.
It'd be like going to France, okay? Going to France, right? And everyone's asked you to get the picture of the Eiffel Tower, but you said I didn't go because I spent all my time down in the basement where the shopping mall. That was so good down there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And you were there for 1 month. So
that's very accurate.
Yeah, so that's China for you. That they went in 2013, and when they landed on the dark side, so where it was cold, so everything froze up for the first, was it? I think 2 weeks. It was frozen, couldn't move, and then when the sun got round to the side where it could warm it up, okay, then everything started functioning, and then they started doing their roaming around on the moon on their tiny little rover thing.
You think they would have calculated that prior to?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But this is what I mean. That's the kind of insult they told us in 2013. It does. I said to my students here, I said it doesn't make sense that you would spend all that money and not go to where America went, even if you only spent 1 week. But of course, the rover's moving slowly, so it's good. If you want to see the sights, then you're going to spend a month there looking around and checking everything. It would have been a perfect opportunity, wouldn't it? I mean, America assisted China, together with Russia, assisted China on their mission to go to the moon, okay, with their rover. So the least you could do is pay respect. Let's go see what they left behind. Show us it. Yeah, every human being would want to see that. That would be something worthy of a mission.
Or even bringing some of that stuff back, putting it in a museum.
Yes, if you could, if it was possible, yeah. If you could bring it back, yeah. But just the fact that to go there and pay homage to America as the first people on the moon, or the first men on the moon, okay, but they left their equipment behind. Let's go check the equipment. Has it rusted? Do you know what I mean? Come on.
Yes, I mean, if I can just add something there.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
In terms of them going to the moon, to a region where it's supposedly minus 200 in the shade and positive 200 in the sunlight.
Correct.
The ludicrous nature of that entire thing. I work in solar energy, and with solar power, we use a lot of batteries. And with the batteries, generally at minus 20, the battery technology fails. The electrolyte turns into a solid, and the battery can no longer pass any kind of current. Doesn't matter whether it's lithium, sodium, lead acid, gel, lead crystal, nickel cadmium. Doesn't matter what type of battery technology it is. When you get to minus 20, that technology fails. But then they tell us that they send solar panels and batteries to a region that's minus 200, and the technology continues to operate where it's never been demonstrable below negative 20 Celsius. So just even the things that they claim, there should be engineers that say this is an impossibility just based on battery tech. Secondly,
Yes.
based on solar power, solar panels stop producing at about 45 degrees Celsius. Once you go above 50 degrees Celsius, the production curve drops to about 10% efficiency. So if you took a solar panel through a thermosphere where you go up to 1,000 degrees, at that point, the aluminium is melted, the
Right.
silicon wafers melted, the aluminium joins between the panel is melted, and the panel will no longer function.
The glass.
Even the glass, yes, would turn to
It's
liquid.
boiling.
Exactly.
So just from like a practicality point, from just how technology functions, it's impossible what they claim they did.
That's what was said, Solar Epi Solar, about the Hasselblad camera as well. They said the inner workings, that's all the cogs that would wind the film forward or back, right? They would have stopped expansion to the heat or, sorry, to the cold. It would have frozen these things. They wouldn't be able to operate the camera, you know, because it
Well,
was just the
show
temperature
me
variation.
glass.
Yeah, go on.
Show me camera glass lenses which can withstand exposure to 1,000 degrees Celsius and then suddenly in the shadow
Yeah.
minus 200 Celsius.
Exactly, because you know when you move from
Exposure.
hot
It
to
will
cold,
break instantly.
instantly. Exactly, that's a shock
Yeah,
for the lens. It's a shock, isn't it?
yeah.
Boom. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
And that
That's
Hasselblad, just that Hasselblad is also a massive nail in the coffin, like you're saying, Jen. It had manual focus, so the camera's mounted on the chest. You would have had to manually focus every single shot. Secondly, it's using film, and film in the Van Allen radiation belt would have become overexposed. If you put any film in a high radiation environment, it's going to imprint so that if you just opened in your old days, if you opened up the back of the camera in daylight, you fucked up your whole film. And that's just daylight. That's not even put it in a microwave and leave it for fucking 3 days going in a microwave. How do you think that film is going to survive?
Yeah, you might remember if you travelled on in an airport like during the 80s, 70s, and 80s, and that 60s, 70s, and 80s, they used to put your camera in a like a lead box and then put it through. You couldn't put it through the scanner; it would destroy your film. You see.
Yeah.
So on the moon, back when the Apollo missions were supposedly taking place, the moon was awash with 960 rems or thereabouts of radiation. So they were swimming in it. Instantaneous, debilitating levels, that's the words that they used, right? And the suits offered them no protection. So exactly what you said, the negatives should have been obliterated because those photographs were perfect. Not a single blemish, not one single impingement of radiation anywhere on the shots. And that begs a question because as little as 5 rems only, and the negative is completely fogged over. You can barely make out the outline of the image at 5 rems. Right.
So, you said the moon was 960.
960 rems, they reckon, that they were swimming in, you know? And that's on a daily basis where the sun was throwing out, high levels of radiation from the sun. So sometimes it might only be 500 that day, but the next, it's unpredictable, the levels, but it went as high as 960 is what was said.
Yeah, and you remember that time when the astronauts all got back and they were dead 2 years later because of overexposure to radiation?
I don't remember that.
No, Buzz is still living.
I don't remember.
They were murdered.
So the environment of space is quite a dangerous place. And then you have what they call the cosmic ray particles. And when I looked it up, I learnt that cosmic ray particles are leftovers from a star that dies, and it goes supernova, it explodes, dies, and shoots this material all over the place.
Gamma rays. Gamma rays, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about cosmic ray particles from the star that explodes when it's dead, when it dies, and it shoots them down supposedly at almost the speed of light, which is 670,616,629 miles an hour. That's how fast that this stuff's going, okay? Now, as it flies through space, apparently, if you had a space 1 centimeter square, every second you get four strikes of cosmic ray per square centimeter per second. So it's like being in the rain. It's like being in a monsoon. How would you survive that? Yeah.
Well, those the gamma rays are like shooting bullets, which smash the atom. So it removes electrons from the atom and also particles from the nuclei of the atom.
Right. Well, there you go.
That atom transgresses to another element state, to a different kind of element. So if it's gold, lead, or iron, it will turn into a different metal or a different element, carbon or whatever, you know,
right,
by losing particles. And when that happens in a molecule, for example, like a protein or amino acid or a cell, DNA, whatever, that thing gets broken, that molecule gets destroyed because it doesn't have the necessary element to hold that molecular bond, because now it's a different atom. So
it's mutated kind of thing.
Yeah, it's breaking the DNA chain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
So the
what's
human
happening.
being. So an astronaut should have been very what we call in English slang, Tom Dick. Tom Dick, very sick indeed.
Yeah.
Should have been very sick. Not only that, it was said that in order for the spacecraft to be able to be in that environment and travel to the moon, it would need 2 meters thick of shielding. Now, what kind of shielding they didn't actually say. So I thought it couldn't be lead, because that would, the Saturn V rocket wouldn't be able to take off if they needed 2 meters thick of lead shielding all the way around, right? But that's what they said. It would require the spacecraft would require 2 meters thick of shielding.
Lead or no, I'm not sure. 2 meters of concrete, or
you know, or
a
aluminium
couple of
maybe, or water. Water.
If they make it out of lead, the shielding, then it should be like 20 to 50 centimeters thickness, and that's a lot of lead material.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
That rocket wouldn't be probably taking off.
No, never.
To begin with.
Yeah.
So how did they survive that environment? Yeah.
Well, what you don't know doesn't hurt you, you know?
Yeah. That's exactly what Alan Bean said. Alan Bean said that in a roundabout way when he was questioned by Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, it was like
it's just a fancy way of saying ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I wouldn't know that fire burns, yeah, then I could be sleeping in an oven. Yeah.
Yes, correct. That's correct. 100%.
That's a good one.
Yeah. You can boil the frog, and as long as the frog doesn't know that the water's boiling, it can't hurt him.
No, it can't hurt him at all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like the magnets. Magnets made in USA, they cannot work in Europe or in England or in Japan.
Yeah, same
Compasses.
with spirit levels as well. They make spirit levels
yeah.
different for southern hemisphere than northern hemisphere, based on where the little bubble has to go, a different spirit level. They're not all calibrated in identical fashion.
Wow.
Do you guys know what a Fresnel lens is?
No, I've heard of this.
Fresnel lens.
Yeah, the
Fresnel.
Fresnel lens.
Frascal.
Yeah. I mean, I've
No,
never done it.
tell us what's a fresco lens. I don't know what a fresco lens is.
Yeah. Yeah. But I saw this video. I saw this video of this guy. He took one and he was demonstrating like what it can do. And then he was like, and I know everyone in the comments is wondering if I put a solar panel under there, am I going to get more energy? And he was like, well, let's test it. And that shit just melted almost instantly.
Yeah, it's not good for using it with a solar panel, but you can actually put a dark body of a metal of dark color, yeah, and inside a aquarium or a tank, yeah, with water, and with that lens you can heat up that metal object inside the water, and you can boil water practically with sunlight.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You can melt a penny if it's a focal point.
Yeah, that's nothing. There's something called concentrated solar power. Concentrated lens is like a parabola or a disc shape that focuses all of the sun's rays back into one central location. And then that heats up to over 6,000 degrees Celsius just from sunlight. Through the focusing of the sunlight, we melt sodium, salt, and then they store salt in a liquid form. Liquid sodium is used then to produce energy through a heat transfer. And that liquid sodium remains hot for up to 36 hours. So you can continually produce power for up to 36 hours from 1 day's worth of sunlight when you focus it. And then it makes you wonder, like when they talk about building the pyramids and all these large structures where they say, what if they molded the blocks on site? So they might have had a mold and then they just melt the rock, pour the molten rock in, and then they would get exactly the diameter and shape that they need out of the rock without necessarily having to cut it. And that would also account for the accuracy that we find that on the granite walls of the pyramids, there's a tolerance of less than 1/1000th of a millimeter. That can only be achieved in like a molding fashion rather than actually trying to cut away rock to achieve that precision.
Yeah, by hand. That would be impossible by hand.
So, when they start to look at gold,
this
they used
is
to make
also
large
something.
gold reflectors. And these large gold reflectors were always considered to be just like pretty looking. Here's a large gold drum or a bell or that they make these large flat symbols. But if those symbols were used to focus light, you could melt almost any type of substance. It's crazy.
Yeah, gold mirrors are eternal. If you make a giant gold mirror and put it
It's
outside
tarnishless.
in air
Can't
exposure,
tarnish.
it will never oxidate. So it will
Correct.
always remain shiny. All you need to do is sprinkle it with water so you wash up any dirt or dust which builds up in time. Yeah. But then it will
But isn't that a
still be
crazy
a
idea?
perfect mirror. Yeah.
Correct. But to think about this focusing of sunlight, like we've now discovered this concentrated solar in the late or early 2000s, and it's considered to be like this massive step forward in man's development. And I'm like, you're telling me you're reflecting the sunlight with a mirror, and no one's ever reflected sunlight with a shiny rock or with a shiny piece of gold?
Even with a mirror, back in the day, they would have fashioned that.
So imagine, it's something that I've never personally done myself, but if you took people with these mirrors and we all put our focal point at the same spot. So imagine you take 1,000 people with mirrors and you all focus your mirror dot at the same dot, and everybody else then focuses at the same dot. What kind of amplification can we get out? And luckily the sun is just perfect for us, that it doesn't completely burn us like melting an ant under a magnifying glass.
Exactly.
How is it that the lensing of the atmosphere never causes days where the sun like burns holes in the ground? It's
Isn't it? Yeah.
it's perfect. This design is perfect. The design
Yeah.
had a designer.
Yeah. A lot of people don't even realize that. And they're Christians as well. And they're Christians, and they don't realize. Not that I'm a religious man, even Muslims as well. They don't realize that design, what you just said there.
Yeah.
They haven't connected the beauty and the glorious design that we have. You know.
Hey, I just wanted to point out something. What you just described, we do today in the desert, where it's not so cloudy, because this sort of design doesn't work well with cloudy weather. But if you have direct sunlight, you can get a lot of efficiency with a small amount of silver, stretching it out to make lots of mirrors, and have all the mirrors, reflect the sunlight to a tower that has some solar panels on it.
No, these mirror, I don't know what they are called, mirror farms.
Concentrated solar farm.
In the tip of that tower, they are heating up
oh yeah, it's oil.
Water, yeah. And then that hot water, it's going through a turbine, yeah, and that's how you get energy out of it. Or you can even melt like sodium, yeah, salt, which holds that temperature for longer periods of time. Sodium gets cold like very slowly. It has this quality to hold the temperature for longer periods of time. That's also why back in the days when people were having back pains or stuff like this, they just put salt in a sock, yeah, or a bag. They warm it up next to an oven or on a oven, and when it reaching a temperature of 50-60 degrees, then you take that and just hold it to that portion of your back, and you can stay for a good 3-4 hours and it will still be warm. You know, it will keep you warm. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's always challenges that are never thought about when you're at the paper stage. So when you're on paper, you calculate how many reflectors you need, you calculate how many kilowatt hour you need out of the system, and you design all of those things, and then you think, okay, now we just put it out in the real world, and then it works. And then what they found, especially in the desert conditions, same with Dubai, is that just before sunrise in the morning, there's this condensation point where it leaves like a little bit of moisture on all the objects outside. And then the sun rises, and then the wind starts to blow and deposits this really fine layer of sand. And because the surface is now moist, the sand deposits like completely, and then the sand now becomes a little bit of friction for the next layer of sand to cling onto. So in theory, everything works on paper, and then you get out to the production facility and you're actually losing like 18% or 19% of your production efficiency just due to a variable you could never have anticipated till you're actually in situ. So it just makes me think when these guys say here the mathematics works, and I know that just here in one country we can encounter variables that we never anticipated on paper. It's when you're actually there doing the experiments, doing it practically, that you then notice the differences.
Well, these mirror farms, they do have a irrigation system, usually, for washing those mirrors. And in some farms, I saw that they even use a truck with a man in the back, and he's like using a long broom with a sponge, to actually clean the mirrors. They do this like daily or weekly maintenance.
Yeah, it depends who owns the power plant that really gets screwed. So if you're doing a power purchase agreement, if you own the panels and you're selling the power to someone else, then you need every percent that you can produce because it's dollars, you know? But when it's like your power plant and you've paid someone else to install it for you, then it's your obligation now to look after it. But most people then don't and allow sort of maybe every month there's maintenance but not really maintenance. They're now developing same like with your windscreen, when you apply that solution to your windscreen and then the water makes beads and it's like a non-static application. So water falls off your car like beaded and the dust doesn't want to stick to your car because you've created a static layer. They're now exploring a lot of technologies into that anti-static. Then they invented like windscreen wipers. So every morning there's an automated windscreen that moves down the panel and cleans it for the day. So there's lots of solutions that they're now implementing. But the point is that on paper, you don't see those things. But yet these mathematicians and astrologers and all these people who do their calculations and say, oh, but the calculation balances or the calculation works. You're like, yes, you moron. Have you ever tried to do it in real life?
Well, for example, with newly purchased cars, they use for the body kit paint and the windshields, they use to polish them with hydrophobic solution. And this treatment lasts anything between 6 months to 2 years. After that, the car starts losing these properties and water sticks to the surface of the car But when the car is new and it's raining, you can see that the rain is falling very rapidly from the car and from the windshields because it has this hydrophobic treatment. And also when you turn on your wipers, when you're driving in the rain, the wipers are sliding on the window very, very smoothly. But in an old car, you can hear the wipers that they are vibrating when they are moving on the windshield.
Yeah.
And that is because it began to actually have friction contact with the surface of the glass because it doesn't have that hydrophobic properties anymore. Yeah, when it's hydrophobic, it's a polished surface which is very, very fine. Everything slides on it very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like electrostatic, that it's actually creating a small
Yeah.
repulsive charge, so it's not actually coming
Yeah.
into contact with. It's
Yeah.
powerful.
Not necessarily repulsive, but because if it's electrostatically charged, the problem is, if it's positive or negative, it will attract or repel the other positive or negative charges, charge particles. But it has a anti-static, like neutral. So no matter what the dust electrostatic charge is, it cannot be attracted to the windshield at all. So the dust particle, when it's on this surface, it's like in a free state. It's not being attracted. So any
But that is repulsive.
blow of wind, any slight wind will move that particle away.
Yeah, so it's slightly repulsive. So it's just not attracting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember we had in our family, we bought a brand new car. It was known as the El Grand C7 by Nissan, right? The Nissan El Grand, 2006. We got it on a loan, of course. Brand new, white color, lovely cream interior. And then about 8 months in, my wife took it in for a checkup. And then she got it back, okay? And she didn't tell me that she took it there. So I took it out for a drive with the kids. We were on our way to the Tokyo Motor Show. That was it, okay? So we're on our way there, no problem. Coming back, it was raining heavily, okay? Now, prior to her taking it to the car, whenever I drove that car in the rain, and you use the windscreen wipers, it would just clean the windscreen lovely, and you could see where it's going. But somehow they'd put some kind of coating. Back in 2006, 7 and 8, they was selling this special coating that you can spray on your windscreen, and it helps the rain to bead on your windscreen, and then the wiper's supposed to get rid of it. But what happened was it was spreading the beading all over the bloody windscreen. It wasn't actually cleaning. It was spreading the rain. So I nearly had a couple of wipeouts. So when I got back, I said, "What did you do to the car? Because the windscreen's dangerous." And she said she took it in for a service. I goes, "Okay." So I went to the place and I asked him, "Did you coat the windscreen with something?" They said, "Yeah, And I said, "Yeah, can you do me a favor? Can you remove that coating now? It's dangerous." And the thing is, right, what you want is that in America, there was a TV advertising. This particular product was used to protect the paint of the car.
Yes.
So it stopped the rain hurting the car. And so if you got a cloth, you could just wipe the rain off with one wipe on your body, but not on the windscreen, you see. And there was the problem. Yeah, fucking nearly had another wipe
It's actually quite easy to do this treatment, and I recommend everyone to do it on his own with
Yeah.
their cars or motorcycles or any mechanical device which has direct exposure with weather conditions.
Yeah.
It's a hydrophobic solution, and all you need is like this angle grinder with a big sponge, big cotton for polishing surfaces, and you put that paste, yeah, and you just rub very well all the surface of your car, windshield, body kit, everything. And then you just simply wash it away, the excess, and the car will be like brand new coming out of the factory. And when it will start raining, you will see that the rain is actually leaking very, very fast off from the car.
Yeah, it
It doesn't
rolls off.
stick.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't stick to it. Yeah, it rolls off.
yeah,
Supposedly, yeah. Well, I used that on my motorbike back in
yeah,
1998, 97, 98. I bought it from the American cable TV, American TV shopping. So I ordered it and I used it on my motorbike, the Fireblade of the time.
yeah.
My CBR 1000 back then. And it was, I loved it. I loved that product.
And for example, when the car loses this protective layer, when you wash your car and you slide your finger across the paint or the body kit, you will hear a sound like squeaking, just like when something is very, very clean, you know.
Yeah, squeaky
But
clean.
that means that you lost that protective layer, because when you slide your finger on your car, it has to slide smoothly and without a sound.
Yeah, like it's on a silicon.
That means that, it's like a oily surface, so it slides, Yeah.
The thing about all this, cleaning of your car anyway, if you're living in a city like London, let's say you've done that treatment, okay? I guarantee you by the time you leave your house and you get to work, right, your car is covered in dust because it's coming from the brake dusts, from the buses, the trucks, the cars. Then you've got the dust that's in the atmosphere anyway. And then you've got the oily particulates that are coming out of the exhaust pipes of all the vehicles that are running. So by the time you take a clean white tissue and just rub the surface of your bonnet and look at the
It's
black
gonna
lines
be
you'll
black.
have on there.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's pointless, and that's why I don't waste my money on any product. There is just no need for it because you're fighting against nature, and nature, it's going to win every time. So basically, just wash your car, dry it off with a towel, and if you don't want to dry it off with a towel, wind dry it. Go for a drive and let the wind dry it for you. But it's still going to be dirty anyway. You see, it's a never-ending battle. So don't get wrapped up into that too much. I wash my car 4 times a year, right? 4 times a year, maybe 6 sometimes, and I guarantee you, I'm washing it in the rain mostly. When we have a heavy downpour, is when I wash my car. I put my Gore-Tex jacket on, my Gore-Tex trousers, socks, and then I got my rubber gloves. I put a little bit of washing up liquid that you wash the dishes with on a sponge. Okay, the sponge has got a long plastic handle, and then you got and that's all I need. And I start with the windscreens first. Okay, all the windows, and then the roof, and then the bonnet, and then the side. Okay, I don't do the wheels because that would make the sponge very dirty. I use a brush for that, and then I let the rain rinse down, and that's how I wash my SUV. It's an SUV. If I had a sports car or a regular sedan or saloon, they need to look nice. But an SUV doesn't necessarily have to look spick and span all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like what they call the designer dirt look. Yeah, that's the look I like for my SUV. That's why I chose the SUV. because I didn't want to spend time polishing and buffing up my car. My motorbike, on the other hand, when I ride it, I spend about 30 minutes before I ride or after I ride, depending on how I feel when I get back. So if I've come back from a ride and it's still daylight, I might spend 30 minutes cleaning it, and that's only cleaning the wheels, getting the brake dust off the wheels, and then the body is usually clean, and then just cover it up. So I've got it down to a fine art now. I don't really have to go into spending money on. I don't buy anything to clean my bikes except for a car polish, liquid polish, and that's all I use. Nothing else. One product. I don't polish the car, but I polish my bike, and that's the wheels because they're orange, and I like to see them looking gleaming, orangey nice. Yes. And the bodywork's usually clean.
Well, the hydrophobic treatment, I recommend it because it also does not allow the car body kit to rust.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, anti-rust protection is always good. Yeah. Always good to have that. Most certainly, yeah. The only thing is on a motorcycle, you've got on my one, you've got triple discs. Now, the discs themselves won't be rusting because I'm using them regularly, so they're fine. And then I always wipe down the whole wheel and the discs, all the rotors. What you can see, they get touched with the cloth, so they're always protected. Yeah. The drive chain I don't use an oil. I use a silicone grease, and it looks like it's like toothpaste. And I literally put it on a toothbrush and I brush it into the links, and then I rotate. I might do a stretch of like 1 foot, spin it, and then 1 foot again, spin it, 1 foot again, and then leave that. And then when I go out for a ride, it will coat each link by the time I've got to the next set of traffic lights. You know, each link will have a coating of this grease on it, and that's it. It stops the splatter that you get when you use an oily chain lube. It gets everywhere. It sprays all over the place. But with this silicone grease, it's very resistant to falling off because it's grease, and it doesn't splatter everywhere. It's nice, yeah. And I coat and I brush. I wipe the side of the chain, both sides of the chain links with the cloth as I spin the wheels. Everything's getting nicely greased and clean.
Better a grease which is better than the silicone is the molybdenum grease.
Yeah.
And this grease is a metallic grease, and it actually it's like magnetically sticks to the metal parts, and it keeps them very well greased. But this grease is a lot more expensive, so I don't recommend it.
In England and in Japan, we call that one that we use on the bikes when it comes to that kind of material. It's called copper ease. So it's bits of copper, granulated copper in grease, and we use it when we put, like, if we're putting a new set of brake pads, you would put it on the backing plate of the brake pads as you put them into the caliper, so that it sticks to the drum. It stops the squealing of your brake pads and all that. Yeah, that's why we use it. And also, you have 2 pins, or in some brake pads, you only have 1 pin in the middle. But usually with the Hondas, you've got 2 pins. Those need to be greased occasionally as well. So we use those copper E's on those as well. And then you slide them in. See, and they're there. They catch the dust. That's the beauty of it. If they catch the dust, stop the squealing, and it keeps everything well lubed, you know. So when you apply your brakes on a full lock, you feel it gripping, and then you can release it. You know you're not going to be locking up. Yeah, I love all that, man.
Well, for the brakes, I don't recommend molybdenum grease. Only for the chain, power transmission, stuff like this.
Yeah, I tend to use silicone because it's waterproof, first of all. So if it rains, it's not going to wash away,
right?
Yeah.
And then, it also keeps the link nice and clean. It looks nice. That's the thing. When you look at it, you change lube and it looks good. Rather than, okay, my chain is lubed, but it looks like it's lubed. There's grease everywhere. Not grease, should I say, oil. Oil everywhere, and it's on the back wheel as well. All over the back wheel.
Yeah.
And that means you've got to clean everything, and I don't want that. So you have to reduce the amount of work that you need to do. So toothbrush, silicone grease, nice. And then a little bit of the car body spray that I use. No salt, it's not a solvent type, polish type, on a cloth. And I just wipe the wheels down and you can see the dust just rolling off. And then you touch it and it's nice, smooth, shiny. Do the front as well with the mud guard, yeah, nice. And then the fairing, the fairing at the bottom where the exhaust meets, where they meet up to get that area as well, because that's the front wheel is throwing shit onto that area as well. Clean that up. Yeah, nice. The belly of the fairing at the bottom, clean that up as well. A few seconds. Oh, let me do where it says Honda as well. Give that a swipe. Yeah, it looks good. Park it up, cover up the bike. And then the next time I go out, lift up the covers again. When you lift up the cover, it's like a brand new bike every time. You think, yeah, good. Put the key in. Yeah, whoa. Automatic choke. And then, whoa. And I just put my helmet on, put my gloves on, with my knuckle duster, Kevlar knuckle dusters on them. For any idiot who wants to give me some, I give it to him on the jaw. Okay, there you go. Side stand, click, click, go, whoa, and I'm off.
Yeah, but no matter how much you care your car or motorcycle, it's never gonna be ready for functioning in space. Yeah.
It can never run in space.
Yeah.
The engine would cut out because I have no air.
Yeah.
No air to run the engine. So it would just cut out instantly.
Nor in a 1000 degrees oven, or in minus 200 Celsius or minus 80 in Antarctica.
Things are going to be melting or in the reverse, cracking.
Yeah.
Yes.
If we had a very bad winter, like minus 80 degrees Celsius, all people should take their cars inside their homes to protect them from that cold exposure.
Put a blanket over the engine, and then close the bonnet, and then put it in the garage, and then warm the garage up to room temperature.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I remember I was talking to a Flat Earth dude, and he was taking pictures of the moon one time near where he lives. Okay, taking some moon shots. It was nighttime, and he was feeling cold. I said, put a blanket on your engine, or put your gloves on the engine and warm because your engine should still be warm, and then you can get your heat from there. Because his hands were beginning to get cold. So I said, put a cloth or a towel or something, a blanket on that engine, and then take the heat from the engine onto your hands. Yeah. Keep yourself nice and warm, man. But yeah, I've always been the guy to economize when it comes to maintaining, things that you spend on the car. I just cut that down to like almost zero. Really, didn't buy any special car wash. Didn't buy any. I bought car polish, but I use that on my bike now. I don't use it on the car. Haven't used it on the car for years now. I don't really do any of that. And I think if you go to the car wash in Japan, it's 300 yen, which is like $3 to wash your car. Okay, it's nothing. $3.
Well, it's cheap.
Yeah. And when you go there, they provide you with buckets to wash your car body whilst you're waiting to queue up and wash your car. You can hand wash it quickly with the sponge, and they've got the brushes as well to wash
your wheels as well, 2 separate buckets. So sometimes when I go to the car wash, that's what I'm doing. I would have watched it at home first, by the way. Watch it at home first, then drive to the car wash, which is literally less than 5 minutes away from where I am. So I go to the
Well, in
the
Germany, a car wash will be like 1,500, 2,500 yen.
Oh, that's
Then,
expensive, man.
yeah, and you do it yourself.
Yeah. You got to do it yourself, exactly. So
Yeah.
ours is 300. Although the staff are there to help you. So if you're not sure what to do, the staff is always on hand to help you every single time. If you don't understand the Japanese language, the kanji, whatever, you don't get it. You know, they're there to help you anyway. Yeah, look at that. Look, $2.37. There you go, guys. That's how much it's costing me to wash my car if I do decide to go. And then I choose the reason why it's just a shampoo wash. That's it. Shampoo and rinse. That's all it's getting. It's an SUV. And the reason why I wash my car by hand first of all, anyway, is because that the car wash doesn't get everything off properly. Really.
Yeah.
Doesn't do it that, when you have a good look. So I do it by hand first. Then I go in there, give the car, the roof a nice pop up. Then it rinses down. Then you got this hot air blower that blows the water off the car. And then I drive out and take the long way round home. By the time I get home, the body is dry, and then I just buff up the chrome. Because on my SUV Pathfinder, we have chrome in certain areas, and I buff that all up. Yeah.
In
My car is
Romania,
26. Yeah, go on.
in Romania, you will be paying like 500 yen or 1,000, but you have one guy is washing it with a water jet with solutions and everything, and he's not going to use a blower to dry your car, but they use special cloth, and with hand they
I
dry
think they're
it.
using chamois leather.
And he's also cleaning the interior. So
That's what they do in London, and that's what they do here. You see, the car wash has a special piece of equipment that's part of the operation, and it blows hot air across the car as it blows away the water. You know, like a vacuum cleaner, but in reverse. So it blows warm air across the car to blow off the water, basically, the water residue, and then you drive away. Still, you've got water on your car, but by the time you've driven to your destination, it's probably all gone. The only thing is, you need to clean the chrome, otherwise you get the watermarks, of course. So I clean the chrome on my car, and then everything's done. Yeah, and that's it. It's an SUV. I mean, it's 26 years old. Doesn't have to be looking spick and span. I mean, my windscreen wipers. Okay, you can tell they are old because where I'm driving, the wind has polished the original black paint. Now you're seeing the silver polished up. Okay, then there's parts that are black. There are parts that are black on the arm, on the both arms, and then there are parts that are silver where the wind over the years has licked it, and it's blown it's worn away the paint. And I don't. When I change the windscreen wiper, I only change the blade because I want to keep that authenticity. You know, the honest looking. Yeah, I can keep that. Yeah, I could buy a complete wiper with the arm and everything, but I don't want to do that. I just need the blade. And just the rubber only is what I buy. The rubber. And then I thread the rubber through the original holder. That's 26 years old. Yeah, that's what I do. So you can just buy the rubber in Japan, just the rubber blade itself, and that's all I buy. Yeah. And I love all that. Yeah. I like keeping things as original as possible, if I can. And then my car is a good source for communication or conversation because I've got the Transformers Autobot insignia on the bonnet, on the roof and on the back of the tailgate. So when I go camping and that, I notice people are looking at the car. And then occasionally they ask me, do I belong to some kind of club? What's that mark? And I said, that's the Transformers. And then they say, oh, yeah. Oh, really cool. I said, yeah, thanks. And then my number plate, 911. So we can talk about many things, you know. The number plate's 911. Right? And then you got the Transformer mark on top. So, yeah, the car is cool, you know. It's 26 years old. And they're quite surprised that I drive a Nissan. Why not a Toyota? They said. I said, well, I like the Nissan Pathfinder. I like the look of it. It was the car that was available at the time when I had my money. You know, I like Toyota, but it was a Nissan. So that's why I chose it. Good brand. They used to be
Toyota are bigger, I think.
Yeah. Toyota are more famous. Here in Japan, they are. When I was in London, before coming to Japan, Honda was number one, you see. So I used to think Honda was the best cars, best Japanese cars, until I came to Japan. And then I was since corrected. No. Toyota is number one. I said, no, Honda. No, Toyota. I said, yeah, but when you're looking at the Formula One racing and motorcycle racing, Honda are leading. I don't see Toyota anywhere. Because yes, that's true. But in the domestic world market of car ownership, Toyota is number one. I said, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Shocked me. Yeah. That was in
Toyota
1999.
Toyota did win the Paris Dakar quite many times. So
Oh yes, Toyota did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did. And
rally race car. Yeah.
Yeah. And Mitsubishi very strong as well back in the
Yeah.
Yes.
Mitsubishi are bigger. They make some bigger models, bigger engine.
Yeah. 1 second. Come in, Hakim. What do you want? Okay, just a minute. Hang on a second. What can I do? What do you want?
Yep, you there.
Yeah, hang on. My son's just come down. I'm going to have a few words with him, okay?
Yeah,
Sorry
man.
about that, guys.
That's right. You still there, Gabby Get?
Oh yes, I'm still here.
What, you're in Germany? What do the Germans consider the best German car?
Well, I would say Mercedes, but Audi is also not the least, you know. But if you like comfort and not necessarily luxury, but comfort, then yes, Mercedes.
I thought so.
Yeah.
It's between them and BMW.
The funny thing is, I don't see that many BMW as I see Mercedes and Audi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They consider the BMW a kind of a nervous car, a car designed targeting at the young people, you know, that are willing to push the pedal, you know. Yeah. I too recommend Mercedes if you go for buying a new car and you want the latest good stuff in your car, technology, Mercedes. And if you are like middle class, willing to get a quality car, but also cheaper than Audi.
Who's here?
What's up?
What's up?
Where is the curve?
I wonder the same.
Asking the same questions.
Every day for the past years.
Oh. Yeah.
Mm.
These are the questions which endlessly will have no answers coming from the Globers.
True. We might have
You
a
wanted to
couple
say
of
something?
Globers coming in here soon. Huh?
Oh, cool. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, they're in the VC chicken right now.
Let's see.
They want to see the proof of no curvature.
Well, my best one that I found is the linear encoders.
Yeah,
Those
I know,
are measuring instruments. Yeah, they are physical measuring instruments,
No, I
and
understand. But I mean,
yeah,
for these
they,
people, like, it doesn't work for everyone because not everybody that understands the.
Yeah, they don't have knowledge in mechatronics.
Yeah, you need some knowledge in that. So maybe some basic geometry, math, whatever, would probably work better on the average average Joe, I guess.
Do you know the electronic digital calipers?
No, I don't.
Well, if you Google digital caliper, you will see what I'm talking about. It's a measuring instrument.
Well, from the name itself, I get the point, but what are you trying to say?
Yeah. And
digital.
That is
caliper. What the fuck is that?
Caliper, yeah, with double
Caliper.
L.
Oh, not caliber.
Yeah.
So with the
Caliper.
P. Oh, okay,
yeah,
sorry.
P.
All right.
Yeah.
I've seen one of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so
it's really precise.
The ones which are not digital, they have a ruler.
Mm-hmm.
And you can read the numbers, how much you measure in inches or millimeters. The digital one doesn't have that, but it has a display and it shows you the measurement you're making. And it has they usually have a precision of 1/10 of a millimeter. So you can measure like 0.99, 100 part of a millimeter, but you have a margin of error of 3 to 500 of a millimeter. So that's the tolerance, plus minus 200.
What do you usually measure with this? Like, what's the common thing to use this tool with?
Well, in cutting metal, yeah.
Industry, yeah, cutting metal, okay.
Yeah, and you want a certain length for the screws, if it's like 1/10 of a millimeter longer, you can have a contact there, and it doesn't fit correctly. Yeah. So. Or when you cut rods, axles, whatever, any metal, uh, you want to know the diameter of a gear. Yeah, you measure it with a caliper. You know. So yeah. Also the holes. You know. You can measure quite very precisely, and you can find uh, within the 100th, 200th of a millimeter margin of error. But yeah, this will be useless to work in a wood shop, you know, carpenter, because this kind of precision grade doesn't make sense for wood cutting, you know.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit
Yeah.
extreme, maybe, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this caliper, it has a magnetic strip, you know, and there is a magnetic sensor reader, yeah, like a coil, which is actually reading how far it has traveled from the null point. Yeah, that's how they work. So it's a physical ruler, you know, which you put it to measure. So when you measure something to be like 10 millimeters or 20 millimeters long, you know that there is no light refraction involved there in that measurement. Because you're not using light to measure, you know.
No, of course not.
Yeah. And the linear encoder is exactly on the same principle like a digital caliper, but it's 200 meters long. And you have this uh, sensor which is sliding across that band strip. And it tells you how far away it's traveled, you know. How far away you are from the 0 point, from the starting point. And the precision grade of these linear encoders is much, much bigger than a caliper, digital caliper. They have a 65 nanometer margin of error in 200 meters length.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know the story. You've been telling us many times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's technology is amazing. What can I say?
Yeah, and this is what Boeing, Airbus, these big aerospace manufacturers, this is what they are using today. It's the technology we are using today. And this technology, you couldn't have been using it like 20 or 50 years ago because not because it didn't exist. Yeah, we had knowledge about it in the 70s, but to actually produce this kind of encoders and stuff, it was very expensive in those times. we didn't had such high resolution camera or laser diodes, sensors, laser readers. These have technology evolved. It's when the CD-ROM, the compact disc, was invented. They found that hey, we can use those laser engravings to actually make a very long ruler, yeah, and you can have a very precise positioning system, This is what the linear encoders are. Yeah.
And there you have it.
Yeah. But we have to ignore all this technological achievement and believe that the Earth can still have curvature which we cannot see or measure it.
I have a good response from a Glober.
Yeah.
That's because of gravity. That's why we can't see the curvature.
Yeah.
That's the best they have. Oh my god. So gravity is making it hard to see the curvature. Interesting. I never heard that one before.
And some of these linear encoders, they are in a thermal controlled medium environment. So they can be encased in a aluminium casing, yeah. And inside you have a air conditioner controlling the temperature overall, the temperature throughout all the length of this linear encoder. So you cannot say that in the middle it's much warmer, so the materials will start dilating. So your ruler actually becomes longer. It's just like the railway tracks. When you look at them, you find that they have these places where they are joined, and you see there is a gap, a little gap between them. This is for allowing the steel to thermally work, because it is thermally working. In cold days, the steel is contracting, so it will be decreasing in its length a little bit. And in the hotter days, when it's warm, it will dilate. So it will expand in its length. And when we have these tracks, they are, 5, 6, 8 meters long. At such a long steel bar, it can actually have a mechanical work due to this dilation and contraction of a couple of millimeters, 3 or 5, 8 millimeters, And now when they make these railway joints, where they join them, they don't do cross-section cuts, but they do in a diagonal cut, so that you will not have a air gap between the railways, the joint railways, which will feel like a bump for the wheel when it's rolling on the track.
are the Globers? Where are the Globers? Chewy Cloud. You new here? Chewy.
Hello, my name got mentioned. Hi.
Hey there, man.
Hey, what's up?
Are you new around here?
Am I what?
Are you new around here?
You could say that. Sure.
All right, cool. So, what is your standing point around the topic? Have you changed any views yet?
No, not really.
Oh.
Well, actually, I've had my views strengthened, if anything, but I haven't changed any views since coming in.
All right. Mind elaborating which views we're talking about?
Oh yeah. So I came in here with the position that we have no knowledge to adequately assess the form of the Earth, and that like just suggesting it is anything is rather ridiculous. And then I got like essentially given logical arguments as to why the Earth is not a globe, at least in like respect to the heliocentric model currently proposed by like astronomers, right? And then like I got given Black Lotus logical argument. Well, it wasn't like a logical argument. It was more like a kindergartner's like fairy tale book, right? Like level of logical argument. Like instead of not, they literally wrote not. But nonetheless, I appreciate the making it like super like easy to read and understand for like newcomers.
Well,
I guess I got that, and then I saw a video of like somebody approaching an astronomer at a university being like, hey, how the fuck can like gas be contained without like a container, right? We're just saying like Earth's atmosphere is just kind of vibing there and pulled down by gravity. But if I pick up a fucking box full of air and like shake it around, the air goes out and changes. How does that make any sense? Like if I take a box, put like a heavy gas in there, and if I put heavy gas on the floor, the heavy gas on the floor is going to spread eventually just because of like quote unquote gravity, right? But if I have a fucking box and I have like heavy gas in there and I shake it around, it's going to stay in the box because it's in a closed container. But nonetheless, I went to a university and I asked an astronomer and I got the same answer that other people got. Gotta go, right? So yeah. That's where I'm sort of at. I just like think it's ridiculous to say the Earth is like a ball because there's nothing to go off of to make that assertion. And I would just say like anybody that's making that assumption is doing so unpragmatically because holy shit, have you like tried using Google Maps? Like if you pull a line one end it's like flat and like horizontal, but if you try to do a vertical line it like fucking curves, does like a 360, spins in a ball, like what the hell? Anyways, yeah. Yeah, that's the view that I got strengthened in here.
Oh, that's cool. That's good to hear. At least you're challenging, the topic itself, so to say. So even when it comes down to the professors, whatnot, they can't even explain the simplest thing.
And it is relatively simple.
Very interesting.
Right?
Yeah. Really interesting. On the least. Yeah, but cool. And any other aspects you've been looking into, like to strengthen your views, or like you're still like lingering about, or
well, I would say like my position is fully formed. I guess that you don't need more. Like it's an illogical assumption to make that the Earth is a globe, and so like beyond that point, I don't think I need much more. And I have every reason to believe that like scientists just can't like confirm that this is the case. At least if they respect like any physicians anything, or like any philosophers anything. Like I forgot the digit, so forgive me for that. But I recall somebody linking a source as to like the
How far off they
accuracy
are.
rate like they themselves
Yeah.
provided for like the silly like dark matter gravity pulls everything down, but certain things not, and some things maybe when I say so, but not when I don't say so thing.
Yeah, I think I know which one you mean.
It was like something like really ridiculously low, like something to the power of something.
Yeah, a lot of digits. A lot
Yeah.
of zeros and then 10
Yeah.
something at the end.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, even they claim they use a lot of pseudoscience.
Oh yeah, entirely.
They've been
It's
caught
just
off
based on like
I think they've been caught off guard basically when they said that, of course, because they don't want to say that, publicly known, basically. But yeah.
yeah, it's like an
still it
entirely
works,
like a ridiculous hypothesis for sure.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Jin.
How you doing, man? You all right?
Hey, I'm good. Thank you. How are you doing? Always a pleasure having you here, man.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, now I'm just talking to my son here. Memory lane. It's his birthday tomorrow, you see. He's going to be 22. 22
All right.
tomorrow.
Congrats to him in advance, I guess.
Congratulations.
Before.
Oh, my dad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So yeah, okay. I'll be back just listening in.
All right. Cool. Can I ask you regarding the Black Swan topic, Cloud? Did that initially at the beginning, like, how did that tick you in the mind first time when you heard it? Like, did you grasp the thing directly, or did it take time to dissect the?
Yeah, I grasped it directly. I just asked for like evidence that like the oil rigs were actually that far. Got the evidence, and then it made sense. Like it's like a super easy logical argument. It's basically like saying
It should be, yeah. For some people, it doesn't, though. I have noticed lately when we show that that argument for them, present that.
I mean, if I recall, it's just like P implies Q, not Q, therefore not P, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like if I'm alive, then I breathe, but I don't breathe, therefore I'm not alive, basically.
Yeah, something in that line. Yeah, it should be pretty self-explanatory, like the whole thing. Like once you see it, then that's it. Like it's not physically possible with a geometric model horizon, basically. That we are being told, I guess. So. So I would say if those people that can't see it straight away, either they're ignorant because they don't understand geometry, or they're just not being intellectually honest with themselves. I think there's either of those two things, in my opinion. I don't know. I feel like it's when it comes to that. But from what I've experienced anyway, with other peoples when they deny objective reality, basically, with evidence supported by it.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move on.
Listen,
We're
I
going to move
just
on because I just wanted
yeah.
to ask quickly,
I
Matthew.
wanted to
Matthew
point out
learned.
the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
Yeah, I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because
well,
I
I
just
was
want
going
to
to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it
Right.
logically.
So, is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what
Okay, let's let Wolf take it.
does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know
that? Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. I believe him. Like a bunch of
I
evidence.
liked it better
So
with the
you could,
Canada example.
you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say
He
that you
told me.
believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman. I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
What, like
right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth, though.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
the
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second. I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
That's a
great point,
actually. That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
You just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
You said the
I don't know
sun
the
in your
distance of the sun.
experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea, that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what you're
flawed.
saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then
prove.
you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this.
it.
We said we can't
I
prove the
think
globe, and then now
I
you say you
think
can prove
that's
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again.
I
So
think that's the
okay,
whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
no,
Well,
but
like
this
Try to
is
prove
it. Yeah,
anything in the physical world.
not wirelessly.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You can
This is
go to
it.
the
This is the
ocean,
logic we're
prove that
talking about,
it's
right?
salt, that there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube.
lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't
did.
think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew,
Okay.
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do like can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word. Proof.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
if you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of
I'm
wishy-washy.
again. I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants
Yeah,
to be
like one apple.
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking what prove it is. You know, but I
Set
also
a bar,
want
yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you
Why
one
is it
specific
maybe an
question. Is
illusion?
it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an
No.
hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's all
What
I'm
is
saying.
that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha, he's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's.
can I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right.
Matthew?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So, what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then, like
no,
you.
I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen,
damn.
no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me
what we
explain the difference.
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof, evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example: you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one month.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then. So you definitely don't know it then.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know pot. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word proof.
Because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
There's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak
Yeah.
almost. Where
So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the
Hey,
ocean.
hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all,
strong evidence for the curvature of the earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no,
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no, I would say that I don't use
Right.
the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe to
Exactly
begin with.
right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said,
okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
All
Since you
kinds
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I
better.
can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the
So,
weeds. Sorry about that.
yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
We
Go for it.
Quick
Alright, cool.
question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yeah, so you're
saying
just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so,
course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, as what you spoke, there are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof.
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you going to use
I
the
don't know
vagina
of any
example with your
arguments.
students, Matthew?
Am I going to what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're all
I
right,
know
Matthew,
that there are
honestly,
problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No.
can't
Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
Like,
Give
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
Well, I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Amazing debates.
Do better than this. This is Mother Nature. You cannot beat diffraction. On your retina, when you look at a light source, the image on your retina will look like this. Will look exactly what you saw there. That is what your retina will see. And if those two lights are too close together, your brains will say, sorry, I don't see two lights.
I've been looking into the topic of this video for a while, and I really wanted to introduce the concepts of angular resolution, visual acuity, and diffraction as they apply to the horizon, so that these laws of physics, light, resolution, and perspective can be taken into account and hopefully further developed in order to better understand our Earth, and also to help dispel some of the tired old myths of ships and buildings disappearing over the edge of a ball Earth. Now, mainstream science teaches us that the horizon is the edge of a ball Earth as it curves away from us, because ships disappear bottom first when they sail over this edge. What's funny to me is that their argument of ships going over a ball Earth is just as silly as falling off the edge of a flat Earth. It is a very childish argument, especially in today's world where we can pull objects back into view with a telescope or zoom camera, not to mention the fact that if you ascend in altitude, you can clearly see that a ship or building is not over the curve of a ball. It was simply out of your view due to perspective and the angles of light propagation when you're at a lower elevation. From a higher vantage point, your eyes can clearly see that the water or land is completely flat. There is no curve or edge that boats are sailing over. Again, it is a silly assertion, yet it is one of the main pillars of the ball Earth theory. In this video, I will introduce the concepts of angular resolution with a basic explanation, and then I will show another short clip of MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin in his Physics 3 course, where he teaches these recognized laws of physics that we can test and observe. This is basically judo, where we are using their own scientific admissions to form a logical explanation of why we observe what we observe, and this in stark contrast to how groups such as NASA interpret the same observations. The survival of the ball Earth theory necessarily relies on NASA images and other space claims. Otherwise, their theory has only silly stories such as a spinning, orbiting ball Earth and non-existent curvature, or the direction of toilets flushing and boats going over the edge of a ball, none of which is observed by the average individual. So to begin, what is angular resolution? Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as a telescope, microscope, camera, or the human eye, to distinguish small details of an object. It is the minimum angle needed so that an instrument can discern resolvable detail, and it represents the resolving power and precision of optical instruments, which includes the eye. This angle is created at the eye or the lens, and it is based on the diameter of an object and that object's distance from the observer or the device. This angle determines the size of the image that is projected onto the retina. So once an angle is small enough that it reaches the angular resolution limit, no image can be resolved on the retina, and basically the object disappears. The formula to find the angular resolution of the human eye, or any image-forming device, is the constant of 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens aperture or entrance pupil. Once you figure out the angular resolution of, say, the human eye, you can then determine how large or how far away an object must be for you to be able to resolve it. In other words, for you to be able to see it. This is the limit of eyesight, or the resolving power of a telescope, camera, or microscope. Anything beyond this limit cannot be seen. A shorter distance and larger diameter of an object equal a larger angle at your eye, thus easy to resolve. A longer distance and smaller diameter of an object equal a smaller angle, thus difficult for your eye to resolve. The size of the angle is also what gives us perspective. Objects do not physically shrink in size as they move away from us, but the angle in our eye gets smaller and smaller, which is what allows us to determine that it is moving further and further away. For objects coming toward us, the angle will get larger and the object will appear to be larger on the retina. This is an important part of perspective. This is how we distinguish objects moving away versus coming toward us. The angles also help us determine the size or distance of any given object. Visual acuity is another closely related term that means clarity of vision, or the limit of one's eyesight, and it is a measurement of the angular resolution of the eye or the device. The generally accepted value for the angular resolution limit, or visual acuity, of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, which equals 0.02 degree. This means that at a distance of 1 kilometer, the human eye can resolve an object that is about 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Beyond this, the angle formed in the observer's eye gets smaller than 1 arc minute, and the object will blur and then finally disappear altogether. And here is another quick explanation of angular resolution by MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin.
So in the remaining 5 minutes, I want to address the issue of the angular resolution of your own eye. You can now calculate what the ultimate angular resolution is of your own eye, because you can estimate what the diameter is of the pupil, the opening of your eye. 3 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters, a little bit larger at night when it is dark. Pupil opens up, but we can calculate what this is. If I take 4 millimeters, so I put in for A 4 millimeters, and if I take lambda 5,000 angstroms, it's not an unreasonable value, then I find that the best angular resolution of a human eye is half an arc minute. Cannot be any better. There's just no way around it. You're always stuck with the diffraction limitation. I think, though, that most of you will not be able to see with an angular resolution of 1/2 arc minute. Most of you are probably in the domain of 1 arc minute. It's a little larger than diffraction limited, but it's very close to that. That is 30 arc seconds. That is 600 times worse than Hubble Space Telescope. When you think of diffraction, it's really an incredibly fascinating thing. Because what does diffraction actually means? That it is a limitation that is put upon us, on everyone, also God. No one can bypass diffraction. No matter how hard we try, we can never undo our chains and handcuffs that are imposed upon us by diffraction.
And he's definitely not a flat earther. He obviously believes in the Hubble telescope. The main reason I want to introduce these concepts is to demonstrate with logic that there are scientifically proven and verifiable factors that determine how far we can see with our own eyes and with telescopes. Angular resolution equations are used by NASA, astronomers, and scientists to determine the resolving power of the human eye, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, including the Hubble Space Telescope. So when people say, if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see Europe across the ocean, there are scientifically proven laws of light, diffraction, resolution, and perspective that render this statement foolish. Due to the resolving power of our eyes and even the most powerful telescopes, We could never possibly see across an ocean that is thousands of miles in distance. It is impossible due to the laws of physics, due to the physics of the angles, not to mention the additional limitations of diffraction. Again, it is a silly statement that we should be able to see across the ocean if the Earth were flat. However, the mistaken or disingenuous conclusion put forth by the so-called scientific community, in spite of these scientifically proven and accepted limitations on light propagation and resolution, is that the reason we can't see across the ocean is because we live on a spinning ball. Do you see the trick that they're playing? It is like telling little children that a guy on a sleigh in the North Pole brings them presents on Christmas. It sounds outlandish even to children, but they don't know any better, and they don't actually see the parents leaving the presents, and they are given this story by the authority, so they believe it. In our case, we have a knowledge gap, an unknown, because we can't see across the ocean, or we see ships and buildings disappear bottom first as they get further away, so we look to supposedly qualified authorities to study these issues for us and provide reliable explanations. For hundreds of years, the scientific authorities, now the space agencies, have both knowingly and unknowingly filled this gap with their own cleverly constructed explanations, and most people just accept their models without researching or using reason and logic. If people did think about the issues critically and logically, they would see that the authority is giving us beautifully wrapped presents and putting out cookies for their fictional Santa Claus, in this case a spinning ball Earth. One way they fill this gap is to use the angular distance of a sky object to invent their model. The angular diameter, or apparent size, is an angular measurement describing how large an object appears from a given point of view. For example, this involves looking at the sky and determining that the sun and moon have an angular diameter of about 31 or 32 arc minutes, which equals a half of a degree. So this is the angle created in our eye or in a telescope, which means that the sun and the moon can be around 31 miles in diameter and 3,500 miles up, or, as the authorities claim, the moon can be 2,159 miles in diameter and 237,000 miles away. And they claim the sun is 864,575 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. You see, both measurements are correct based on the angle we see from Earth. Knowing the angular diameter or apparent size of a celestial body, we can easily invent a model using trigonometry. We could say the sun is 500 miles in diameter and 57,000 miles away, or maybe it is only 5 miles in diameter and 500 miles up. Or, if we wanted to get really crazy, we could invent a sun that is 2 million miles in diameter and 229 million miles away. Of course, if we did that, we would then have to adjust all of the diameters and orbital speeds of the planets and distances, but this should give you an idea of how they have constructed their model, because they are all built on apparent sizes, the angular diameter of lights in the sky visible from Earth. So, relationally, the math works out. They then construct their universe model around these angles, filling in and changing the numbers as needed to fit their assumptions. This is why the spins and orbits are so ridiculous, yet mathematically they work out because it's all based on the angles. And this is also the reason why they changed the distance of the sun over the years to fit their model. This assertion of boats going over the edge of a ball Earth is silly. Check out this footage from a channel called Wide Awake. This guy filmed some great sky and horizon shots showing that objects can be brought back into view, and more importantly, his shots also demonstrate diffraction and the resolution limit of these objects at those distances, and at those angles. As you can see in his footage, the boats, once they are close enough to resolve, appear like little smudges, and they also appear to be floating above the horizon. The boats are not mirages floating in the air, although there is an inferior mirage that appears inverted below the actual boats in his footage. To prove this, he actually tracks them all the way in, and the closer a boat gets, the more resolved it becomes, and the more detail you can see. This is a perfect illustration of visual acuity and the angular resolution of the camera, which is obviously better than our eyes, but the principle is the same. And again, if you increase your altitude, say to the top of a hotel or in an airplane or on a mountain, you create better angles and you can of course see further, but even there you will eventually reach a resolution limit. It is unavoidable, but it is not an edge that Santa Claus is falling over. Look at the water in his shots. Some would call the resolved water line the horizon, but you can clearly see boats fully in the water beyond the resolved water line. You can even barely make out the water being sprayed up from the motor. The surface of the water extends beyond the resolved water line, but it is too far and at too sharp of an angle for the camera or your eye to completely resolve. There's also a lot of diffraction going on due to this angle and the light or atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you get a blurred section that reflects the sky as an inferior mirage. Again, this happens beyond a point where the eye or camera can no longer clearly resolve the water due to the angle and diffraction. It is where your eye or camera can no longer distinguish points of light. The image blurs and turns into a mirror under certain conditions. Look at the shimmering and changing edges of the top of the waterline as the camera resolves it at its maximum distance. Beyond this distance, the water is at too small of an angle to resolve any detail. At this point, it does exactly what a road will do on a hot day. It reflects the light waves like a mirror because the eye or camera can more easily resolve these reflected light rays than they can the actual surface of the road or water. On the ground or on the water, you can see the inferior mirage or reflection of the boats and cars. Some people will claim that the boat itself is a superior mirage and that the actual boat is over the edge of a ball. This is silly for two reasons. Number one, a superior mirage is inverted, and number two, in this footage, he tracks these boats the entire way in, so you can verify with your own eyes how a boat will barely come into view as a small blur, and then as it gets closer and closer, the angles get larger and your eye can then resolve more and more detail. This is observable, repeatable, apparent, and can be verified by anyone. Unlike NASA's theories, of course, that nobody can verify unless they can build a little rocket ship. Finally, I would like to discuss the issue of boats or buildings being cut off by the horizon line over water, which many people falsely attribute to the object being over the edge of a ball Earth. Again, I would start by saying that it is easy to debunk this simply by increasing your altitude. If there were a massive drop in curvature obscuring the boat or building, this would be apparent from higher up. Our eyes are not that bad. We can clearly distinguish slopes and hills in the distance, and when you increase your altitude, you can clearly see that the target object lies on the same flat plane as the original observation point. This is simply a function of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. When you stand on the seashore, you can see a horizon line, which is basically the limit of your ability to resolve the water, because at a certain distance, the angle becomes too small and diffraction also plays a part. Above this waterline horizon will be everything that your eye can resolve above your eye level. For example, From the beach, I can see about 3 to 4 miles of the water's surface, which, in my field of view, extends from my feet up to my eye level, and it represents my horizon and the limit of my sight up to my eye level. Now, there are hotels located about 18 miles away in this picture, and these hotels are above my horizon line, yet appear to be cut off by the horizon. Not because they are over the edge of a ball, this is simply the point where they fit in due to perspective, where objects that are closer are in front of objects that are further away, which is also a function of diffraction and angular resolution. I cannot resolve the hotels any lower because the angle is too small. If I could resolve the hotels lower, then logically I would be able to resolve more of the surface of the water at a greater distance. But we know this is not possible due to the laws of physics. However, if I were to go up in an airplane, I would be able to see the entire distance from the beach to the hotel, and I could also see that it is flat as a pancake. The hotel is not obscured by the edge of a magic ball. It is simply perspective and angle of view. The limit of what I can see above and below my eye level converge at what we call the horizon line or vanishing point. So check out this little experiment I did. In order to simulate the size and distance of that hotel, I took a small glass bottle and put it on the road and then filmed from ground level. Now the hotel is about 18 stories, which equals about 180 to 200 feet. I used 250 feet just to be conservative and to give it some room above the actual water line, and the distance is 17.5 miles. The glass bottle is 3.5 inches, so that meant that I would have to put it at a distance of about 107 feet to get the same ratio. Now, when I started filming, I was standing up and I could zoom in on the bottle, the entire bottle, top to bottom, and then I pan out, I take the camera and I place it on the ground, and even on the ground it's actually conservative because the lens of the camera is still about 1 inch to 1.5 inches above the ground, so this is a conservative experiment. And when I zoom in, you can see now that the angle of resolution is just too small, and combined with the diffraction, you cannot make out the bottom of the bottle. It disappears. It is cut off, and that is exactly what you're seeing in those pictures and videos where buildings or boats are cut off at the bottom. Your eye cannot resolve the detail of the surface of the ground or the bottom of that bottle. It's just too sharp of an angle. And you can even actually see beyond the bottle where the road is, again, the same color, because your eye can resolve that a little bit better because it makes a curve and it's a little bit, the angle's a little bit better on the road beyond where the bottle is. So that's a pretty interesting little experiment and shows you the effect of diffraction and angular resolution. And again, even on the ground, the lens of the camera is about 1 inch or 1.5 inches off the ground, which when you compare that to the bottle, that is almost half of the bottle. So that would probably equal an observer that is about 100 or 150 feet in the air filming the hotel in New Smyrna. So if I was actually on the ground with the camera, I'm sure that the diffraction would probably cover almost the entire bottle, if not half the bottle, and it would look exactly like the waterline covering these hotels or these boats. But you can see the principle. It's verifiable and it's repeatable, so it's an explanation. We don't have to use the Santa Claus falling over the edge of a ball to explain what we see. If I'm standing on the beach at sea level, then obviously my field of view from my feet to the horizon will be much shorter due to the angle. Again, about 3 miles from the beach is approximately the limit for a 6-foot tall individual. Yet the distance of my field of view above the horizon will be much greater due to the angles. Therefore, I can see most of a hotel 18 miles away, but again, not the bottom of the hotel due to the angular resolution and the angle of perspective. The same principle applies to a sunset or a sunrise. The waterline horizon at the beach is about 3 to 4 miles out. Yet the sun is thousands of miles out when it disappears due to the limit of angular resolution and light propagation. We can see the sun at a much further distance because it is so large and high in the sky. But just like anything else, once it gets far enough away from the observer, the angle becomes so small that it will disappear, the furthest edge first, appearing to go down behind the water. This is what you would expect to see based on perspective. Something closer will appear in front of something farther away. This does not mean it is due to a spinning ball Earth. It simply vanishes at the waterline horizon due to perspective. Even the sun is subject to the laws of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. With a sunrise, it is the opposite. We see the top of the sun first because it is approaching us. Therefore, the side that is coming toward us is the first section of the sun to come into our field of view due to angular resolution. And again, due to the laws of perspective, the sun will always appear to be behind the much closer waterline. Some will say that it is due to the spin of the ball that you live on, but I think perspective makes more sense, and the sun is simply coming into our field of view due to, again, angular resolution. The problem that truth seekers or flat earthers face when trying to expose lies and deceptions is that most people put their own brains on sleep mode, and they put their trust in the so-called scientific authorities to investigate and explain the reasons for phenomena that we observe from Earth. This is not to say that the scientific community is purposely promoting an incorrect model. What is happening is that everyone is so specialized that they only see a small portion of the big picture. We are basically compartmentalized due to the level of sophistication of technology and our economy. People are also conditioned from kindergarten and throughout school to conform, to obey, and repeat government-sanctioned science. People are conditioned to treat any questioning of the spinning ball Earth as idiotic and primitive. If you mention flat Earth, the reaction is guaranteed to be ridicule, laughter, or even anger at the stupidity of such a statement. No one likes to be wrong, and no one likes to be ridiculed, so there's not much straying from the herd in today's world. I personally believe there's a lot of compelling evidence that calls into question the scientifically accepted model brought to us by the politically created agency of NASA. If everything is exactly how space agencies and government scientists tell us, then we are going to need much more and reliable proof other than CGI images and silly old stories. It is amazing how academia conveniently forgets the debates that used to rage about the rotundity of the Earth, and not by idiots, by learned men and women. So, in closing, I just want to reiterate that there are other alternatives to the theories that were taught to us as fact by space agencies and the political scientific authorities. There are logical and scientifically accepted laws of physics such as angular resolution, diffraction, and perspective which can be applied in this pursuit. You don't need to be a math genius or have a PhD in physics to understand that there are physical limitations on our ability to see, even with telescopes and cameras. We need to have faith in our own ability to think and use logic and reason. Otherwise, opportunistic groups of individuals who will step in and do the thinking for us. And these groups may not always have our best interests at heart. In fact, they will take advantage and control those who cannot or will not think for themselves. This, I believe, is the modern-day manifestation of slavery, where most people no longer think like humans, they simply repeat and react. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Hey guys, today I want to talk about the awesome fact that our eyes are actually mini gyroscopes, or more specifically, our own built-in attitude indicators, just like on an airplane. Our eyes work in conjunction with the horizon, which is rendered by each person's eyes depending on his or her height and altitude. The horizon rendered by our eyes acts just like the horizon reference arm of a plane's attitude indicator, also known as the artificial horizon. Now this also demonstrates that our eyes are built for a flat plane only. The functionality of our eyes and the fact that they always render the horizon at our eye level is what allows us to see using perspective, to distinguish up from down, a gradient that is sloping downward or sloping upward, near from far, and truly proves that we do not live on a ball. Now, when you turn your head sideways, the orientation of the object you're looking at does not change. This doesn't happen when you record a video sideways with a camera. In fact, that's very annoying. So why do your eyes do that? Well, it's because your eyeballs are mini gyroscopes. They do not turn with your head. They work just like a plane's gyroscope, but better. You can check this out in the mirror. Stare at a distinctive point in your eye or the iris, and then turn your head slowly, and you'll see that iris or your eyeball, it doesn't turn. Its orientation remains intact. So this is, I find this to be very cool. And the next essential feature of our gyroscopic eyeball is what it renders for us, the horizon. The horizon just doesn't exist out there. Our eyes render it for us. And it's the same feature as the artificial horizon line on the attitude indicator instrument of an airplane. So again, what is a horizon? A horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, to converge. And it's the convergence point of things below and things above into the vanishing point, or the point at which receding parallel lines viewed in perspective appear to converge. The point at which something that has been growing smaller as it gets further away, it disappears altogether. This is due to the limits of our eyesight. It's a creation of our eyes. If we could see forever, we wouldn't have the horizon line. But then again, without the horizon line, we would not be able to distinguish between items that are above us or below us, or taller than us or shorter than us in a distance. You've all seen the telephone poles in a distance. They will always, if it's taller than you where you're standing, they'll be above that horizon line, your eye level line in a drawing or anything. And just a linguistic note, this is very interesting. The origin of the word horizon, which we never think about, but if you think about it, it means horizontal or level. And the concept of level or horizontal is very important in this discussion. For instance, in Arabic, horizon is وفق المرء العقلي. It has literally, word for word, the meaning of that is level, man, mental. You know, it's almost like our internal mental leveling instrument. It's pretty cool. In Hebrew, the word for horizon also means level. I can't pronounce it, but there it is. And again, you just realize that the ancients devised the word horizon because it is level, flat. In any language, horizon is going to mean horizontal or level. The horizon that our eyes render is our level. We have a built-in level. I find that fascinating. So to move on, the horizon, it gives us our relativity. Just like the airplane's attitude indicator, it contains the horizon reference arm. Our gyroscopic eye works using the horizon that it renders for us to act as our attitude indicator. And again, the horizon for us is the level marker or artificial horizon on a plane's attitude indicator. Our eyes also create the horizon further out if we ascend in elevation, but necessarily still at eye level. If we go up in a lighthouse, our eyes will be able to see further, maybe 10 miles, 20 miles further, and they'll render that horizon at a greater distance, yet it's always going to be at our eye level. It's level. Our eyes create our horizon, which will be different for people depending on their height. If you're 4 foot tall, your horizon in your eye is going to be a different distance than someone who is 7 foot tall. But in all cases, the horizon is at each person's eye level, without fail, always. It's how we see using perspective. We need it. like I said, our eyesight is based on perspective. So how do our eyes create perspective? Well, using our eyes as attitude indicators, our eyes render the stabilizing horizon line, and this allows us to determine whether something is above or below us, taller than us, or shorter than us. This is how we determine if a staircase is going down or if it's going up. It seems obvious and redundant, I know, but it is essential that we establish these facts when we ponder how ridiculous it is to claim that an ever-descending landscape would ever rise to our eye level. You know, just picture yourself standing on top of the ball Earth. It's impossible, you know, for our eyes to function that way. We would not be able to distinguish between a flat level plane and one that is descending away from us, because we just wouldn't be able to distinguish. That's not how our eyes work. We work based on the concept of level, horizon. Now, depth perception, that's another part of perspective. Objects in a distance will be smaller in size. It's with the amazing design of our eyesight. If I'm 6 foot tall and standing on a flat plane looking toward the horizon, any other individual who's 6 foot tall will always be at my eye level. If he's right in front of me, he's at my eye level. 10 feet away, he's at my eye level. 50 feet, you know, a mile, 2 miles away, he's going to be at my eye level. That horizon level in a perspective drawing, that's that straight line across the page. No matter how close or how far away he is, if he's my height, he's going to be on, his eyeballs are going to be on that line. And now, say a man who's 4 foot tall, well, he's going to be slightly below that line. No matter how close or how far away he is, he's going to be below that line. And a 9 foot giant, well, he's going to always be above that line. If he's right next to me, he's going to be way above that line. If he's way off in the distance, his eyes are going to be above that line. This is the beauty of how our eyes work. And this is also impossible on a ball Earth. We're designed to live on a flat plane. So this is also how we're able to determine if we're walking toward a hill or a slope. You know, you don't want to fall down a hill. You know, our eyes are designed so we don't fall down too many hills or too many staircases. You know, descending grades will never rise to our eye level unless they make it to a flat plane, and then the flat plane extends off into the distance. And then that horizon will rise to your eye level because you're based on a flat plane. This is how perspective works. In these photos, our eyes can distinguish between the downward gradients and the level sections. And like I said, the only reason the horizon rises to our eye level is because, you know, we are on top of a level plane. Whether you're on, you know, a hill or a valley, everything is built on the same level plane. So it will rise to your eye level. If it was on a ball, it would be impossible. No matter where you are or what elevation you're at on a ball Earth, the underlying base structure is a ball or a spheroid or a pear, which would necessarily descend away from you in all directions. And therefore, the horizon could never come to your eye level. If it did, it would be a crazy, confusing world like M.C. Escher drawings. You would not be able to properly distinguish between downward gradients, level sections, or upward gradients. Thank goodness our eyes allow us to distinguish between gradients and perceive depths. Otherwise, our lives would be one giant slam session, just like in skateboarding. And I know what that pain feels like. So, you know, perspective. It's awesome. It allows us to perceive distances. Objects get smaller as they move further away from us. And elevation. The horizon line being the leveling line. Anything below is lower than us. Anything above is above your eye level. This is the leveling feature of our eyeballs. On a ball Earth, the horizon would never be at eye level, because in reality, it's always sloping downward. Why would your eye render it up at eye level? Just think of it, eye level, level. A ball Earth is always descending away. It would be deceptive. It's just not going to work. We'd be so confused. We would think we live, you know, like I said, we'd be living in an M.C. Escher world. It'd be beyond belief. So I'm sorry, our eyes just do not work on a ball Earth. And another thing I ponder as well, in true zero gravity, if such a thing even existed, how in the world would our eyes work? Because, you know, what would be the orientation to keep the eyeball, the iris, always coming back to the same orientation or remaining in a given orientation? And we can't replicate this because in zero-G planes, for instance, you're actually just falling. You know, the orientation of the eyeball is the same as on the ground. You know, the buoyancy and pressure, or if you want to call it gravity, well, I'll let you call it gravity for now, but whatever. It's still keeping the horizontal orientation of your eyeball in check, even on a zero-G plane and you're flipping around. But in magical deep space land, you know, what would give your eyeball orientation? It's kind of sickening to think about that, but you know, you'd be twirling around in circles. What would orient your eyeball? I don't know. It's pink unicorn land, but maybe somebody else can speak to that. But again, we all, I think, pretty much understand you can't trust NASA, so I don't think it's ever even, I don't think it exists. I don't think zero-G exists. So your eyeball wouldn't even function in zero-G, you know, and without buoyancy and pressure, or if you want to call it gravity, but I don't think there even is such a thing as no gravity. Your eye wouldn't function. You would have no way to orient yourself. Your eyeball would spin in all different directions, perhaps, or you would turn and you would look like the camera. When you take a video and you turn that camera, it's so annoying, the picture just spins around. Well, in zero-G, maybe your eyeball would just lock into the socket, and as you turned, everything would just always constantly spin. It would be sickening. In the ISS, they'd all just be puking the whole time. So, and we know they don't clean it. We never see them cleaning it. So, anyways, I know I got off on a tangent there, but I hope you find this as interesting as I do. Maybe it's old news to some of you, but I just kind of stumbled upon this. I just thought about it. I think it's amazing. But let me know if you have any comments. I'm sure that other people out there can maybe even go further with this and get more technical, make some, you know, other videos about it and how ridiculous the ball Earth is when you truly think logically about how our eyes work. So. Hey guys, how's it going? As a follow-up to my gyroscopic eye and angular resolution videos, I wanted to simplify and illustrate a few applications of perspective and angular resolution in order to better understand why and how we see the way that we do. Now, we know that our eyesight is based on perspective and that there is a limit to our vision. This is why we cannot see to infinity, and we definitely cannot see across the ocean. So first, I just wanted to quickly recap how images are displayed in your eye, how perspective is constructed in your eye or any image-forming device. The light waves come into your eye and form an image on your retina. And remember, the image is created upside down because that's how the light enters your eye, and the size of the image is a function of the size of the angle. Larger and closer objects will form bigger angles, and therefore the image on your retina is bigger. Smaller or further objects will form smaller angles, and therefore the image on your retina is smaller. These angles allow us to use depth perception, judge sizes of objects, and also determine whether objects are coming toward us or moving away from us. Once an object is too small or too far away, the angle will become so small that it will go beyond our ability to see it, to resolve it in our eyes. And this is called going past the angular resolution limit of our eyesight. It's all about the angles. The angular resolution limit of human vision is about 1 arc minute, or 0.02 of a degree. And that 0.02 of a degree represents an angle. Once light comes in at a smaller angle, we cannot see it. The cells on our retina cannot resolve anything smaller than 0.02 of an angle. That is the absolute best we can do. That is the limit. We can do worse due to diffraction and other conditions, but never better. That is the physical limit of our eyesight due to the size of the cells on our retina and the size of our pupil. So I would like to start with perspective and how parallel objects seem to converge at the vanishing point or the horizon. We always throw around the word perspective, but we never seem to break down exactly how it is formed by our vision. Take the example of railroad tracks. Now, we know that they are parallel and they always remain parallel. So how and why does perspective make them appear to converge, to meet at the vanishing point? The why is easy. It allows us to perceive distances, depth, and sizes. And the how is easy to understand as well, but we never really think about it. I want to demonstrate how this occurs, and it is due to the angles. Again, it is truly all about the angles. So how do our eyes render the convergence of the railroad tracks? And to understand this, we need to look at the railroad tracks from a different vantage point. Let's look at them from above this time, from a bird's eye view, so that we can learn exactly how the tracks seem to converge at a vanishing point. Here, we are looking at train tracks from above, and this object here is supposed to be an eyeball. Bear with me, this is just to illustrate the concept of the angles and how they render the convergence. And remember, we are looking down from above like a bird's eye view. From this view, we can see how the tracks are parallel, but in the eyes of the observer on the tracks, they would appear to converge at a vanishing point. So, as the observer gazes out over the tracks, they seem to converge in the distance. To illustrate how the angles are formed in the eye, let's draw lines from the trusses into the eye and examine the size of the angles. The close truss forms quite a large angle, which means that it will form a large image on the retina. Now, notice how the truss a little further away forms a smaller angle, and accordingly the image on our retina will be smaller. As we draw lines from the trusses that are even further, notice how the angles get smaller and smaller. The angle determines the size of the image on your retina. A very simple concept, yet we take it for granted. Look at the angles formed in your eye. The close trusses form larger angles, and therefore these trusses are rendered larger in your eye. The further trusses form smaller angles, and therefore they are rendered smaller and smaller, just like in the perspective drawings. When the angle gets so small that it is smaller than the limits of our eyesight, the truss or any object will disappear, will vanish at the vanishing point. So the bird's eye view allows us to see how the angles determine the size of objects in your vision. Now let's look at a side view, and this will allow us to see how the items are displayed in relation to the horizon. In this sideways picture, the dotted line represents eye level or the horizon. So I'm going to draw a straight line from each truss, and as you see, due to the angles, the near truss is rendered at the bottom or foreground of the perspective drawing, and it appears at the top of the eye, but again the image is flipped, so the close truss is rendered at the bottom of the perspective drawing or the top of your eye. And as we draw lines from the further trusses, we see how the angles cause them to be displayed closer to the horizon or the eye level line. So the furthest trusses, as they are vanishing, are also approaching the horizon line in your eye. Simply put, the angle is based on the distance from the observer, and the angle determines where the object is displayed in relation to the horizon. Larger angle, further from the horizon. Smaller angle, closer to the horizon, or vanishing point. So let's look at each truss as it appears in each view. This truss in the foreground is the same as this truss, and is finally displayed like this in your vision. This is what you see. This truss in the middle is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this in your vision. And the further truss is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this. So you see, the angles determine the size of the object in your vision and the position of the object in your vision. And all of the angles together create the effect of perspective. So we see from the bird's eye view of the railroad tracks how angles determine how objects are displayed in our eye. Now let's look at the horizon, and this time let's look at it from a side view. This will allow us to visualize, although not to scale, how angular resolution works to form the horizon. Now, before I develop this further, I must illustrate what is happening in our eye with regard to the horizon. In our eye, let's consider where the horizon would be rendered, a midway area that is the exact eye level plane. Think of the receptor cells on our retina as pixels, and the imaginary eye level line is between a row of pixels. The slightest tick downward, which is necessary if we want to see the ground, would look something like this. And the slightest tick upward, if we want to see the sky, would look something like this. Now, when this happens, you are seeing a flat, straight line cut across your retina. This is your horizon, and it is simply where everything you can see above eye level meets with everything you can see below your eye level. To you is a straight line, a crisp line. After all, we are talking about tiny pixels or retina cells. But that is what represents your horizon. That is your horizon. These angles are minuscule in your retina, and you can see how in your eye they seem to converge or meet because they are just a few pixels or receptor cells apart. However, if you were to extend these lines or light waves out to the limits above and below, in reality the sky and ground are thousands of miles apart. It's truly amazing. So to illustrate this further, let's look at this picture, and the dotted line represents this stick figure's eye level. To confirm this 3-mile horizon, we can actually take the eye level and then make the smallest angle of declination toward the ground that our eye can resolve. And remember, that's 0.02. Obviously, at eye level, we are never going to see the ground, so we have to use the smallest angle of declination that our eye can handle. If you make right triangles out of this, you can plug in the person's height and the angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance. Now, as a rectangle, this angle will be equal to this angle, and so let's take these values and put them into the right angle triangle calculator to see how far this base section is. We put in 6 for side A and then 0.02 for angle A, which is our angular resolution limit. And we come up with 17,200 for the base, and when we divide that by 5,280 feet per mile, we get 3.25 miles. There it is. We have the distance to the horizon, which is due to the angular resolution limit of our eyesight, not a magical ball cliff that ships are going over. And this angular resolution limit of approximately 0.02 is the resolving power of your eye, and it is also the limit beyond which the light waves will diffract because the angle is too small. The light wave will bounce off the water on its way to your eye, and basically it will blur and mirror. This is why you see the mirroring or inferior mirage effect on the water or on roads, as the light waves are approaching the limit of angular resolution. Beyond the blur or mirror part, nothing is visible at all. They have completely gone beyond the limit of your vision. Now, the tricky part comes when we consider what happens above our eye level. Here, the same angular resolution limit applies, but since there is so much more area, distance, and atmosphere, diffraction also plays a big part. Remember, angular resolution is the fixed limit. Your visual acuity can be much worse than this limit, but it can never be better. This is a physical limitation based on the size of your receptor cells, pupils, and the wavelengths of light. And Rob Skiba in his videos showed perfectly how diffraction and atmospheric lensing affect our eyesight as well and are a contributing factor. So, as our eye resolves everything above our eye level, it reaches a fixed limit, this time at the ceiling. By the time this angle that I've drawn above the man's eye level reaches the celestial plane of the sun, moon, and stars, it is somewhere around 7,000 miles if we were to go along the ground, and the exact distance is not important right now. The important thing to note is that there is a fixed limit based on angles. I use 7,000 because at sunrise here in Florida, the sun is directly over West Africa, which is about 7,000 miles away. So to visualize what is happening, I created this page, and this line represents the extension of that teeny tiny angle from our eye level when it finally reaches the celestial plane. So what happens when the sun comes into or goes out of this limit? This is how you get the sunrise and sunset. Now, in your eye, perspective makes it seem like it is at your eye level. That is because, for all intents and purposes, it is at your eye level. And that is why the sun appears to rise and set at the horizon in your eye. What is happening is that it is simply coming into the angular resolution limit of your eyesight. You see the sun at the sharpest angle possible from eye level. When the sun gets within a certain distance to your position, the light waves can finally make it into your eye at an angle that can be resolved. Before that time, the angles are just too small. The light will diffract or not be visible at all. And again, it is simply a function of perspective and angular resolution with the additional factor of diffraction or atmospheric lensing. However, the fixed physical limit is what will always determine when sunsets and sunrises occur. And so check this out. Look how the sun comes into and goes out of the angular resolution limit of our eyes. And then this is what it looks like from our perspective when we are actually viewing it in real life. Pretty cool how it works, at least in my opinion. So, hopefully this was helpful to better understand how perspective and angular resolution determine our vision. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Adios.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Up like something from outer space.
Elton John, David Bowie, Al
another scoop, but Lord have mercy, they're all super.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We are still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, these shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet. So when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up. The curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the perspective picture for us, that famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips. But what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you will notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my no angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level, which is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker. It also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore, we can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. It is very tricky, and it's understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or, if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So adios. Have a good week.
Freaky to you. Take you to another place and time. Just sit back.
See that I didn't really look too bad, but that was only because I'm a very good actor. I think I should be nominated for an Academy Award.
How's it going? Now, regarding curvature, I don't think most people understand just how serious the problem of curvature is for the status quo. Instead of beating the dead horse of perspective to try to help people understand how and why we see what we see, I thought of a nice little way to visualize just how serious this lack of curvature is for the current spinning ball model. I did this simply by figuring out how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. The fact is, we can clearly see objects over distances that should not be visible. This is repeated over water or land. We find buildings, ships, mountains, all kinds of landmarks that we should not be able to see, but we do. The problem is that people are confusing the fact that buildings or ships get cut off due to the laws of light propagation and perspective with curvature. They are confusing this with curvature. People are confusing the vanishing point with curvature, and instead of arguing over exactly how many feet of the ship's hull are hidden or at what floor a building might be cut off, instead of looking at it from the same old vantage point, we need to put it into perspective, pardon the pun, to visualize just how much of a problem this lack of curvature is for the spinning ball. The story is that we live on a spinning ball of radius 3,959 miles. Okay, so if that's the case, then over a distance of 20 miles, there will be 266 feet of raw curvature. That's what science tells us. Now, clearly from my shots and the thousands of other tests and shots scattered all over the interweb, the curvature is just not there. You can deny this and claim that buildings and ships disappearing bottom first is due to the curvature, but that is nowhere near enough curvature for the ball Earth. And to prove this, we simply have to calculate how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. And if the curvature is not in these 20 miles, it will have to be made up exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So again, the magical curvature has never been found. I'm sorry if everyone is in denial, but it's just not enough. And I'm going to show you just how big the Earth would need to be in order to have such a lack of curvature. So let's see. Let's use the 20-mile distance to the New Smyrna hotels just to visualize this. Using the Earth curvature site, we get 266 feet of raw curvature. I'm not worrying about the height of the observer at this point. I'm just using raw numbers to give you an idea of the difference in curvature based on the size of the Earth. So we can use the 8 inches times distance squared. We also get 266 feet, but the calculator that I want to focus on uses the sagitta, or the height of the arc of a circle, to also get the same number, and you get 0.05052 miles. Multiply that by 5280 feet and you end up with 266 feet of curvature that should be there. And for the circle arc calculator, you have to double the distance in question because you are at the top of the arc. The hotel would be 20 miles one way, and to make the total arc length, you need to double that number, so you use 40 miles. This will then give you the height of the arc, or what we refer to as the drop in elevation or curvature over a given distance. So I wanted to focus on this calculator because it will allow us to change the radius of the Earth to see just how big the Earth would need to be in order to get the tiny amount of curvature that people think they are seeing, even though it is easily explained by perspective. If we do this size of Earth analogy, I think it might help everyone realize the seriousness of the lack of curvature. So let's just say that NASA is way off. Even though they have supposedly flown around the equator, let's just say that they are off big time, and that the radius of the Earth isn't 3,959 miles, but that it is double that. Let's assume the Earth is 8,000 miles in radius, a huge monster-sized planet. That is a big difference. So if it were 8,000 miles in radius, how much of a drop in curvature would there be over the same 20 miles? Well, we end up with 0.025 miles, and we multiply that by 5,280 feet, and we get 132 feet of curvature. So even if the Earth were twice as big as it supposedly is, there would still be a heck of a lot of curvature. 132 feet is significant. There's no way there's even that much curvature when I look at those hotels. I can be sitting on my surfboard in the water and still see that much of that hotel 20 miles away, so there's no way there's 132 feet. But what about if we triple the size? If we make the Earth triple its size, having a radius of 12,000 miles, we would still end up with 88 feet of curvature. So that puts it into perspective. In order to have such a lack of curvature, the Earth would need to be closer to triple its current size. That, my friends, is ridiculous, but it allows you to understand just how serious the lack of curvature is. It's not there. You can sit there and argue whether the building is cut off on the second or third floor, or how many feet of the ship's hull are cut off, but the fact of the matter is, there is nowhere near enough curvature in any of these shots that I make or that anyone makes on the internet to justify the dimensions given to us by the controllers, the space agency that claims to have a picture of the entire Earth from the magical land of outer space. In my opinion, the better option is to understand angular resolution and perspective. And not just the angular resolution limit of our eye, but also the limit of light propagation in the visual spectrum. Light travels at a certain wavelength in the visual spectrum, and our eyes are designed to detect that. But light cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit. It's like a musical string on a guitar or a violin that vibrates. If you put it too close to something, it will hit that and it will not be able to vibrate. And light as well cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit, just like a musical string. If the light is at too steep of an angle, it will not be able to vibrate as a wave, and it will simply diffract off the ground. So maybe I'll make another video on that topic, but again, I just wanted to quickly point out that the only way we could have such a lack of curvature would be if the Earth were triple its current size. I'm sorry folks, but there's a big problem when it comes to curvature. The Earth is big, but it's not that big. We should be able to see curvature, and not just the horizon. I mean, our eyes are sensitive enough to detect whether the Earth is curving away from us in all directions, which it must do in order to be part of, if we are standing on a ball. It's clearly not curving away from us. It's even more obvious from a plane window. But again, you can believe that you live on a spinning ball, but you have to somehow compensate for the lack of curvature, because no one has been able to find it, and if it is not in any of the shots that we are taking, that means that it must be made up, it must be compensated for exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So I hope that little analogy is helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good day, everyone. Adios. Hey guys, how's it going? So I figured I would do a quick video without any fancy bells or whistles, since I will be taking a break from YouTube shortly. And I wanted to discuss something I believe is very helpful in understanding this whole issue of the horizon and perspective and angular resolution, why things get cut off. And this time I would like to tackle it from another angle, and that is the angular limit of the propagation of light. And we never really discussed this, I never see videos on this, but this is a good example of why obviously you can't see to Europe, and why there's a limit to our eyesight, and what the horizon actually is. It's not necessarily a cliff, the edge of a ball that you're seeing. There's a very logical explanation for it, and that is simply due to the limit at which light can propagate. And I don't need to go into super detailed explanations to the 10th decimal point of exactly where light will be cut off and all these different variables. All that we have to do is understand some very basic points about light. The fact that light does travel like a wave. You can dispute whether light is a wave or a particle, but regardless, it still acts like a wave, and it is still measured in nanometers. We know that the red side of the spectrum is a longer wavelength than the blue side. So we can understand that there is a necessary limit of space through which light can propagate. If it doesn't have enough room, it will bounce off the floor, whatever is around it. If there's not enough room for light to propagate, it is not going to get to the observer. And because of this, the funny thing is, you could take the Hubble telescope, set it on the beach, and you're still not going to be able to see further than about what you could see with your own eye or with a good camera, because there's a limit not just to your eyesight, not just the angular resolution of your eye or the camera or the Hubble Space Telescope, but there's a limit at which light can no longer propagate. So it's not just the receiver, it's the sender, if you want to think of it that way. It's the other side of the connection, the electromagnetic connection. If that side's at too steep of an angle, it can't propagate anyway. So no matter how much angular resolution you have on your side, the viewer side, you're never going to see further than what light is able to propagate. So it's very interesting, and you can look at some crude examples. I have a couple of them here. Now, if we look at a rubber band, we can see that when the angle is great, the rubber band has no trouble resonating. But just like when you're looking out toward the horizon, the angles get tiny, and you can no longer see any further because light doesn't propagate further than that. Just like a rubber band doesn't vibrate because it's too close to the table. It's hitting the table, it's diffracting, and there's not enough room for it to propagate, for it to vibrate, oscillate. So you can take the rubber band example. You can also look at a guitar string. And what I did here is lower the action, and this is kind of annoying, but it shows you that when you lower the action, the strings are too close to the frets. So you can maybe hear an open string, but when you start trying to play a note, it doesn't work until you get closer to the actual fretboard or the bridge, and then the angle's a little bit greater, so you can make some noise, but as you can see, when the angle is too tiny, it doesn't make any noise. The note will not play. It's not oscillating properly. And the last crude example I have here for this is a TV. Just check out a TV, go to the edge and try to view it from a sharp angle. It doesn't work. Obviously, the angle plays a big part in how light propagates, how much you can see, whether it's diffracting off itself, it's blurring if it's at too steep of an angle. So it's pretty easily understood that this is an important part of whether light will actually propagate. Now the cool thing is we can view this to scale on a graph. And I love this site because it allows us to put in huge numbers. I've put in Earth diameter and circumference numbers and worked out a bunch of different things. But for this example, and these are in feet. The unit here is feet. So we have 6 feet up here for the observer, the height of the observer. And I put 2 lines. I put a red line, which is the line of sight from the observer to the horizon, which is 15,840 feet, which is 3 miles. And I put another line here at 6 foot, and that's just your eye level. And I also put a sine wave in here representing the size of the wavelengths of light, an average of, I think it was 600 nanometers, which is right about in the middle there. And that equals, 0.00002, which is, it's 2 times 10 to the negative 6th is what you'll see on here. So it's pretty cool. And if you zoom out to check this out to scale when you're actually seeing the horizon, I mean, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it just blurs into one line because when you put it to scale, you can see that, it's tiny. Let's look at 1580, which is right about there. And we got to get back to 0. So it is tiny. So what we can do is we can zoom in, and then we can check out how this relates to the wavelength of light. And I think that provides you with a good visual understanding of the fact that at too steep of an angle, light can no longer propagate. And that is why you can't see to Europe. You can only see so much of the ocean, because at too steep of an angle, there's just not enough room. So let me get to 1580 here. So as we zoom in to 15,840, which is where you are seeing the horizon, this is where the line of sight from your eye meets the ocean if you're standing on the shore. So we're zooming way in here. And now you can see we're getting subatomic here. There is the size of a wavelength of light. As you can see, it's 1, 2, up, 1, 2 over. There's the wavelength of light, 2 nanometers. So this is the angle. That's where you're seeing the ocean. Now check out the angle. You can't even see the angle, and we are at a tiny level here. We're zooming into the wavelength of light here. This is 2 nanometers right here. 1, 2. I mean, that's crazy. It's so small. And this just allows you to see that light could never propagate from beyond this point. There is not enough room. It's just ridiculous. So once you understand that, you understand, wow, there is a solid limit beyond which light cannot propagate. And it doesn't matter if it's your eye, the Hubble Space Telescope, the Nikon Coolpix 900, you're never going to see further of the ocean than what light can travel. So you can zoom out a little bit, and then you can see once you get down the line, you know, it will start to fit in there. So, you know, still be refracting off the bottom and the waves are moving, but, you know, at a certain point you will be able to make out the ocean. You might not be able to make out detail. And just compare this. If you're looking, say, directly in front of you at, say, 10 feet in front of you, you could make out a lot of detail at 10 feet. So if you check out the angle at 10 feet from your eye level, and then look at the, you know, the wavelength of light, it's quite obvious that you can see a lot more detail because the angle at which the light would be propagating is quite suitable for the size of the wavelengths of light. So look at that detail, no problem. You know, you tilt this up to your eye, you can see quite a bit of detail at the nanometer level. From here, it's going to have no trouble going up to your eye. But then, you know, when you're looking at miles and miles, I mean, the angle is so tiny that it stays, there's not enough room forever. You're never going to see that far. It's just impossible. Number one, it's impossible for the light waves to travel to your eye or to make the connection between your eye. Number two, your eye can only resolve about 0.02 of a degree of an angle, which is about the size of a wavelength of light. Funny how they're, you know, interrelated. So like I said, I just wanted to show that, and you can make this number here, you know, gigantic. I don't know, make it 30,000 feet, just to show you that, you know, when you get down to that level, you're never going to be able to see that far. That the light just stays tiny forever. The space that would be under that wavelength would be so tiny, you're never going to be able to. Obviously, light will not be able to travel to your eye, will not be able to make the connection. So yeah, like I said, I just wanted to really explain that there are limits to what, not only what you can see, but limits at which light can propagate. I mean, it just doesn't propagate beyond a certain limit. So another way to visualize this is that when you understand there is a vanishing point and how your eye perceives light, you know, it flips the image, there's an inflection point, which is your eye level. This eye level is an inflection point. So everything that you can see below your eye level hits an inflection point, and guess what? That inflection point is the horizon. That's where everything that you can see above your eye level, when this angle here gets so tiny, that's where the vanishing point is. And this is what it's displaying in your eye. It's displaying the sky until the angles get so tiny, and all this stuff is going to blur. You're not going to see as much, obviously, toward the horizon because the distances are so great. And then below your eye level is the same thing. It renders everything below your eye level, and then it will eventually hit this inflection point, and that is the point at which the slope, or this light here, you see this line, as you're scanning everything below, you're not really scanning, but these connections are being made to your eye of whatever light is, whatever you think the nature of light is. It's pretty obvious that this is how it comes into your eye, just the way it comes into a camera. Hits the horizontal inflection point, which is the horizon, and then starts to render everything above your eye at your angular resolution limit in your eye, obviously, which is why you have that 0.02 degree of a tick downward, which just so happens to equal about the area that light can get to your eye anyways. So this I don't know how you can really argue with this information. Even if you think you live on a ball, the fact is this is how light comes into your eye. These angles play a part on how much you can see, what you can see, how much detail you can see, and also how far light can travel. And amplitude of light, I didn't even discuss that, but that also plays a part on how far light can travel, whether it can vibrate all the way to the source or from the source to the viewer. So we just need to know that there are fixed limits on these principles of light, these properties of light. So it's very interesting, I think. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that you live on a ball just because there is a horizon. I mean, you have to admit, even if you live on a ball, you know the horizon is a product of your eyes. It has to be. And the other fact is that it's always level. It's always horizontal. You can argue, oh, we live on a ball and there's curves somewhere. We go high and we see a curve. But the point is, it's always horizontal. It's always perfectly level. If you lived on a ball, there would have to be examples of horizons that were not perfectly level. You can say they're curved or straight or whatever, but there should be horizons where one half of the horizon slopes down, or say it's tilted. There should be horizons that are tilted like that. Check that out. Why are there no horizons like that? You know, like a golf ball. I mean, the Earth cannot be a perfect sphere. I mean, it would have to be so perfect for the horizon to always be perfectly horizontal. The only reason the horizon is horizontal all the time, it's level, is because that's your eye. That's how light enters your eye, and your eye is stabilized to gravity, or to whatever you think gravity is. It's a vertical force, and your eye stabilizes to that to make the perfectly horizontal horizon in your eye. That's why it never changes. You can tilt your head, the horizon doesn't change. And like I said, funny enough, you never find a horizon. If it's a physical horizon, if it's a cliff or a ball, whatever you think it is, there would have to be examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. There's no way the Earth, this gigantic Earth, is so perfectly level. Even a golf ball has dimples. You would have to have examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. They would be, you know, curved or tilted, and there would be half level and half tilted horizons. So it just doesn't even make sense. I don't even how you can believe you live on a ball I can understand the programming, but once you are presented with the information, you have to think about it and understand there's no way we're living on a perfect sphere that would never have any curved horizons or tilted horizons. And again, once you understand how eyesight works and how there is I call it the inflection point. There's a point at which the light waves travel into the eye, and then there will be a horizontal point, an inflection point. That slope of these light waves goes from negative to positive or positive to negative. And that inflection point is the horizon. And the vestibular ocular reflex in your eye contains that perfectly horizontal in relation to gravity, that straight up and down force that we have, whether it's electromagnetic, electrostatic, whether it's some magical tractor beam. I just think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating. I'm amazed by it. So I just figured I would at least share some more logic and my understanding of it. And, you know, hopefully it at least helps one person. Yeah, so that's about it. Like I said, I will be taking a break from YouTube. I don't know if I will be back. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this wasn't too much rambling. I don't do too many videos like this just for that reason. But anyways, thank you so much, and peace out and adios.
Going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere. I get up just to go to bed. Check to see that I'm not dead. I stay up until the dawn. Bishop takes my pawn.
Zip it doodah. And I'm being facetious about it actually being Greta Thunberg's brother. It just sounded just like Greta Thunberg, but it was a dude. In terms of hours ago, it was 13, between 13 and 16 hours ago, or between 16 and 13 hours ago, that time frame. Just reading a funny article here.
everybody, thrilled to have you here for another Flat Earth debate, and we're starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. This is going to be a fun one, folks. We are thrilled to let you know we have two experienced debaters here tonight, and it's on the good old flat earth topic. Want to let you know, though, if it's your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have many more debates coming up. So, for example, you'll see at the bottom right of your screen, in less than 2 weeks, Matt Dillahunty and Tom Jump will be facing off against Dr. Randall Rouser and Samuel Nassan. So it should be a really fun one on whether or not there's sufficient reason to believe in God. So with that, though, I want to let you know we're a neutral platform. In other words, we only have the debaters on in terms of we don't ourselves make any statements as a channel. We don't have any sort of follow-up videos saying who won or lost. We just completely leave it up to you folks to decide who is more persuasive, and also only leave it up to the debaters in terms of making their case. So we are very excited to have you here no matter what walk of life you come from. And now let's talk about the format for tonight's debate. It's going to be Witsit Gets It opening it up first, and that'll be kind of a flexible 5 to 10 minute opening statement. And then Richard, depending on whether or not he would like, whether or not Vegan Gains would like to do his opening, that's up to him. He may just want to jump right into open conversation, in which case we'll go right into open conversation and then have Q&A at the end. So if you happen to have any questions, feel free to fire that question into the old live chat. And if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, I can be sure that every single question from the Modern Day Debate live chat will be added to the Q&A list. Super chat is also an option, in which case you can also make a comment during the question and answer. And, of course, the speakers will get a chance to respond to it, as well as it'll push your question or comment to the top of the list for the Q&A. With that, very excited to have these guys here. I want to give a huge thanks. It's good to have you guys. It's a true pleasure. And so thank you very much, both Vegan Gains and Witsit Gets It. We appreciate you guys hanging out here. Hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for being here with us.
No problem. Yeah, glad to be here, man.
Absolutely. So with that, I will hand it over to Witsit Gets It, but do want to mention one last thing before we do get started. In particular, both of these gentlemen are linked in the description. So that way, if you're listening, you're like, I like that. I want to hear more. You can hear more. That's why I put these guys' links in the description just for you. So with that, Witsit Gets It. The floor is all yours. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, of course. All right, so I guess I'll just lay this out in hopes to save some time. Typically, what globe earthers do is they want to press you with some model so that they can try to figure out what's wrong with it. The issue with that is we make a general, surface claim, being a descriptor of the surface being flat. We don't claim a definitive model, or I certainly do not. We don't have access to all the information required to formulate a definitive model. But of course, as it is known in intellectual forum, when you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. And my only positive claim is a general descriptor of the surface of the earth being flat. The globe earth is a positive claim of specificity. It claims axial rotation, right? 1,040 miles per hour east, spinning at the equator, a circumference, a radius. It claims a orbital trajectory, heliocentrism, a plethora of very specific claims that come with the globe earth. Thus, they have the burden of proof. So simply, all globe earthers typically do is they shift the burden of proof, which is a fallacy, and then they attack a straw man model, which is a fallacy, right? So really, the falsification of the positive claim of the globular heliocentric earth is independent of me giving you a definitive model. And I think that will save us some time. Hopefully, it usually doesn't, even with that preface. But that is not really like a debatable thing. This is just intellectual forum. You make a positive claim of specificity, you have the burden of proof of specificity. So we're looking for proof that the Earth's a globe that's spinning, and this magic cartoon medium that defies natural law. And we've yet to find out. I've been looking for 5 years. It doesn't exist. Now, people don't normally think like this. They assume everyone knows the Earth's a globe. So, I just have to prove it's not flat or something. But when you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. Simply, I've been looking for 5 years. There is no empirical verifiable evidence that the Earth is a globe, literally. And yeah, we have dozens and dozens of observations that demonstrate the curvature rate being falsified. So that's really the preface. You have to get into any intricacies beyond that, but just to kind of like preemptively point that out, you know, like be on the lookout for the typical fallacious reasoning that comes from globe zealots, and that is reification fallacies, strawman fallacies, shifting the burden of proof fallacies, begging the question fallacies. And this is what we'll hear a lot, but it's typically not even intentional. But hopefully that will be a beneficial preface. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Okay, so that actually makes things a bit simpler. Now, you said that you're just making a simple claim that the Earth is flat. You're not trying to create any kind of specific model that I can try and pick apart. Well, look, I think you do have a model for what is most likely, you know, the shape of the Earth, how the countries are laid out. Like, you wouldn't believe that, like, let's say, there's two sides of the flat Earth, and some countries are one side and some countries are on the other side, right?
Well, sure, yeah. You just made up some random, crazy, far-fetched model. Of course, I don't adhere to that. That is
okay. So okay, right. So there's only basically one real side of the flat Earth where, you know, Earth's inhabitants are on, like all the major countries.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and do you also believe that at any one time half of the Earth is illuminated by the sun?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you do have like a basic model.
Well, I know that not the entire Earth is lit up by the sun at the same time.
Sure.
It moves in the sky over top of us, and we have seasons in a day and night cycle. I don't claim a proportionate landmass layout. I don't claim a definitive model. I don't know the entirety of what Earth is. It's just the intellectually honest position to take. The falsification of the globe Earth is independent of me having all the answers to information that's hidden.
Okay, well, fair enough. But I mean, don't you think that immediately creates an issue where if half of the Earth's surface is illuminated, but the sun is constantly in a position where it could illuminate the entire planet?
What is well, first of all, you just presupposed a planet. And secondly, why are you assuming that?
Well, you're just playing word.
Why would you assume it would light up the whole Earth?
Well, because it's over top. Right. So, well, let's. I think I know where you're getting with this, where light can't travel infinitely.
It's called attenuation.
Okay. Well, the problem here is if half of the Earth's surface is illuminated, then it doesn't make any sense to say that light has a finite distance it can travel, because at the middle point of the flat Earth, light will just suddenly abruptly stop, but at the end point it'll also just suddenly abruptly stop when is there a way to like actually screen share just so I can
Yes.
So how do I screen share just so it's easier for me to get a visual?
You bet. On the bottom of your Zoom window there's usually a green button, and it'll have
share screen. Okay, cool. All right, I'll share screen here. So let me just try to get this right. So this is basically, are you guys seeing this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is basically the model essentially that you're supposing, right? Like it doesn't necessarily look exactly like this.
We're not a disk in space. Not one flat earther actually thinks that. So.
Okay, so we're not a disk. What's the shape?
We're not a disk in space that's just like the next to some spherical planets, and we're just a disk in space or accelerating disk, anything like that. We're basically the basement. Like everything revolves over top of us. No one thinks we're some disk out in some infinite universe. So that's the first issue. And second, I already answered this question. It's called attenuation.
Okay, well, regardless, let's say it's not a disk. You are saying the Earth is flat, and you are saying the sun is over top of the Earth, correct?
That's correct.
And it's over top of the Earth constantly? Like it never dips below?
That's correct.
Okay, so, right, then you have an issue here, because look, if we're going to have a cutoff point right here, like half the Earth is illuminated at any one time, well, the distance between here to here is shorter than the distance between the edge to the sun. So you're just making an arbitrary cutoff point. Like you're saying light can only travel a finite distance. Well, if it can only travel a finite distance, then you wouldn't have half of the Earth illuminated at any one time. So
Do you know what attenuation is?
Well, explain it to me.
Attenuation is an extinction limit of light. Atmospheric extinction. It's called attenuation. This is scientifically known. So yeah, light has an attenuation rate. So it has an extinction limit due to, atmospheric extinction, i.e. attenuation. Very simple. So yeah, of course, the sun's light only goes so far. It's called attenuation.
How do I turn off screen share? Okay, it gave me like a totally different window and it's like white. It's weird. Sure, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, okay, I didn't hear I didn't hear an explanation that satisfied me. Like again, if you're going to claim that half the Earth is illuminated at any one time, look, if you're going to claim that half of the Earth is illuminated at any one time, then you're going to have to explain how half of the Earth would be illuminated, but you're going to say that light has a finite distance in which it just stops.
Are you disputing attenuation? Because this is scientifically known and accepted. Atmospheric extinction.
Wait. So you're saying that the atmosphere is what makes light just suddenly stop?
It doesn't suddenly stop. It's gradual dissipation. It has an attenuation rate.
Okay, and you're saying that attenuation rate is different in the middle of the Earth rather than towards the sides or edges?
No. Why would that? Well, why would you say that?
Well, it would have to. Like again, half of the Earth is illuminated at any one time, and the distance between the distance between the edge of the Earth and the sun is going to be different than the sun and the middle of the Earth.
Yeah. How do you know where the edge of the Earth is, bro?
Okay, well, I mean, you can take a drone up, and I guess we could just see where the edge of the Earth is, right?
That's illegal.
It's illegal to take a drone up?
To go towards past the 60th parallel, yes.
Okay, well,
that's not on you. It's illegal.
Okay, I don't even understand why it matters where the edge of the Earth is. It's just
because you just keep on saying half the Earth over and over, and you have no idea what the entirety of the Earth is. And I said that in the preface. In addition, no, the sun revolves over top of us, in circuit specific to the time of year, and it has an attenuation limit. It isn't even complicated. Light doesn't go forever in an atmosphere. It has atmospheric extinction limit called attenuation. So.
Okay, sure, but I mean, we can determine where. Again, even if you're going to play this game where you just say, "Oh, I don't know where the edge of the Earth is. I don't know where like certain things are. I'm not making any kind of accurate model for you to pick apart." We can know for sure that Australia is in a different time zone than US and Canada. I mean, we can do that for all of the every country. So I mean, again, we still have the same issue where half of the populated Earth, as you're saying, I don't know, Earth could theoretically go on infinitely. Half of the populated Earth is illuminated at any one time. But the distance between the middle of the populated Earth to the sun is shorter than the distance of the edge of the populated Earth. So you have the same issue.
We don't know what the edge is, man. Why do you keep saying that?
One sec. I said edge of the populated Earth. So
okay, well, the sun, how do we know the limitation of the circuit of the sun, bro? How do I know the sun may go further than we're allowed to go? We're not allowed to go past the 60th parallel. I didn't make that rule. That's just a real thing. It's called the Antarctic Treaty. You can't go past the 60th parallel without being subject to monitored and on approved guided tour. You can't bring external fuel supply or water supply or mechanic equipment and every country, major world power in the world agreed to it after Operation High Jump, a military operation by the U.S. government to explore Antarctica. Then they signed the Antarctica Treaty and founded NASA in a handful of years, maybe a decade. That's real. I just read it. I know you can't go.
Well, that's fine. Well, look, that's fine. It doesn't even matter. Like, again, you still have the same issue where even if you're going to make this claim that, you know, what is it, solar attenuation or something, or atmospheric attenuation, where light can't travel infinitely in an atmosphere. Still, if we're talking about the populated portions of Earth, where, I mean, you can have a Skype call with someone in Australia or Japan, like the opposite side of the Earth, at this time, it's like 9, it would be morning for them. Like, look, you can use this sort of thing to just easily determine where the sun is hitting on the Earth. But like, again, the center point of, you know, the middle of the populated portion of Earth, it's closer to the sun than the end point or the edge of the populated Earth. So if you're going to use this, you know, atmospheric attenuation thing, well, then the atmosphere stops light at different portions, and it just seems completely arbitrary. It just doesn't make any sense.
No,
like,
man.
this is just an excuse that doesn't pan out.
You haven't even researched flat Earth. Why would you come to a flat Earth debate? This is
No,
awesome.
I've
like
actually
flat
done a
Earth
fair bit of research on flat Earth, and I'm well aware of this argument, and it just doesn't make any sense. If you're gonna use this atmospheric attenuation argument, well then,
It's not an
like, there's arbitrary points in which light can still travel and light can't travel, and it just sounds like complete nonsense.
Well, no. What's nonsense is that you're just saying fake sentiments, and you're not even, you know, offering substantive specificity as to what exactly your argument is. But regardless, the sun moves a certain way over time. Plus, our day and night cycle and season cycles are relative to that. We don't know the entirety of it, and there's something called attenuation. Are you suggesting that light goes forever in the atmosphere? Because it's scientifically known that isn't the case. So it has an extinction limit relative to its position over top of the Earth. It's literally that simple. And again, what's so funny? Can we prove the globe Earth, please? Because there should be thousands of proofs that the Earth's a globe. It's 2020, so can we just?
Okay, sure. Take a flight in a U-2 or an SR-71 Blackbird at around 70,000 feet. It's not even the max altitude of those aircrafts, and you can very easily see a curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
You don't even need to go into a spaceship or go on the space station or anything. Just go into a high altitude plane.
It's patently false. So yeah, U-2s go about 70,000 feet or so. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yeah.
He says, okay, Felix Baumgartner, you know, the Red Bull jump. He jumped from 128,000 feet. And it shows a huge curvature. And he said that he saw the curvature. So then we sent private weather balloons up, high altitude weather balloons up 120,000 feet, and we saw a flat horizon that rose to eye level. So showing that footage wasn't real. Well, then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and he said, no, you would never see curvature from where Felix Baumgartner jumped at 128,000 feet. From there, you would be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and that stuff would be freaking flat. So even the top proponent of the globe religion says that you would never see curvature from 120,000 feet. So 70,000 feet is 50,000 less than that. We've sent high altitude footage up there. You don't see curvature. So it's just a common misconception. People presuppose these things, but they don't look into it. If I can't see curvature from 128,000 feet, according to one of the top leading astrophysicists of your model, then how could I see it at almost half that distance?
Okay, wait. You said you sent up a weather balloon with a camera?
High altitude weather balloons that go about 120,000 feet.
Okay, so did you actually verify the altitude?
Yeah, it has a meter that knows the altitude. This has been done by a lot of people. So are you saying?
Can you show me the footage?
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, can you link me a video where they did where they used footage of 120,000 feet in the air and they looked to see whether or not the Earth had a curvature?
Yeah, sure. Can someone link one of the dozens of videos this guy didn't research in the chat for me, please?
No, look, I've seen this sort of thing. I've seen plenty.
Just ignored my whole point. A top astrophysicist, proponent of your model, says you can't see footage or curvature from 128,000 feet.
Who?
And you just did it for
Neil?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
Okay, where's the quote of him saying that?
Okay, I guess I'll find that video too. And when you think I'm making this up on a live debate, bro? it's a video of him saying it on stage.
Okay. The thing is, I mean, there's video footage of people going up into SR-71s, U-2s. They go around 70,000 feet, and they claim they can see a curvature. I mean, there's also video where you can see the curvature. There's also other weather balloon experiments where you can see the curvature. They use high altitude weather balloons. Sorry?
You know, certain lenses can impose a curvature on the horizon, right?
Okay, well, not to that extent. Like, you can, like, I know what barrel distortion, like, dude, I know what barrel distortion is. I've done photography for a long time. You can't just get away with using, like, a fisheye lens and not having anyone notice. You're going to have a certain amount of barrel distortion with any kind of lens, unless it's a really highly telescopic lens. But I mean, a wide-angle zoom of, like, even 14 millimeters on a full frame, it's not going to distort the image to the extent where you could see a huge curvature when something should be just flat. And again, that sort of distortion would be visible throughout the entire image. It wouldn't just be only the Earth, but not the people and all of the other things in the foreground. And on top of that, as the camera moves, you would see the distortion change. So you would reach a point where the Earth would be flat, or it would have like a weird kind of dip in it. So no, this doesn't make any sense. If you're going to make this like barrel distortion claim, well, okay, if they're using a lens that would distort the image, then if they tilted downwards so the horizon line is below the center point of the frame, then you'd see the curvature go this way. And if you tilt up, you'd see it curve this way. You don't see that in any of the footage.
Actually, I've seen tons of footage that globe earthers present. That's exactly what happens because of the lack of balloon. The horizon goes convex and concave over and over. So, well, I just don't think you look, dude. There are dozens of footage where we see a flat horizon. And
wait.
One sec. I want to just quick ask. Forgive me, Witsit. I'm so sorry for interrupting, but if you happen to have headphones, I just realized there is a little bit of feedback. If you don't, it's not a big deal. We can keep going and people can still understand you, but there's a little bit of feedback just in case you have headphones handy. And also want to remind you folks, both Witsit Gets It and Vegan Gains, I have put their links in the description for you folks. So that way, if you're listening and you're like, I like that, you can hear plenty more where that came from. So appreciate that. And thanks so much for your questions. And yes, someone asked as well regarding the lights. So basically the reason that my studio sometimes lights up is we tried a new app called Lumia, where basically green is like a new subscriber and we say, welcome, thanks so much for being here with us. And then red is when a super chat happens, the studio flashes red. And with that, pardon my interruption with It Gets It. So sorry about that, but just wanted to, we've got, well, you know, some audio divas out in the, you know, out there, you know, say, hey, we're getting feedback. So anyway, thanks for that.
Yeah, I think these should work. Let me hook them up. All right.
Thanks so much.
Is that better?
Okay, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Well, no, I can still hear you.
Thanks so much. It's clear.
Okay.
Okay. You mentioned that there's some videos where you take a camera up in a weather balloon and you can see the distortion of the lens and it makes the Earth curve this way, curve downwards. I think there's a few explanations for that. So one is it's the shutter speed of the camera. So if the shutter speed of the camera isn't particularly fast and it's at a low shutter like 30 and the gyration of the camera is really rapid, you're going to get those sorts of artifacts where it'll just warp the image. I think a lot of people who are in the film industry are really well aware of this. If you're ever shooting any kind of moving action, you have to kind of consider shutter speed of the camera, because if you do a quick pan, it'll actually make it so that everything goes tilted, or it'll actually have a curve to it. There's a fly in front of me. So like, look again, if you look at images from the International Space Station, photos and videos captured from high altitude aircraft like U-2s, SR-71 Blackbirds, plenty of eyewitness accounts of people who have been up at that altitude. Again, there's just a myriad of photos and videos proving this. Even without using any of that, like let's just say it's all staged, it's fake, it's CGI.
Well, no, you can't use it because the top component of your model says you can't see curvature at 128,000 feet. You're invoking something at 70,000 feet.
Look, I literally don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. I don't care, like, if Neil deGrasse Tyson said, look, if Neil deGrasse Tyson agreed with you that the Earth is flat, does that mean the Earth is flat? Like, does his testimony mean it's just absolute fact?
The leading proponent of your model is disputing your own invoking.
Okay, well, cool. If Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth is flat, would that prove the Earth is flat?
No, we already did that.
Okay, so then what he says doesn't matter. You can see a curvature to the Earth at 70,000 feet in these SR-71 footage.
You're saying curvature of the Earth than one of the leading astrophysicists of your model.
Sure. Look, I've never
seen.
Look, I've never seen this video clip. Look, he could be wrong. He could have misspoken. This might have been an issue that he didn't really research or look at. Look, I don't care what he says. Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson could come out tomorrow and say the Earth is flat. That doesn't prove the Earth is flat. What he says doesn't, like, prove any kind of fact. Like, look, there's video and photo evidence of people in U-2's SR-71 Blackbirds. Those planes have max altitudes of, like, around 85,000 feet. You can see the curvature of the Earth. People who fly in those planes also just anecdotally report seeing a curvature. And again, there's footage from the International Space Station where you can see the curvature. You can even see freaking live streams from the International Space Station.
Can we stop monologuing, bro? Can you make one of your false claims so I can obliterate it one at a time? Because you're just monologuing. Okay, no.
You asked me to respond, and I responded.
But I need, right, to be fair, each one of your claims require a response. Cool. Okay, we'll get to the ISS if you want to, but you're saying that there are pictures of curvature at 78,000 feet. Okay, have you been in one of these planes? No, you're invoking someone else's anecdotal experience. In addition, have you researched the manufacturing of the windows? Are they triple plane? Do they impose a curvature? Those are real. I have the patents. You're laughing, but I've read the It's so funny. The Globe Earthers never do any of this research, and they know more about it. So you can look at the patents of certain planes. They impose a curvature. This is openly known. In addition, I've been in commercial planes. At least you didn't invoke that. Some Globe Earthers do. I didn't see a curvature.
Yeah, they're at 35,000 feet. You're talking about half the altitude.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said it's just a commercial flight. But I'm saying we've sent footage up to 120,000 feet, bro, and it shows a flat horizon.
Okay, and I've seen footage where it shows a very clear curvature.
But,
show me the video
if you dissect the video, it will make the horizon fluctuate because of an imposition of curvature. I'm not going to keep begging this. Anyone that actually researched it non-biased knows I'm speaking the truth. Globe Earthers that argue for your side, that are mainstream top proponents, agree with what I'm saying. So, you gotta do better than this. So is that your proof that the Earth's a globe is some anecdotal, unverifiable, singular account of someone in a YouTube? You're just saying saw curvature.
Okay, cool. You just said there's video footage of. I'm going to share the screen. You said there's video footage. Oh, I see. It's on my window. So you said there's video footage of weather balloons, and you'll see it's flat. Okay, well, here's a weather balloon, curvature, 100,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
Don't see it.
What kind of lens did they use?
Okay, look, if there was...
Oh, look at it. It just went up. You just refuted yourself.
look again.
Okay, debate. Okay, this.
Okay, look, wait.
Look at it. It's curving up.
Yeah, it's curving up. That's look, this can just very easily be explained. Look, this can just very easily be explained by shutter.
Are you really gonna double down?
What? It's shutter movement.
You're doubling down.
Yeah, that's just distortion caused by shutter. So look, you can see it moving. You can see it moving throughout the entire thing here. It's only when there's quick movements do you see that sort of distortion. What? Yeah, I know.
It's when it changed directions and went up above the horizon curved upwards. So you.
That's related to speed. It's not related to angle.
Well, you're on record on a live stream just a few minutes ago saying that if it was imposing curvature, that it would do just that very thing that your postulation just did 5 times. So again, the top opponent of your globular heliocentric model religion says that you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. Do you have any type of evidence to verify the specificity of the positive plane of the globe Earth? You still have the burden of proof. You can go to axial rotation. You can go to the size of the Earth. Do you know what the size of the Earth is? Do you know what their circumference is?
No, I didn't look that up. I didn't bother.
Okay. Do you
It doesn't
know what the
even matter.
radius is? Well,
Sorry?
I just think it's weird that we're the dumb ones and we know more about your model than you. The circumference of 24,901 miles at the equator. It's a radius of 3,959 miles, right? And then applying geometry, we can deduce a geometric horizon or a rate of curvature accurate up to around 1,200 miles, okay? But a geometric horizon, you take 1.225 times the square root of the observer's feet in height, and you can deduce where the geometric horizon should be. We go out and we test that necessitation of a globular Earth, okay, and it's repeatedly falsified. With the falsification of that radius, the entire model implodes. The current connotation of gravity requires that number. Orbital trajectories, day and night cycles, distances of a mile. Everything in the heliocentric model requires that 3959 radius number to be exactly right, and we falsified it. And you still have the burden of proof to actually substantiate it, and you didn't even know what it was. None of the globe earthers do. It's okay. I understand that people probably think this is stupid when they first hear it. I thought it was incredibly stupid, but it isn't. The Earth really is flat. All you have to do is actually go research it diligently, independently, without bias, and then go test them for yourself with empirical, verifiable means. So we can get into that. If you have to substantiate those claims.
Okay, wait. So you're saying there's proof that the Earth is flat?
Yes. If everywhere we go, there's no curvature. If there's no curvature,
well, you can't actually see a curvature, even with your bare naked eye on flat ground.
Oh, that's convenient. So we never see the curvature of Earth.
No, you can. No, you can actually prove it. Look, you've probably heard of this before, and I know there's a debunk. You're probably going to bring up refraction of light or some crap. Sailboats, when they go further and further out, you see that the actual boat portion disappears, but their sails stay visible. And I know the debunk of this. You can explain it if you want. But again, there's experiments that you can even watch on YouTube where they actually verify this is true.
Cool. So when a boat disappears to my naked eye, and then I pull out P900 and I zoom in and it comes back.
I know this.
Why did it disappear the first time?
What do you mean?
Why did it disappear to the naked eye? Right? It didn't actually disappear, right? Because I brought it
well,
back.
Well, no, it is. No, it does. It disappears because there's a curvature of the Earth and it's going below the horizon because.
Oh, and then the P900 zooms X-ray vision through the curvature.
No, okay. So here's another thing that I can actually point you towards. It's a video on YouTube. I'll share it. People on my stream can't see the video, so I'll just be courteous and open up a tab so everybody on my stream can see this. But so you can actually design an experiment. So these people, they got a boat and they also set up this this tarp basically. So there's a red line, white line, black line, and as you go further and further out, the line, the bottom line, ends up disappearing. And this is with that special, amazing magic camera that you're talking about. So the further out you go, it disappears. I think they got out to around 2 miles. And yeah, the red line ended up disappearing at around 2 miles. So you have to go far out. I know the videos you're talking about where it looks like the boats disappeared, but they zoom in further. Well, that's just misleading. They're not actually out that far. Again, this is kind of like a photography trick thing. If you're using a lens that has a wide angle, it's actually, everything looks smaller in the frame than it does in real life. It just looks further out than it really is. With the naked eye, you could probably still see the entire boat. It's just the way they filmed it. It looks like the boat's disappeared. But
okay, well,
at around 2 miles, at around 2 miles, that's when you can actually start to see things disappear. You probably need to look out further than that to like have the entire bottom of a boat disappear, because you're talking about a really large object as opposed to just like a stripe that's maybe a foot in length. And again, I mean, like even 17th century sailors knew about this sort of thing. Why is there a crow's nest? You can see further if you're higher up in the air. And again, that's because of the freaking curvature.
Why do Globers try to teach us stuff that we know more about? So I asked you a simple question. If the boat disappears to the naked eye, then I pull a P900 out, and it reappears. Then why was it?
Look, I already explained this.
You went on a big long monologue.
I already explained this.
Because it reached a limit of perspective.
No, I already explained this. No, I already explained this.
Not quite finished. Angular resolution, atmospheric conditions, and observer.
No, I already explained this, dude. You're not setting up an experiment where you can actually measure things. The video clip I just showed you, they set up an experiment where you could actually accurately measure things. There was a clear red bar at the bottom, and as they went out further and further, even with that camera that could zoom in super far, I think it's like 80 times zoom or something, it disappeared. So what are you talking about? Just like you're talking about a boat, like, okay, yeah, with the naked eye, and you zoom in, sure, but you're talking about a huge, gigantic object. It takes a long time for that to completely disappear over the horizon. If you used what they used there, like a tarp with the different bars across, you can actually measure when they start to disappear. And at about 2 miles, roughly a foot of the cardboard tarp or whatever they used disappeared.
Okay, so again, when a boat disappears to the naked eye, you can bring binoculars, telescope, P900, zoom in, and it comes back into view. Eventually, it will disappear again because it also reaches the limit of perspective of that optical equipment based on angular resolution. And of course,
that makes no sense.
Well, it's just factual, so it doesn't, objectivity doesn't actually get into the confinements of what you understand. It is just objective that things disappear when they reach a limit of perspective. This is replicatable.
What you just said.
Measurements aren't experiments, right? Like measurements aren't science. Okay, that's a math described, science explains. Just to clarify that. But yes, we go out and consistently make observations and demonstrations through measurements that falsify the claim of radius. So I don't.
Okay, listen. What you just said makes absolutely no goddamn sense. If you're gonna make this claim that, oh, it's just too far out for the camera to see, why is only the bottom disappearing?
It doesn't always only disappear.
Okay, look. See how my hand disappears there? Is it because of like some sort of camera trick where it's just going out too far, or is it actually disappearing behind something?
Yeah, good one, dude. So anyway, they don't always disappear from the bottom up, right? And you can replicate this with observations. You can take a coin on a flat table, it disappears from the bottom up. Tons of GIFs, we all have them. You just haven't actually researched it. So you haven't looked at the other side of any of these arguments. You're basically just researching flat Earth the first time at a time. And that's cool, but I don't really see where the arrogance would come in, right? So we can replicate that things just right on a flat surface using a coin. Okay, if you stand at the end of a long hallway, then the ceiling and the floor will appear to converge. Okay, this is just a known aspect of perspective. Okay, so again, angular resolution, atmospheric conditions, and observer height are the invariance of factors within the atmospheric conditions, of course, humidity, etc., temperatures. Then you will know exactly what your angular resolution impact will be on your perception.
Okay, look, again, you're using a camera that can zoom in extremely far. None of this makes any sense. Why would it disappear from the bottom up? Then you should be able to give me examples where it disappears from the top up.
Disappears from the top up.
Sorry, the top down. I misspoke.
Okay, yeah, they don't always disappear from the bottom up. Sometimes they just change in like size and entirety as they disappear. And again, we can replicate this with simple demonstrations like a coin on a flat table. But this is so crazy because why can't we just get proof the Earth's a ball? Like there should be thousands of proofs. Can you substantiate curvature, axial rotation, an atmospheric pressurized condition adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the -17 torque? Can you just substantiate any of the positive claims of the globe Earth? We're constantly like, we have literally blown the entire, the boats disappear over the horizon thing out of the water. And the people that debate for your side every day, they know this because of, observations like the black swan, which I can present if you would like, right? So simply the black swan. Someone took an observation from 1 foot off the ground, and that means that the geometric horizon can't be further than 1.2 miles. We saw a horizon past 9.5 miles, dude. Okay, so you're claiming a physical obstruction of a geometric horizon when both disappeared to the naked eye. I'm not going to bring them back, but then at the same time, you're acting like that isn't relevant, right?
Okay, so look, I've never heard of this one before, so you caught me off guard. But this is what you're talking about, right?
I've never seen this one. Sure.
So what do you mean a coin on a flat table disappears? This is what you're talking about, right?
Well, what part of that coin disappeared first?
Yeah, the bottom, and that's because the dude put the camera below the friggin' table.
Nope, I've seen one where he zooms all the way in, and you can still see the quarter on the other side of the table, which means it had to be at least above the table so he could see it.
No, dude. If you put the coin below, if you put the camera below the table, well, the coin is above the table. So the further it goes out, the more the coin will disappear, but you can still see it above the table.
Hey, dude.
So this is just sorry, but retarded bullshit. I think that's the only word to describe it.
Yeah, dude. That's all you say stupid things. But anyway, so you claim.
Okay, wait.
I'll show you. You cannot do this, dude. Okay, you claim a pressurized system is adjacent to a near perfect vacuum. Is that correct?
What are you talking about?
You claim in your model that a pressurized system is adjacent to a near perfect vacuum.
What?
Your globe religion claims there is an atmosphere with pressure and it's in a space vacuum.
Okay, sure. The atmosphere of the Earth has a higher pressure than space.
Well, they say space is a near perfect vacuum.
Yeah, sure.
Pressurized system adjacent to it.
Yeah, okay.
The necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical containment. So how do we have gas pressure on Earth if it's adjacent to a
gravity?
What?
Gravity?
Which gravity?
Well, the gravity the Earth creates due to its mass.
Oh, so proportionate mass.
What do you mean proportionate mass?
Well, that's what it is. So there's Newtonian gravity, proportionate mass, mass relative and proportionate to the amount of mass, right?
Are you telling me gravity doesn't exist?
Well, I think it's funny. You just made a positive claim. I'm going to have to teach you about it.
No. Are you claiming gravity doesn't exist?
All right. You do understand, again, that positive claims require the burden of proof.
Well, no. I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you not believe gravity
in its
exists?
current connotation has never been proven. That is correct.
Okay. So if I jumped off a building, it's not gravity that killed me?
Yeah, that's correct. It's called local downward acceleration. You're laughing. It's just
okay.
Here we go. I hope you keep up here. So there's Newtonian gravity. That's proportionate mass.
Look. If gravity doesn't exist,
I'm about to dismantle your religion. How about you just let me talk, bro?
Sure.
So Newtonian gravity, because you don't even know. I have to teach you so we can talk about it.
Sure.
So Newtonian gravity, right, is proportionate mass, mutual mass acceleration. This was actually superseded. The current scientific rhetoric is the theory of relativity. That was postulated in 1915 by Einstein. Also, in addition, Newton didn't even postulate an explanation for gravity himself. He actually wanted to be distanced from it. In fact, he said that to think that this would operate on brute matter and the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters could ever fall into it. He thought it was retarded. Anyway, 1915, Einstein superseded it with the theory of relativity. Okay, then theory of relativity made three claims. It said that there was an immutable constant speed to light. It said energy and mass are interchangeable, and it said that gravity is the effect of warped space-time. That's why I asked you to specify your postulation. What gravity is it that you are invoking to explain going against a natural law, the second law of thermodynamics? You said mass, proportionate mass is what you're talking about, right? Mutual mass acceleration. It's important to understand little g, big G. Little g is local downward acceleration, something falling. Okay, we've attributed a general description of that being 9.8 meters per second squared. That's a measurement, a metrical description and representation of an effect of something falling to the ground. You're claiming causality, my guy. So you are literally postulating causality and then conflating it with the metrical representation of the effect of local downward acceleration. So it's preposterous. Like, if I jump off something, are you serious? That's called
okay, you understand what a
acceleration.
joke is?
See if you'll respond to any of that with specificity.
Sorry, you're calling me stupid because you can't pick up on an obvious joke?
I didn't call you stupid. I said see if you'll respond to any of that with specificity.
Okay, well, dude, like I'm asking you a simple question. Do you believe gravity exists or not?
Local downward acceleration exists, but no.
Hey, well, no, it's just yes or no. Does gravity exist? Yes or no?
Not in its current connotation.
Okay, so you don't think mass creates gravity?
That's right. Mass does not attract mass. This has never been substantiated through empirical means. Well, actually,
Okay, so when we can actually measure the amount of light that actually bends in response to coming in close contacts with gravitational masses, that's not evidence gravity exists?
When they do this.
Sorry?
When did they do this?
What do you mean, when did they do this? This is just something you can observe.
We can observe light bending because of gravitational waves? Where can we do this?
No, you can actually, no, like we know that gravity actually causes light to curve.
No, you actually don't know that? What experiment did they do?
Okay, I don't know. This is just a well-known scientific fact. So black holes don't exist either?
Have you ever seen a black hole?
Yeah, there's video footage of one.
CGI image compiled.
Okay, CGI. Okay, CGI. That's what we're going with.
They admit. Do you know what a black hole claims to be? You couldn't take a literal picture of it inherently. So they admit that it's not a real picture. And why are you diverting? That was pure obfuscation, dude. Dude, you claimed gravity. Can you substantiate it? What's this gravity you speak of? You brought up some mystical deified experiment to cop you out, and you don't even know any of.
Look. If all of these principles are totally false, then like how do you explain how like the International Space Station and satellites work? If the whole concept of gravity doesn't work, then how is all of this math that we base it on, all of this technology we base it on, how the fuck would it even work? Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, you asked a whole lot of questions. So do you know where the ISS claims to be?
Yeah, it's within Earth's orbit. Like, what do you mean?
Do you know how high they say the ISS is?
How high?
252 miles. Do you know where they say space starts?
Where?
62 miles. It's called the Kármán line. Do you know how fast that the ISS travels?
Pretty fast. How
17,500 miles per hour, 5 miles a second in orbit.
Okay.
Isn't it odd? I know all this and you don't, and yet you brought up the ISS.
What does this have to do with anything?
Can you substantiate or independently verify any of those metrics?
Okay. Yeah, there's I mean, look, you're creating a conspiracy theory where literally millions of people are involved with these projects, and somehow all of them can be tight-lipped and never say, "Oh yeah, it's just all CGI."
No, it's
like, look, dude, you can even see live streams from the International Space Station, and I'm
how
sure,
many people have gone past low Earth orbit? Do you know? You said millions of people have to lie. How many people have claimed to go past low Earth orbit? Do you know?
Dude, internationally, yeah, millions of people over generations that have worked in these institutions, that have worked on this technology. You're talking about millions of people who are all involved in these projects.
Yeah, okay, but if someone sits in front of a screen and they get sent data and they're told to dissect it and send it to the next guy, that doesn't mean that they're lying. They believe the lie. How many people have gone past low Earth orbit? Do you know?
I'm actually interested. I'm actually
24
interested.
is the answer. 24.
Okay, dude. I'm actually interested to know why you think there's this worldwide conspiracy that the Earth is flat.
Oh, so now you want to divert to speculation?
No. I just want you to explain, because like you're coming up with this like excuse that it's all a lie. Well,
no.
You don't have any evidence that this is a lie, so this you have to have some kind of conspiracy.
I guess you're
interested in this conspiracy.
Comprehension here. I've explained many reasons that it's a lie. It's scientifically illiterate, okay? And it has the burden of proof. It doesn't substantiate any of the burden of proof of specificity. We falsified that claim. That is independent of speculation of motive. Also, if there's more land, maybe they want to hide it. Maybe there's more resources. We give NASA $54 million a day. Maybe they want you to think you're a tiny speck of dust.
$54 million a day?
Promote nihilism, so you'll have a malleable state of mind and be easier to control. Simply, knowledge is power. It's much more powerful when you're the only one with it. And only a handful of people actually have to know that the lie is going on. So now that we've got the speculation and obfuscation out of the way, can we come full circle to why is there gas pressure on Earth if it's supposedly adjacent to a near perfect vacuum,
wait a second.
violating the second law of thermodynamics?
Okay, wait a second. You're saying that this flat Earth conspiracy is made up to hide resources?
No. I just now said and preface this is speculation. Here's some potential reasons. Now,
okay.
You do understand that if you were to verify that they lie, that's independent of their motive,
Sure.
right? Like
I'm just wondering why you think they do this.
I just gave you like 5 reasons.
No, okay, well, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but give me a few.
If there was more land, they could hide that, thus they could have resources. We give $54 million a day to NASA. It actually just got bumped up, okay? So monetary incentive.
Okay, well, look, the yearly NASA budget is only $22 billion. The U.S. military, they just increased the budget massively. What is it, like over $600 billion now?
Well, I'm saying, you said, why would they lie? I'm giving some potential reasons.
Okay, well, wait, like this, okay, so this doesn't make any fucking sense. You're saying NASA is like some like weird money hog and it's all a conspiracy to get more money from the government?
No,
they only
I
get
think
$22 billion a year.
Likely reason.
They only get $22 billion a year. The fucking military budget is like so much higher.
You want to argue over like speculative
$22 billion versus over $600 billion?
Why would you just want to, verify whether or not the Earth is actually a globe and then go from there?
Okay, sure, but I mean, like, you're clearly crazy is the point I'm making. Like, dude, you're just clearly insane is the point I'm making.
Yeah, but I'm thinking all the live
Okay, so, well, wait. We can go back to the main topic in a bit. I'm just really curious. So we've covered the NASA money scam, which, okay, that's nonsense. What's another reason? Resource hogging?
I don't know if there's more land, but there could be.
Look, there's countries.
Man.
Well, look,
if you're gonna straw man me, at least let me say something first.
Okay, sure. Explain the resource hogging.
These are just speculative reasons I'll throw out there, and it's
Sure.
independent of the empirical conversation.
Sure, I can agree with that.
Okay, so I gave you some speculative to play your game for a second, and you want to hone in on each one of the random speculations. That doesn't make any sense. That's called obfuscation. We're talking about is the Earth a magic spinning cartoon ball brought to you by Jesuit priests, okay? That's who brought us the religion known as globe heliocentrism, was the Vatican Church. We want to find out if that's true.
That's not true.
We went out and tested. The Jesuit priests also postulated the Big Bang. I don't know if you know that. It doesn't really matter who did it, but that's where it came from. We want to test it for ourselves, dude, and we went out and tested it. You haven't, and so I find it odd that you're so positive you know that.
Okay,
I'm
well,
wrong.
wait. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of interested in this. You're saying there's more evidence that there's a flat Earth opposed to a spherical Earth?
We've consistently falsified the claim of curvature. The falsification of the globe Earth is independent of a need for a definitive model. We don't have all the information accessible to.
Well, that's fine. Look, that's fine. But what evidence do you have that the Earth is flat? I'd like to just know.
Okay, yeah, I told you earlier, we made an observation from 1 foot observer height on the coast of California. The necessitation of the geometric physical horizon, a physical obstruction of your model would be 1.2 miles at 1 foot observer height. And we saw a horizon beyond 9.5 miles, a literal impossibility on your globe Earth. We have observations over 273 miles. We have laser tests over 25 miles that should have never hit their targets simply using line of sight, but they did over and over. We have observations way too far with a mile missing curvature. And y'all will go as far as to do mental gymnastics instinctually and say, well, no, it had to refract up over a mile and show us exactly what should be there, as opposed to we see what's there and it's showing us exactly what it is. Y'all will tell us it looks exactly like what's there, but it refracted up over a mile of missing curvature. We have consistently obliterated the globe Earth's claim of curvature in the radius of 3959, and you can't even answer one simple
Why don't
question.
you show me? Okay, dude, why don't you show me one of these experiments? So we're on the topic of Earth curvature and, you know, whether or not we can see past the horizon on water. Show me one of these experiments that, you know, debunks this, you know, horizon issue.
You can see this?
Okay, sure.
Okay, yeah. So, actually, this is not the one. It doesn't really matter. So, the observer height is 8 feet here. Okay, so the maximum distance, the geometric horizon, is 3.46 miles. You get that by taking 1.225 times the square root of observer height in feet. And so that means that the physical horizon that should be blocking your view, you know, physical obstruction of view due to a geometric physical horizon, can be no further than 3.5 miles. Look at the horizon in the picture. It's beyond the furthest oil rig at 10
That's okay. Whoa. Your math is way fucking off. So the Earth would have to be tiny for the horizon to only go out to 3.46 miles.
No. It's from 8 feet off the ground. You understand that's relative to observer.
Then the horizon line would be even further the higher you go up. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but it's only 8 feet. That's why it's at 3.46 miles. Let me see if I can find the other.
Dude, your math is way off. The Earth would be tiny.
What's the correct?
I don't know what the look. I didn't bother looking any of this up because it's just not worth my fucking time. But 3.46 miles. That's tiny. The Earth would be like, holy shit, the Earth would have to be smaller than like all of North America for that to be the case. If the horizon line is 3.46 miles at 8 feet in height, the Earth would be tiny.
Okay, this is your model's math. I'm sorry you don't understand.
No, it's not. Dude, there's no goddamn way.
Okay, dude, you should research this stuff, bro. Don't you think? I got a question for you. If the Earth were truly flat, would you want to know that?
Sure.
Would you actually want to know that?
Yeah, I would.
Would you be able
that's
to
important.
publicly admit that you were wrong about the Earth being flat?
Oh, absolutely. Look, if I found out that the Earth was flat, I'd publicly admit it.
Oh yeah, you have the integrity to swallow your pride and admit that it was.
I've admitted I was wrong about a number of things.
Cool. Well, then
I run.
I don't know you, dog. Like you could be cool.
I run a channel about nutrition, and some things were recently disproved with new research, like TMAO and its effect on heart disease. There's some new research showing it doesn't do anything. Before I thought it was a risk factor for heart disease. Like I've admitted that I was wrong about a few things, but look, that thing you just showed me where the horizon line should only go out to 3.46 miles at 8 feet in height. That's insane. Like your math is just way off. I think you missed a few decimal points in your calculation there.
Dude, yeah, you're way off the mark. I'm
Dude,
just trying to help you. I'm trying to help you, dude.
It doesn't even look like you're talking about me like kind of deflecting and going off into a different topic. You're doing that, like, dude. All you have to do, this is even besides the argument about how large the Earth is. It doesn't even matter how big the Earth is, the rate of the curvature. All you have to do is show me that no matter how far you go out, boats or whatever will not disappear on the horizon. You can just infinitely see it. That's all you have to do.
Are you computing this math right here?
Okay, let's see. The Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Radius. Wait, let me see. Radius of Earth. Let me look this up. Okay, so radius is, it says 6,378.1 kilometers. I'm just looking this up on Wikipedia.
Dude, don't you think that I probably would know better than to put
its values range from 6,378 kilometers at the equator to 6,357 kilometers at the pole. So the Earth isn't perfectly spherical. It's
Why are you teaching me I know all about your religion?
Yeah, sure. So
you shrink it down to the size of a cue ball. It's smoother than a pool ball, is what your.
Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of observer's height in feet. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not p.
Yeah, that goes in.
Okay, wouldn't that depend on observer height?
Yes, it would. You are correct. So I will
Okay.
show you what this is pertaining to. Just a second.
And it would also be affected by the height of the object that you're tracking. Like again, the coin on the table thing.
We're not tracking an object.
What do you mean we're not tracking an object?
We're looking for the horizon.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, look, the point is you're saying an object will not disappear behind the horizon. So if you're going to track an object that's like a mile high, obviously you're still going to be able to see that object at an incredibly great distance because it's still going to be over the line of the horizon, especially if you have like a very short observer height.
Sure. Okay. Over the what? The line of the horizon. Where's the line of the horizon in this image, bro?
There, like where you see it?
The sky appears to meet the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's behind the furthest oil rig. That's 9.41 miles. Yeah, globe Earth obliterated. Flat Earth is not some crazy speculative belief system. That's why it's being censored. Just so you know. So simply, the map I just showed you comes from your top proponent's own calculations of curvature. We don't believe.
Wait, let me actually look this up. Like you're saying at an observer height of 5 feet, you'd only be able to look out 2.73 miles.
Well, that's where the physical obstruction would be. That's where you would have a geometric horizon. Yeah, I think it would be something like 60 feet. So you could still technically see above it, but there would be a physical obstruction of geometric horizon. Yes, it's not there.
Okay, so there's actually a calculator you can use online. Yeah, and so I might as well screen share, I guess. Okay, this will stop you from sharing your screen. I think that calculation is roughly correct. Again, I'm gonna have to share this with my audience, but okay, so I'm just looking at this. Observer height 2 miles, target difference 12,000 meters, target size 10 meters, zoom 3,000 meters. Like, I'm not sure if does this line up?
Yeah, dude, we got this from your Earth calculator. Just so you know, we don't believe in the globe Earth. It's a fairy tale pseudoscience religion, but we got the numbers from your websites, your proponents that make Earth curve calculators, so we could go test the claim of the globular Earth with a radius of 3959, thus a necessitation of a physical horizon that we have clearly refuted. And with the falsification of the radius comes the falsification of the entirety of the model. So.
Okay, well, wait. Okay, so what you're disputing now is how large the Earth is and how great the curvature is. This doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is even spherical, so this is just besides the point.
Well, actually, the whole model is wrong. So everything that they told us is wrong if the radius is wrong. Now, if you want to argue that...
Okay, well, wait, no, that's not true. Okay, if the radius is wrong, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. That just means, okay, the radius is wrong. Let's just say that the curvature of the Earth is greater.
Right. So do you know how big the radius of the Earth would have to be for that black swan image to be on a ball? 240,000 miles. So they tell us the radius is just under 4,000 miles, right? It would have to be close to 250,000 miles for that observation to happen. We know that isn't the case. We can travel from location to location. And the current connotation of gravity needs that radius number, day and night cycle needs that radius number, orbital trajectories, everything about the globe Earth needs that. So that falsification implodes the whole model objectively. So you can't let go of the radius because the whole model's gone there. But we falsified it. And this is one of a plethora of observations. So we went out and tested it for ourselves. So that's why I always preface these by saying...
Okay, well, look, you didn't... Look, you're kind of going off topic, and you're talking about how if we can prove that the radius of the Earth, it's an improper calculation, well, that then proves the Earth is flat. No, it doesn't. You haven't proven that the Earth doesn't have a curvature. The only thing you've really done is try to inspire. The only thing you've really done is tried to get people to doubt, like inject doubt by making people unsure whether or not the Earth has a curvature. Like this doesn't even prove that the Earth doesn't have a curvature. The best it can possibly do is suggest that the Earth's curvature isn't as great as somebody might have expected it to be, and the Earth is just larger than we might have thought, but it's not. Like, dude, some image
This is a concession that your whole model's wrong.
Dude, look, some image that somebody took of some oil drilling platform, and then them saying like, "Oh, look how far out that is." I don't see how that's really proof.
But I mean, if you can't understand it, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, dude.
Objective. Okay, there's a necessitation of a physical geometric horizon. That's a literal, tangible, physical obstruction of a curvature of Earth based on.
And we've proven that. And I've already shown you a video proving that there is an actual obstruction by the curvature of the Earth. I've already shown you a video, and then your excuse is, oh, it's too far for the camera to see, even though it only blocks out the bottom and not any other part of the image.
Hey, man, we have numerous observations falsifying your claim of radius. So you're going back and forth. Are you standing behind the 3,959-mile radius? Or are you saying that the Earth just must be much bigger?
I'm not saying the Earth is any bigger. I think the calculation we have is pretty damn accurate, especially since we have satellites now to verify this.
Well, we just disproved the calculation.
Well, we didn't. All you did was show me an image of an oil drilling site offshore.
Yeah. Okay, but the oil rigs are nothing more than a frame of reference of distance. We're talking about the horizon, the location that the sky appears to meet the ground, right? It was beyond the furthest oil rig. The oil rig is a frame of reference of distance. That's how we know it's 9.5 miles. You can verify the distances on Google Earth, okay, or any map, okay. And this is a still shot from a video, and it's been done numerous times. Do you really think they run around with fake stuff and fake numbers? Like, what do I gain from being a flat earther? I get attacked for it. I'm just not scared to speak the truth unequivocally. We falsified the claim of the globe Earth, bro. And I'm just saying, you can't substantiate axial rotation. You can't substantiate sphericity, a radius, a circumference. You can't substantiate a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, violating natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, energy transfer, right? That's a natural law. And you're claiming something anomalous to a natural law, void of verifiability or empirical evidence. That's a plethora of evidence or issues from an intellectual perspective. And they just get breezed over, and people want to talk about what they think about a flat Earth model. We falsified the globe Earth. I don't have to tell you why they lied to you. I don't have to do. You have to substantiate axial rotation, sphericity, and a size, and you can't. There should be thousands of proofs. There's zero. I've been looking for 5 years. The globe Earth is dead. It's 2020. That's why they had to censor it. It's not a big deal. We should actually all come together, just accept it, and demand that we're allowed to freely traverse the Earth instead of fighting amongst each other. So I didn't lie to you. None of us did, but they did. Why? I don't know. Maybe we should try to figure out. We falsified the claim of the radius. We falsified it. So it's never been proven the Earth's spinning. It's never been proven the Earth's a ball, but we know it's a spinning ball, even though all observations, all of our senses show us the exact opposite of that. And all of our observations, when we go and test the rate of curvature, show us the opposite of that. Where we're missing a mile of curvature in observations, seeing 273 miles, we consistently see too far. We consistently disprove the physical geometric horizon, which is a necessitation of the globe Earth. And it violates natural laws. And its current models include.
Just because it's a lot of points for Vegan Gains to cover, and I'll give you plenty of time to respond, Vegan Gains, but I do want to note that we'll probably go just a few more minutes with the conversation, and then we'll jump into the question and answer, as we are usually, this is about when we would go into Q&A. And so to be fair to Vegan Gains, we'll give him a few minutes just to respond to that plethora of points from Witsit Gets It, and so he can have his own plethora of rebuttals. So thanks so much, gentlemen, for letting me interrupt.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so look, this isn't a topic that I'm particularly interested in, so some of this information threw me a bit off. I was just doing a bit of reading. So there is such a thing as refraction, and apparently it allows you to see a little bit above the horizon line. So it essentially makes the horizon line appear further than it really technically is. But again, there is a horizon, and it does cause an obstruction. And I've already shown that in the one video footage, that the YouTube clip that I showed you, where they did an experiment, and they actually went out about 2 miles. And after about 2 miles, they were actually able to see the horizon, causing an obstruction.
Was it the same the next day? Because it was constantly.
Okay, well, it's going to be. It's going to vary. Look, it's going to vary based on atmospheric conditions. but not to a terribly significant degree. Like again, I think it might be like less than a mile at most. I was just doing some quick reading on it. But again, you can actually show that the horizon does cause an obstruction. The image that you just showed there, it's just the person who took it. I was just reading up on it. They didn't keep. They didn't factor in the issue of refraction. So you are right about the distance of the horizon line and everything, but at that distance, at a particular height, you will start to see obstruction at around those distances for sure. It's just that like you play this game where I've seen flat earthers do this all the time where they don't use proper measuring equipment or proper measuring techniques. And just because you see a boat that's far out in the distance that you haven't even recorded an actual distance of, it's not like you lasered out the target. It's not like you used a GPS to verify the distance. You'll just zoom in with a camera and say, oh, see, you can still see the boat. So there's no such thing as a horizon obstruction. When no, if you actually properly conduct these experiments, you calculate how far out the boat is. You use some sort of frame of reference like the cardboard cutout thing with the different lines. You can actually prove that there is an obstruction. And lastly, I mean, there's plenty of video footage. You can go on SR-71s, U-2s, you can go on the International Space Station, you can see footage from the International Space Station. It all proves the Earth is curved. There are people who've actually traveled all the way around the globe in one direction, and they ended up, getting back to where they came from. I mean, there's so much evidence, supporting that the Earth is curved. And I mean, if you're going to claim that gravity doesn't exist, well, then that's going to require some high-level math for you to even disprove.
Let me just. Can I respond to all this with some
I think the trick is it's like at some point we've got to, if one of you is willing to defer to the other, just because we gave you that roughly 2.5 minutes, which it gets it, and then I was trying to give Vegan Gains that roughly 2.5 minutes to respond. So let's jump into the Q&A. So really do appreciate all of your questions, folks. I think at this point, if you have submitted a super chat as of this point, we can for sure get through with it. And assuming that the debater's got maybe another 25 minutes, if you submit a super chat after, and it depends on how much time the speakers have, I've got all night. Very sad. But it's basically if the speakers have to go, we might not get to read super chats that are sent in from this point forward. So do want a quick read through. Thanks for your super chat. Anthony, let me know if I mispronounced this, Anthony. Sicante, appreciate it, said, had a feeling T-Jump couldn't handle Witsit. Must have watched a debate of his and pooped bricks. We gave Dumb Jump is taking the night off. Don't worry, he'll come back. But Steven C, thanks for your super chat, said light is blue when James is thinking of T-Jump. That's very funny. Yes, that's why the studio is blue. Monkey Cat Pat, thanks for your super chat, who said, why can't the North Star be seen from Australia?
Limit of perspective. That's funny.
Yeah, it
is. Robert Summers, thanks for your super chat, said, how do tides work on a flat Earth perspective? And hi, James. Thanks, Robert. Hi as well.
How do they work on a glober? Oh, tidal locking completely unsubstantiated, requiring the reification, gravity, global trajectory, and sphericity and solidity of both objects, the moon and the Earth. Simply, temperature and electromagnetic interaction with the water seems to play a factor.
Gotcha. And thanks so much for your super chat.
Wait, I actually have a question. Can I just ask you a question? Do you actually believe in the Coriolis effect?
No, I don't believe in little weird fairy tales.
Okay, so you don't actually believe the Coriolis effect? Like you don't think the Earth spins?
Well, yeah, I don't believe in just.
Okay, so you're telling me the military gives information to snipers that would make them miss because snipers have to take into account the Coriolis effect?
Military sniper 2 weeks ago, and they say they've never accounted for Coriolis in their life.
Okay, so have they actually tried to take out a target beyond a kilometer?
Yeah. He said that at long distance shooting, you don't factor in. No, I haven't. I'm saying you don't factor in the Coriolis. I've read the patents. They say that if it's in the newest ones that they say that it is accounted for, it's just in the calculations already.
They never account for it. I talked to one the other day.
Okay, well, look, I've known a few people who are in the Marines, and they have told me they have had to take into account the Coriolis effect. So I don't know. Maybe it's just the experience he's had.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from Roy Lindsay, who said, "Why do globe Earth models give us right answers?" Witsit gets it.
Because the globe Earth was formulated over hundreds of years after the observation. So taking the reoccurring observation and then fitting it into the confinements of a model that's working isn't synonymous with predictability. It's just a representation of reoccurring phenomena.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat, Dwayne Burke, who said Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth are now best friends forever. Congrats to you, Nathan Thompson and Fight. Nathan Thompson himself, thanks for your super chat, said Vegan Gains first 5 minutes of researching flat Earth ever. I don't understand. Oh, he's claiming Vegan Gains. He's saying this is your first 5 minutes of researching it.
Not exactly. I've heard some of the major arguments, but yeah, some of the stuff about the radius of the Earth and stuff. That threw me off, just because it's not a topic that I care much, enough about to really get into any of the math. But it's not the first time I've really researched it.
Appreciate your authenticity. And the phone guy, thanks for your super chat, says Witsit gets it. Explain seasons such as day, night in one model.
The sun revolves over top of us.
Thanks for your super chat, Maynard Saves, who says, what scientific forces hold the flat Earth together?
What are you talking about? Why are you presupposing a necessitation of some mystical deified force? The current connotation of gravity was postulated to explain directionality on a ball.
Okay, wait. Do you think that all other celestial bodies are flat, or is Earth the only one?
I don't know. We just see orbs of lights in the sky that look like circles.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, you can even see a planet like Mars with the naked eye, and if you have a good telescope, you can actually see it fairly clearly. It's not just a light.
Yeah, but can you substantiate sphericity or solidity?
Yes, you can. We've landed a rover on Mars.
Okay, well, there you go. Appeal to the authority of NASA.
Okay.
Does the government ever lie? Does the government ever lie?
NASA isn't the government.
Must move.
Yeah,
King024, thanks for your super chat. Question for the Witsit Gets It. Please explain how an equatorial mount works on flat Earth.
Better than on a globe Earth.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat, Dwayne Burke, who says, big shout out to G-Cat. Thanks for that. Let's see. We'll tell G-Man it's Cat. You say hi. General Ballsack, thanks for your super chat, says, let's go to Antarctica, Witsit Gets It, and prove the flat Earth once and for all.
Hey,
it's illegal, man.
Witsit, have you ever lied in your life?
Have I ever lied?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay, so we can't trust anything you say?
Well, no, I was just saying, if the government's provably liars, could we blindly believe everything a government agency says? That was my point.
Okay, well, we don't. I'm just saying, if you're going to say they've lied before, does that make everything they say a lie?
No, of course not.
Okay.
They give us temperature readings.
Okay.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from Kang024 says, question for Witsit Gets It. The sun does not change angular size in the sky to an observer. Please explain sunsets.
Yeah, just look at sunsets recorded with a solar filter, and you can actually bring them back. They simply disappear relative to your perception, observer height.
Gotcha.
Like everything.
Charlie Welch, thanks for your super chat, said, sorry, no cherry picking. He says attenuation is accepted scientifically, but so is round Earth. So what's his issue? Standard Flirth YouTube graduate. Oh, snap, Witsit Gets It. Are you going to let him talk to you like that?
Okay, there's no empirical verifiable scientific evidence for the globe Earth. It never substantiates causality or makes a correlation with cause and effect. With the replication of an independent variable that's manipulated, it is pseudoscience.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat from Dearest. Kang024 says, question for Witsit Gets It. What is your explanation for the, I know I'm going to say this wrong, Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite near real-time imaging of the Earth from space. Please don't just say it's fake.
If I don't know, but I'm going to assume that it's just like all the other space agencies openly emit composite images of compilation of high-altitude footage, projecting on a flat map surface, wrapping around a ball, and then doing artist rendition. Composite imagery, CGI. NASA openly admits this. I'm sure it's the same with that very specific thing you asked about.
Thanks for your super chat. Kango24, who says, question for Witsit Gets It, please explain a lunar eclipse. Try better than Nathan Thompson's weak answer. Oh, Nathan, they're coming after you. That it's a light in the sky and it goes dark sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes there's an obstruction to the celestial bodies, but in fact, look up the Selenilian eclipse. It's called the impossible eclipse. Doesn't work on the globe Earth heliocentric model because the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time, and the horizon and the shadow comes from the wrong way. And you are presupposing, of course, the physical obstruction, begging the question of sphericity and it being a shadow. So yeah, we just know that there's an obstruction that's pretty reoccurring.
Anthony Chicante, thanks for your super chat, said Black Swan. Trying to understand the context.
That was the picture of the observer height that defeats and refutes the globe Earth.
Liliaro, thanks for your super chat, said reality show, top flat Earth, top globe. Some scientists fund them for experiments and expeditions. How can we make this happen? That's a good idea, Lily. Trolling for Truth, thanks for your super chat, says roll his video again. It's a black swan. I don't understand. Black swan, they mean like figurative or?
Black swan is meaning that if you make the claim that all swans are white and then you find a black swan that falsifies the claim all swans are white, those images that falsify the geometric horizon are globe Earth black swans. They can't exist if the Earth's a globe with the size they say. So it was coined the black swan.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll give Vegan Gaze a chance to respond just in case he wants to, because it sounds like that was originally for him, and I let you answer the last one. Sorry about that. I misunderstood.
Oh, so he's asking, like, how do I justify these black swans?
I think they're arguing that it's something to that effect. Or
okay, well, again, like, these flat earthers, they take videos and images and either their calculations are incorrect or the measuring equipment they use is inaccurate, or they're just making assumptions on things that they just don't really have much of an understanding on, like how light refraction can actually change the apparent horizon line, things like that.
Gotcha.
So these things are explainable.
Hold on, just because the super chat was originally for him, I don't want to gang up on Decepticons Forever. Thanks for your super chat. Said, ask Witsit how much he weighs on Earth.
170 pounds.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat. Trolling for Truth says, Witsit, unleash the black swan. Gotcha. Sounds like you have a fan out there. Craig Montgomery, thanks for your super chat, said, hey, Austin, where is the barrier exactly?
I don't know. We're not allowed to do that either. It's illegal to try to privately explore that area. But if you look at declassified military documents, it seems they consistently stopped at roughly about 70 miles. So look up Operation Fishbowl, etc.
King024, thanks for your super chat, said, question for Witsit, why do the oceans not rush to fill the lower pressure system of the sky above them? If your answer is density, then isn't the atmosphere more dense than the vacuum of space?
Yeah, water isn't the same as gas pressure.
Gotcha. Next up, Brian Peck, thanks for your super chat, said, Vegan Gains has come a long way from, what is the Bering days?
Oh, that was probably like a year or two ago. Yeah, that I debated Bering.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. And thanks for your super chat, Kango24. I have to say, Vegan Gains, we would be honored to host you on the topic of veganism, as I have to be honest, the vegans that have come on here, tough debaters. Veganism is not an easy position. I think a lot of people underestimate it, and so we would be thrilled to have you come back for that.
You know what? You said Matt Dillahunty was going to be on soon.
Yes.
Try to get him to debate me. He's a coward. He said he doesn't do online debates, but then I've showed him multiple instances where he has debated people online. Then he blocked me on Twitter for no reason. So maybe ask Matt Dillhunty, like, why does he keep running away from the topic if he thinks it's so ridiculous?
I can see if he'd like to debate the topic. And Kango24, thanks for your super chat, said, fact for Austin or Witsit gets it. Jupiter is proof of gas next to the vacuum of space. Anybody can see Jupiter with a cheap telescope.
Oh, the telescope substantiated that it's a spherical planet made of gas in a vacuum. Of course it didn't. You have to presuppose the very, begging the question. So.
Gotcha. Craig Montgomery, thanks for your super chat, said, what about all the other pictures from the same spot that aren't distorted, with the bottom of the platforms obstructed?
Yeah, the horizon is an optical location, so it's just an apparent location. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. It fluctuates consistently based on atmospheric conditions, angular resolution, and observer height. So it fluctuates, proving it isn't solidity of some physical curvature. It's just an optical illusion that constantly fluctuates.
Gotcha. And thanks for your super chat. Monkey Cat Pat says, 2 in a row, first says, Witsit is an expert at word salad. Gotcha. How do you like them apples, Witsit? And then they say, why are the cranes distorted? Refraction in all caps.
Yeah, but refraction is always consistent when there's a compilation of atmosphere between you and whatever's being viewed, but there is no specific type of refraction that can be invoked to explain the extension of a horizon, certainly not that far. We've obviously researched the rebuttals. We wouldn't postulate them in debates. There is no invoking of refraction that's sufficient to explain the black swan, hence the name.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat. Tim Pryor, who said, I love how flat earthers say there's no measurement of the curve, but Fight the Flat Earth shows measurements of the curve to flat earthers all the time from a bunch of geo surveyors.
Cool story, bro. Tell them to send me the geodetic surveys. I'll look at them. I looked at a lot of them.
Gotcha.
They never worked out. Yeah.
Next up, let's see. I'm trying to understand this one. Unicorn Laser Eyes. Does anybody recognize that name? Says, who needs a radius? Vegan Gains doesn't. Ha ha. I don't understand. Is this supporting Vegan Gains or going against?
Not
you?
sure.
I'm confused. But Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat, said, except for Bob from Globebusters, proved the Earth rotates. Thanks, Bob. And so that was the same person that was just opposing you. It gets it.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He was misrepresented and taken out of context. So, cool story, bro.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat from Raven Zero says, Witsit, me and my colleagues just run quick math over your numbers based on the information at hand, and it's completely wrong. Try again.
It's literally from Earth Curve Calculator. So why don't you just Google that and then, retry it out.
Leah Murphy, thanks for your super chat, said, so when I looked at Jupiter through my telescope and saw moons orbiting it, is my telescope also part of NASA's conspiracy?
Yeah, you have to presuppose sphericity and solidity, and whatever's happening in the sky does not correlate to terra firma.
General Ballsack, thanks for your super chat, said, what's better, Vegan Gains? U2 the plane or U2 the band?
The plane. I'm not a fan of U2.
Gotcha. KO Champ FTT, thanks for your super chat, said, why can't we see the Appalachian Mountains from the Rockies or Ireland from Florida when the sunlight is on all land masses at once?
Do you see what we deal with, bro? Do you hear? This is the actual questions we get, bro. You obviously can't see forever, bro. You have a limit of perspective.
I think you were just wrecked by a super chat.
Angular resolution, observer height, atmospheric conditions.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat from Sigifredo Zarabia in the house. Says, what's crazier, flat earth or veganism? Or can we have both?
Hey, we can have both, bro.
Are you a vegan, which it gets it?
You're what? Oh no, I'm not vegan, but you're welcome to come to the flat earth team, bro. We don't have any prejudice over here.
Gotcha. Okay. Next up, thanks for your super chat from. By the way, I'm telling you, guys, vegans are tough to debate. Thanks for your super chat from. Elijah Freeman. Thanks for yours. Said, You, my guy, Witsit, where's the sphere edge Mr. Vegan gains?
Sphere edge? I don't know what he really means by that, but yeah, the horizon's, roughly 3.5 miles out, depending, I think it's the true geometric horizon, it's somewhere around 3.5 miles out.
Gotcha. And thanks for your super chat from Dildo Baggins. Always good to see you. It says, Witsit needs a thesaurus for some dressing on that word salad.
Yeah, they always say that, but I can't actually make you be able to use a decent vocabulary. If you understand the words I'm using, they're offering substantive specificity to my points.
Next up, Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat, said, and I have to call him out on lying. NASA never says CGI. They say Photoshop. Learn the difference. Photoshop is not CGI.
Yeah, CGI stands for computer generated image. Where'd they do the Photoshop at? On a computer. Okay.
Next up, thanks for your super chat from KO Champ FTT, says, Witsit, why do you they say, quote, why do you pick and choose science? You believe in this portion of science, but not the next?
Nice vague comment, void of specificity there. I only stick with empirical verifiable means of evidence, by the way, ironically.
Thanks for your super chat. KO Champ FTT says, earlier light, less. Now there's light. What gives?
Wait, sorry, what was that?
They said earlier light, less. Now there's light. What gives?
Where did the light come from?
The sun. Dude, yeah, it's attenuation of light, man.
It just goes too far away?
What? No,
the sun just goes too far away for you to see it?
Yeah. Eventually, it's called attenuation. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Doesn't dip below the horizon. We've already established that.
Thanks for your super chat. Kika Obichi says, Witsit, what do you think about vegan flat earthers?
Indifferent.
That's right.
I guess I'll give my opinion. You don't have to be smart to be a vegan. I don't even think you have to be a particularly good person to be a vegan. So you'll find vegans with a whole bunch of crazy beliefs.
Gotcha. And
it isn't a belief.
Sleet, thanks for your super chat, says, for Witsit, why do you think spectrographic analysis only works on Earth, but not when pointed at Jupiter, stars, or the sun? It literally detects the emission and absorption bands of gas.
What? Okay, the question is, how does the gas pressure exist in the first place if the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container? It's non sequitur to the question.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Oh, Dildo Baggins says he was kidding in his super chat. I can't remember what it was. I'm baffled. But Nessatron, thanks for your super chat, says, if the Earth is flat, why can't we see all the boats in the water, no matter how far, with a telescope?
Dude, yeah, the telescopes reach a limit of perspective, guys. Come on, man. It's really not that complicated.
Thanks for your super chat.
Okay, well, wait. I actually want to touch on that a little bit. So if I had a drone, I could actually see the boat, see a boat at a further distance than somebody on the ground. How do you explain that?
Yeah, altitude, so you're able to see further the higher you get.
Yeah, because of the horizon. It obstructs. So if you go above the horizon obstruction, you can see more.
Yeah. But
so you admit the Earth is curved.
No, it's not a physical obstruction, my man. It's an apparent location.
Next up, KO Champ FTT says, light on all points. Should be able to see, right?
Attenuation.
Next up, Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat, says, I love how his response to everything I say is, cool story, bro. And no, Bob was not misrepresented. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, they took out like a couple seconds of him speaking, talking about how the gyroscope constantly fluctuated. They had to mess with it. At one point, it showed 15 degrees. So yeah, that's misrepresenting
You know what? I just thought of something. How do you explain solar? Like, how do you explain like solar eclipses when you say that light can only travel so far? It's kind of weird.
Well, yeah, there's still an extinction limit to light, and then we have phenomena in the sky where there's an obstruction of bodies occasionally, and you have to presuppose sphericity and solidity and obstruction.
Gotcha. Yeah. And thanks for your super chat from KO Champ FTT says, "Sun on." Did we just read that? I'm confused. No, Unicorn Laser Eyes says, "Thanks." They said, "Hello, Witsit. We are listening on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0."
Oh yeah, shout out 24/7.
Gotcha. And KO Champ FTT says, "Sun on both. Why can't you see them with a telescope?"
Perspective limit.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat. Kango24 says, "So to summarize all of Witsit Gets It answers, cool story, bro, CGI, conspiracy, presupposed stuff, and a complete misunderstanding of light and how perspective work. Good job."
Yeah, actually, no, I just actually require you to substantiate your positive claim of specificity with empirical verifiability instead of pseudoscience and fairy tales brought to you by authoritative figures where you appeal to the authority of oppressors that lied to you. I would need some evidence, empirical, verifiable evidence.
Thanks for your super chat. KO Champ FTT says, "Perspective changes, so we shouldn't see your sun?"
Yeah. Limit of perspective.
Gotcha. And Paul Gaithke, thanks for your super chat. Didn't see a question attached. I don't know if it was just to support the channel or if you have a question, fire it into the live chat if you'd like me to read it for you. You can just put it in as a normal chat and I will read it. I want to say both of the speakers are linked in the description, folks. So if you are like, I want to hear more, you can hear more by clicking below in the description box. And the phone guy, thanks for your super chat, said, "Witsit Gets It, explain the 15-degree rotation per hour with the ring laser gyroscope that was proven by a flat earther multiple times."
Yeah, okay, again, it wasn't proven multiple times. I've talked to them personally. They had tons of issues with it. The actual manufacturer of said gyroscope admits this and knew it. They were trying to figure out what was wrong with it. In addition, that does not substantiate or correlate causality and effect. You just take the observable phenomena of the effect and assume your presupposed causality of derivation of movement. That isn't how it works. Science substantiates a correlation between causality and effect. There's a plethora, a variance of potential other explanations.
Gotcha. And so Super Tisman, thanks for your super chat, said, "What about SpaceX live streams?"
Yeah, well, the one that Elon Musk said looks so fake, you know it's real. I don't appeal to authoritative figures, dude.
Thanks for your super chat from Tim Pryor, who says, "Does your phone have actual film in it?" No, your phone computer generates the photo. So every photo on your phone is fake? Cool story, bro.
Yeah, that's nothing like the composition of 4 months of high altitude footage projected on a flat projection and wrapped around the ball. And then they bring an artist in to do a rendition. I literally just quoted that verbatim off the NASA.gov website. Have fun with that, Glovers. You have fun.
Gotcha. And also, let's see here. Thanks for your, I think that might be the last question that we had. Yeah, so Macroscope, thanks for subscribing. Just saw you subscribed. And also, I think there were a couple other subscribers that just joined as I saw the green light flash. So I want to say thanks so much for being here, subscribing, folks. Hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're coming from, whether it be gay, straight, Christian, atheist, vegan, non-vegan, flat earther, or glober. We hope you feel welcome. So I want to say a huge thanks to our speakers, as it's honestly just a true pleasure to have them. The speakers they are what make the channel fun. So we really do want to say thanks so much. They spent their time with us tonight. It's been a true pleasure to have both of you, Vegan Gains and Witsit Gets It.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So with that, folks, keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Take care and have a great rest of
Alrighty. That was a special debate.
Why did that guy even agree to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Witsit. I mean, but it's kind of like a day in the life of this voice channel too. I mean, we interact with people on a daily basis that think that they're clever and have no knowledge. That's just kind of the norm.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think they can debate the topic because they can claim some sort of intellectual high ground based on appeals to authority and consensus. But when pressed on actual specific evidences, proofs, scientific experimentation, they have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more an exercise in explaining the model that they believe in to them because they don't even comprehend or understand what model they believe in. They just believe it because an authority figure told them so.
Does anyone want to debate me on the technical details of arborists or tree surgeons? You don't have to know anything about it. We'll just stream a live debate.
I'm not much interested in that topic, so I think I'm probably the ideal person to debate that. More than likely. I mean, I really don't care about that topic at all. That's not true. I think that sort of thing's pretty fascinating, actually. But yeah, I don't know.
Or even
The mating
debating about
habit
vegan
of pigeons or something, and it really could be anything that somebody knows a lot about, and you're like, yeah, I'm not much interested in that, so let me debate. I wonder if veganism is, or at least for this guy, gave him a false sense of security, overconfidence, because
you nailed
he's
it there.
debated a bunch of people probably on the regular on a completely different topic, and he's just like, I could take on the world.
That's a good possibility.
The thing is, even in like the vegan debates, though, like the other person will start calling you crazy, and whenever they get like questioned on certain things, it's just, I don't know, it's just weird. I saw that happening, and it's like, you're just crazy, you're just insane. You don't make any sense. It's like, well, if I went into a vegan channel that shit, I mean,
Yeah, they lose it.
Yeah, that's when somebody's lost the debate, in my opinion. Anytime anybody has to resort to calling somebody crazy or invoking general terms like conspiracy theory or racism or anti-Semitism without any specific relative context, that's when somebody's lost the debate. It just means they have no good response to what's been proposed. It's a cop-out. And for some people, that's the main goal of the debate, right? That's their tactic. Try to make the other person look crazy to hide their lack of either understanding of the subject or their lack of any proof to substantiate their claims. Yeah, it's just a tactic. I find it interesting that people's diet and exercise becomes some sort of cult-like or religious behavior to them very often. I find that very interesting.
Oh yeah, I was vegan for a little while, and then I'm always open to new information, and just was like, okay, this really isn't for me anymore. But one group I joined originally was to help bring awareness to being vegan, but they only wanted the animal rights activist part being portrayed, not the eating and not the health benefits. Only the fact that animals shouldn't die. That we are on equal playing fields with them, and we should not be killing them. And I'm like, well, you're not going to get anybody that way.
Yeah, this is a common thing, the animal rights activism within veganism. And I mean, I see where they're coming from to an extent. The problem is with most movements, they have to go to the extreme of the extreme in all cases. Like, proper treatment and care for animals is very important, and there is some credence to what the animal rights movement is doing, but that's just a small portion of what they're doing. But the ability to kill animals for food, I don't think is necessarily, at least in my opinion, any type of immoral act. But that all depends on where you look for your morality.
Exactly. And I just meant like on debate topics, on just an argumentative standpoint, is that at least the group that I was in, it seemed like it wasn't, oh, let's debate like the health benefits of eating chicken that is being mass produced, pumped with antibiotics. They didn't want any part of that. They're like, no, you shouldn't eat chicken because it's a living creature. I'm like, okay, well, everyone's going to fudge this year structure on how they do certain things. Primarily in the strict animal rights activist group, I guess I fell into. I thought it was just a normal vegan group.
Yeah, the application of this morality kind of falls apart when people try to equate the morality or something along those lines being equal between humans and animals, because then if you are truly not being hypocritical about your standpoint, you would actively go out and try to ensure that other animals other than human beings are not consuming other sentient beings. And in doing so, you would basically wipe out populations of carnivorous animals who rely and depend on killing other sentient beings for their food.
Exactly.
Because you can't have the claim that humans are equal to animals in all aspects, i.e. animals are equal to humans in all aspects, and then try to unequally apply your morality to only the humans.
Yeah, I agree. That's a nice way of putting it.
Do you think if Disney hadn't
Robotin.
Animals as with human characteristics. And sorry.
I think he was asking about anthropomorphism.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Yeah. This is where a lot of people have a hard time seeing the hypocrisy when they try to equate humans to just being animals, right? And then not equally applying what you apply to humans to animals themselves, right? It's like, what are you going to put animals in jail for killing another animal? And if you say there's a distinction between the two and some sort of difference between humans and animals, then you have to be consistent with that. You can't have it both ways. It's talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Up, people.
What's up, Lou?
Stay.
Not much. Could have probably gone into work today, but still recovering from fucking cold that I had or whatever. And it's Friday. Why? I'll just use today to recover the rest of the way in the weekend and come in fresh on Monday.
Oh, speaking of... No, you're not roboting, but I do have this crazy idea. You know how we were just talking about animals and all these different things and inequality. You know how they have like the bird flu and the avian flu, the swine flu?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're talking about a huge bird flu problem right now, actually.
All right. Since when do they talk about animals getting the human flu?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't really tell you. I know, they, as a kid, like if you had a dog, it's a common question for a young child to have, like, "Hey, I'm sick. Can I get my dog sick?" You know, they're feeling like they're afraid that they might get their pet sick, right? And it's like, no, your dog can't get sick from you.
It only goes one way.
Well, it's there. According to the story, I'm not saying what I know, but according to what they say, I mean, on rare occasions it does jump from species to species. You'll have like some kind of bridge. That's kind of where they say things like that, like you just mentioned, swine flu came from, bird flu came from. Like it wasn't like that, but then at some point something changed. And what's funny enough is, I don't know if I should even say it, but typically there's patents taken out if you research it, shortly before such a thing happens.
Yeah. But correlation is not causation. Do your own research. This is not. Yeah. No, I was just thinking about how much of a narrative there is to try to equate humans to animals, and yet I've not heard of a narrative that humans are making the animals sick.
Well, that's what they've been saying for the last 2 years now. That's why they're jabbing all the animals in the zoo, dude.
Oh. I haven't heard that new aspect of the narrative.
All the zoos are fully vaxxed.
Damn.
And as far as I know, it's with the same shit they're giving us. So figure that one out. Never heard. I keep hearing these stories about them doing the penguins and doing the frickin' polar bears, but I never heard a word about like how they developed this this, treatment or whatever we're going to call it, this injection for how they developed it to work for every species of freaking animal at the zoo, including us humans.
Yeah.
Or even if it's two separate ones, they have one that works for all animals and another one that works for humans. No. They just started like sticking everything with it.
Yeah. It's probably not what they're telling you.
Maybe the penguins give their informed consent.
So a one-size-fits-all, cure-all, Operation Warp Speeded, fastest ever freaking developed miracle treatment ever. We're so advanced nowadays, you guys. Science.
Well, not only that, they lack the proper scientific method behind it as well. They've been cheating with that.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, with the way that they're doing all this mRNA stuff too, there's no actual laboratory science done with it. It's computer science. That's what it's just. It's all based off of computer models.
Yeah, basically.
I have that T-shirt. Speaking of animals, and also these stickers. It's a nod to the concept of endangered species, obviously. But yeah, no, that's good that you told me that. That gives me yet another tunnel of the rabbit hole to or excuse me. Got my daily dose of another Indian scammer. They didn't last very long.
Phone call?
Yeah. I just hit him up with the logo say Jut Polna Band Karo and they
Didn't realize I was on mute. I was just talking.
I
you were
hate
talking.
Yo,
yeah,
that was good Hindi, Gospel.
Like where I said that like all zoos are 100%. Like I don't know if that's true. I know the local zoo near the Milwaukee Zoo. They talked about it on multiple times over the last couple of years about going in there and injecting the animals, and your zoo is probably the same, but I don't know if it's all of them.
Where'd you learn all that?
Dude, just by watching the news in the morning while putting my shoes on and waiting for the weather. Like,
No, that's
they
the
say all kinds of
where you learned
stupid
the
shit.
Hindi.
No, he's talking about the Hindi.
Oh.
I got interested in Hindi when I was watching Scammer Payback. I really like that guy a lot.
The YouTube guy?
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, his videos are great.
And he's on Twitch. But so I just started to learn some phrases. I learned it phonetically.
That's amazing. Because I could make it out.
Cool. The other one I say is Phone Mat Latkau.
Phone Mat. What?
Phone Mat Latkau.
Phone Mat Latkau? Sounds like Fun Mat Latkau.
Phone Mat Latkau. Which is supposed to mean don't hang up the phone.
Matlacao.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Phone.
Yeah, phone Matlacao. But yeah, I've gotten some responses every now and then. They enter into a conversation with me for a little bit, and it's fun. But anyway,
sitting there picking up the words like, oh, maybe I'll learn something new today.
That's pretty good. It's just like when an English person says it, it's just the accent is so off. You gotta kind of like decipher it. So
yeah, for sure.
that's good though. You're good.
Cool.
I had somebody show up to my door yesterday from a roofing company, which we actually need to get a new roof. But we've had this issue in the state of Florida where we get these roofing companies that come through after storms.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked with Lou about this, and they come in and do a inspection on your roof, say that there's wind damage, and get the insurance to pay for the roof, right? So it's allegedly no out-of-pocket cost to the homeowner, and it's put through as an insurance claim. Well, allegedly what happened is a lot of these roofing companies got together with lawyers, and then they went back in and sued the insurance companies to recover the cost somehow, some way, shape, or form, and basically has made a lot of insurance companies insolvent within the state. So a lot of them have dissolved, and everybody's rates have increased. My homeowner's insurance more than doubled, and a lot of people have been dropped, or their insurance company has completely gone away. So they have to find new insurance. Now insurance companies are requiring anywhere from 8 to 10 years only for the life of your roof, meaning you'll have to get a roof replacement every 8 to 10 years, or you're subject to being dropped by the insurance company. And it's created this whole debacle. So I kind of went off on
that makes no sense. Like that's such a short time period. Why would they?
I think what they're trying to do,
the shortest life shingle I've ever seen is like a 25-year. I think like that's like the smallest you can see on the shelves at any Home Depot or anything. Like the cheapest shingle you can buy is like a 25-year shingle.
Yeah, that's a manufacturer guarantee, right? But within that guarantee, it doesn't guarantee against like storm damage, right? We live in Florida. There's hurricanes, there's tropical storms, there's a lot of wind and down trees and things like that where you get storm damage. So I think what they're trying to do is get people to shoulder the cost of the new roof more often to try to avoid these older roofs being deemed wind damaged, right? And becoming insurance claims. Instead of the insurance company shouldering the cost, they're trying to ensure that the homeowner shoulders the cost more often.
I get it. I think it sounds
shady.
Like if I was there to negotiate that, I would probably be like, okay, maybe we could work towards something like that to help you guys out with shouldering that cost. But what if it was more like at 50% the life of that manufacturer's warranty? So like, because you can buy a 50-year, it costs quite a bit more. I know that no matter what shingle you get, if it says 50, expect 25. If it says 30, expect 15. You're gonna pretty much that's really the real life that you're gonna get out of those shingles. They don't last for half of time that they say they're going to. So,
right.
Yeah, it would be something like that instead of just every 8 years or no. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I think they're trying to have roofs switched out in the state so often that you're less likely to have as many claims of wind damage where it could just be a old roof. Like literally the guy yesterday was like, I can see right now I can get this qualified, so you don't have to pay anything. Your insurance company will pay for it. There was a storm that came through on March 22nd or whatever the fuck he said. And he's like, I can tell that there's obvious wind damage and blah, blah, blah. Right. So it's way less likely that you can get a roof that's only 8 years old to show signs of possible wind damage, right? Because it's a much newer roof. So I think that's what they're trying to do. But either way, it's a case of these roofing companies coming in, getting a crap ton of business, passing that cost onto the consumer in a way that gets them in the door thinking that the consumer doesn't really have to pay anything, right? And so this guy showed up and was going through his spiel. And I was like, dude, we were just on the phone with the insurance company yesterday because our rates have more than doubled because of companies like yours that come in and say that they can claim storm damage when I have no storm damage on my roof. Does my roof need to be replaced? 100% it does. But I know for a fact that I have no storm damage, and you're going to try to get me to basically put in a claim, get my insurance company to pay for the roof, and then other people throughout the state are going to have to shoulder the cost. I was like,
well,
that's not the kind of person I am.
99% of people are they're gonna take advantage of that. They're gonna say, "Hey, I pay a good amount for my homeowner's insurance, and they're gonna fucking pay me." Okay, like that's the attitude most homeowners have.
I'm having
100.
trouble, Napalm. I don't understand the whole no money out of pocket thing. I'm making a claim with my insurance company due to wind damage on my roof, but that's still going to cost me $4,800.
Yeah, you might have some sort of deductible.
It's called a deductible. Who has a zero deductible on a roof?
It's my understanding that these companies were doing something that got around the deductible claim, having homeowners sign over something, and then they came back. Then the roofing companies came back and sued, and it was like, I don't know. I don't know all the details. I still need to look into it.
It's weird when dealing with like all the different insurance companies handle it different. Like, and it might be different because of certain like state and local laws where rules change and all that too.
Right. So I haven't even gotten to why I brought up this story yet. Because, I was telling him, I was like, morally, I'm not the kind of person who's going to put in a claim and have the whole entire community shoulder the cost and then increase the rates of all of my neighbors just because I want to do something selfish, right? And we started getting into this whole conversation. And he was throwing it back, and he actually, because I was talking about homeowners insurance being a requirement of the mortgage. We received a letter from our mortgage company stating that our insurance coverage, our insurance company has basically dropped us. So now we need to obtain insurance. Otherwise, we could become subject to defaulting on a loan, all this stuff. And he came out and said, you realize that your mortgage isn't what you think it is. And I was like, oh shit, here we go. And I was like, yeah, tell me a little bit more about that. He's like, well, when you sign it, I was like, oh, you mean my signature actually creates the money and it's a debt instrument, just like the cash money that's in your pocket is a debt instrument, and that's why it's called a note. And he goes, holy shit, you're the first person I've talked to, and I say this shit all the time that's actually understood what I'm saying. And then we got into a bunch of shit for a little while. But I did
But he
take
ultimately
the
didn't get the job.
No, I mean, I took the gentleman's card, and I will research this company. I don't like the way that they are going about their sales, right? Because I'm not about that kind of company for sure. So if anything, I'll reach back out to the dude via his cell phone to have deeper conversations, including the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
So yeah. So we went into it back and forth, and then started talking a little bit about the law. And he has a little bit of knowledge, very little, but he's at least looking into things. Something that you would have been researching not too long ago, gospel.
Oh yeah. I got you.
So, like, I'm not a fan of these storm chaser companies. Like, typically, I mean, I guess they're probably not all bad, but most of them are con artists. They fuck up jobs, or don't even finish them sometimes, and they, just run off and change their business name and go to another state, chase another storm. Like they, it, um, it, whatever. Storm chasers is one thing, but it's not really their problem when it comes to what the insurance companies are doing. It's the insurance companies who fucked up, not these storm chasers coming through and giving you estimates.
I would say it's a combination of the two. They're not necessarily giving you estimates. They're claiming that they can handle everything when it comes to the insurance company. So they're doing the process of submitting the claims and all that kind of stuff, I think.
There's no insurance guy who comes out to check out the house to say, yeah, this qualifies. Like,
I'm not sure. With the amount of roofs that this was taking place with, I don't know if the insurance company has the manpower to even do that. To be honest,
if they got plenty of money to hire a guy, you know what I mean? It's their own fault if they don't have somebody to go out and evaluate the roof and determine if it's an insurance claim or not. It's lazy on their part. Multi-billion-dollar companies.
Yeah, well, whatever transpired, somehow, whatever took place, you're talking billions of dollars that these insurance companies were unable to come up with and became insolvent in some way, shape, or form, to the point where my current insurance, they didn't necessarily drop us. They shifted us over to some kind of like a co-op type situation where people who have policies are considered like stakeholders or shareholders, and who knows, this could all be something very similar to the new stakeholder economy that they're trying to implement. But yeah, it's shifting over to kind of like co-ops within homeowners insurance companies.
I recently got health insurance. I was shopping around and I was looking at one that was a co-op, actually, that, I mean, honestly, the package, it was like a smaller company, like never really heard of, but like, and it was all pretty local. So there's a lot of good coverage for doctors and stuff in my area. Just not nationwide or wherever you go, really. And I don't know, the prices were pretty fair for the coverage that they were saying that they were giving. So, like, yeah, I think that co-op thing is something that's you're starting to see more, but that's not what I ended up getting anyway, though.
Quantum grammar language. No, those words nauseate me though, Quetzalcoatl.
What words? What words? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
So, and then what I was saying about how different insurance companies for homeowners insurance do things differently. Like, again, I'm not in insurance. I don't really deal with any of that stuff, but it's just because we do of the work that I do, we've done plenty of insurance jobs, and we've had a hailstorm blow through, and we're a local company, and we got a lot of the work. Storm chasers were running through there too, but we got a lot of the work, and depending on what homeowner had what insurance, like they handled how they paid different. Like some companies will only cut a check to the company that does the work. Others will cut a check to the homeowner and then he pays the company. But yeah, they send somebody. Well, in that case, with a big hailstorm like that, I don't think they went door to door evaluating everyone. They just said, "Yeah, we know a huge hailstorm came through your neighborhood. You qualify." Blah 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 blah, and then they just sent out freaking checks. So like these homeowners, a lot of them didn't even get hit or didn't have any damage, and yeah, they just got checks for new aluminum siding or for a new roof. They just pocket that shit. Like these companies, insurance companies, they have no problem overpaying for no reason. They obviously don't care that much.
Yeah, well,
Do you guys know much about the reinsurance market?
reinsurance, like real estate insurance, or insuring insurance companies?
Insuring insurance companies, yeah. Do you guys know much about that?
I don't know a lot about it. No.
It's basically one of the financial services that the City of London specialises in is reinsuring like the insurance companies all over the world. And I don't know an awful lot about it, but I know that they will often get these big payouts from the reinsurance companies. And there's penalties if they've overclaimed something like this, which means that they probably have a pot of money that they've already claimed off the reinsurance company. And if they don't send it all out, then they have to justify why they've got all this money left over. So you might find that's why they're not bothering to check, is that they just go, right, we've got $100 million, there's 10,000 households, divide one by the other and send it to everyone. It's just a much easier, cleaner way of doing it because they've already got the money anyway.
Gotcha.
It just, yeah, it's just a possible scenario.
Did you say the City of London is doing this, like the city-state?
Yeah. It's one of the financial services that the City of London is known for.
Gotcha. That's an interesting part of town. I spent a little bit of time when I was in London, in the City of London. They have different law enforcement and everything.
Yep. Yeah, they've got their own. They've got their separate mayor. They've got a separate police force. There's obelisks everywhere. I'm actually not that far from there now.
Do you skate Southbank, Nabal?
Sorry?
Yeah, under the bridge.
Yeah, do you skate it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have my skateboard with me when I was in Europe, but I borrowed somebody's while we were there, and it was shortly after I broke my leg playing soccer. So I went to grab the board. My wife's like, "There is no fucking way you're gonna break your leg again." I was like, "Nah, man. If I'm here, I'm fucking skating this."
It's a world famous skate spot, though.
Yeah, right along the river. part of it's under a bridge, or maybe it's just covered by something. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, it's in the film museum.
Yeah. But no, I borrowed somebody's board and just did a few little things, ollie down the stairs, a few things like that. Then kicked it back to him, said thanks.
Cool.
Peaced out. They were like, "Oh, Mike Valley was here not too long ago." I was like, "That's cool." I meet that every year. Well, not every year, but when it comes to Tampa for the skate park of Tampa Pro.
You go to Tampa? No way.
Have we got a sick skateboarder in our presence?
What's that? Am I?
Do you go down to Ybor City and do the partying?
Yeah. I mean, the owner of the skate park of Tampa owns a bar down there called the Bricks in Ybor.
Schaefer?
Yeah, Brian Schaefer.
Yeah, Brian Schaefer.
Yeah, one of my friends who comes over for record night. He moonlights as a bouncer for the Bricks and stuff like that. So he's good friends with Schaefer. His wife has been in Tampa forever. She grew up in Tampa and lived at the skate park of Tampa like for a short period of time. So yeah, there's a pretty rich tradition of skateboarding in Tampa.
Yeah, it's one of my go-to spots. Check out the competition and hang out.
Yeah, I'm an old guy these days, so I don't do as much as I used to. I have
I'm the same.
Yeah. Once you get older and falling hurts a lot more, the fear creeps up, and when you have the fear, you realize what you can and can't do, and you don't go for shit like you used to.
Yeah, you stick to your minimal bag of tricks that are pretty safe.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got some friends in the skate industry. A guy I played soccer with, there was a split at the skate park of Tampa probably 7 or 8 years ago, where one of the other main guys kind of co-owner, but when it came down to brass tacks wasn't, but really put the business side of the skate park of Tampa on the map. He had a falling out with Schaefer and split and started a company called The Border. One of my friends I play soccer with is he works for The Border. The Border, they do a lot of.
They have the stats on people's positions in the rankings and the sponsors and stuff like that.
Yeah, they created the scoring system for like Street League and all that. What was leverage for the Olympics when it comes to skateboarding, and they also do a lot of managing skaters. They've got some CPAs and financial advisors that help skaters. Because these young kids are starting to get thrown pretty big contracts from large companies, so they help.
Yeah, if they get on Nike, they're gonna need something like that.
Yeah,
Nike.
Yeah, my buddy was previously a Nike rep. So he has connections with a lot of the major brands, and he goes around and does a lot of stuff throughout the country with The Border.
Hey, Napalm.
What's up?
Can I just pose a question to the room real quick?
You certainly can.
Has anyone heard from Witz? Because I know yesterday was his court day and I haven't seen him online today.
Yeah, Conrad was in the chat yesterday or the day before and said that he went to the he went to the hearing or whatever. That's all I know. But I was like, oh wow, weird. I don't know. Maybe it was just close by, I guess, because I think it was in South Dakota, but which technically I'm close by, but it's still like to get down to where that was, it would still take me like 8 hours, maybe even 10.
Yep, lots of territory out where you're at. I understand, guys.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Maybe Witzel will post something on his channel or not. I was hoping he's all right. I'm sure everything went fine. I hope.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Back to skateboarding on a globe Earth. Is that what y'all were talking about?
You can only skateboard on a flat Earth, Dave.
You would necessitate a globe to have a skateboard. How are you going to get a sling? I don't know.
Imagine if the half pipe was literally moving under you as you were trying to land back on it.
Yeah, I wonder if Tony Hawk accounts for the Coriolis effect. Maybe we should ask him.
It's a great question. Bruh.
Might be more relevant to Christian Hosoi. It's a lot more air.
Somebody needs to turn this into an FE meme. Look at this picture. Because it's Carl Sagan.
Why does he look so much like a turtle?
But look at his hand. That's gotta be turned into an FE meme.
He's literally doing the little flat salute, right?
Yeah. And then this one right here deserves to be made into a meme too.
Wow, is that the blue mark? That's the one they allegedly took from Apollo, right?
Yeah, that's like the original pre-blue marble.
That's the one picture they claim is an actual photograph, correct? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's the one.
There's plenty of good meme makers. I'm sure somebody will pick up that ball there, Gus.
What you're seeing here is CGI.
Mm-hmm.
What you're seeing here is a picture of a painting.
But it looks surreal.
More like a painting of a picture.
Oh, so I was talking about the that ridiculous Tesla thing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
In server with Kosho, and I said, and I was talking to Moyok Man as well. That guy's just really awful person. And I said to him, I said to both of them, I said, I think that the Tesla in space looks ridiculous. And then Moyok Man's response to me was, "Don't you believe in cars?" I was like, okay, cool.
It's a high caliber argument right there.
Right. So anyway, I was just like, yeah, whatever. I got a little bit upset, to be honest. I was just telling him, what's the point of a debate at all if you're just going to put out childish straw men? You know, it's nonsense. But anyway, Kosho tried to engage a little bit better, but he said, anyway, so basically what I said was I think the reason it looks so ridiculous to me is because I played a lot of car games in my time. Now, that Tesla Roadster looks exactly like the shading in a Gran Turismo game. If you've ever played Gran Turismo Sport or Gran Turismo 7, you'll understand exactly what I mean. And the reason that I think the shading looks the same is because I think it's also computer generated. Right? So that to me seems obvious. And he said, "Oh no, the reason it looks like that is because there's no atmosphere, and in Gran Turismo they wouldn't account for atmosphere. So that's why in the no atmosphere of space it looks like a Gran Turismo game."
That's
heresy. How dare you not believe in the genius of sending a car into space?
Right.
That sounds really clever, except for everything that a computer graphics designer would do would be their intention would always be to replicate an earthly setting and not a non-earthly settings. So claiming that they're not accounting for atmosphere in demonstrating shading is absurd.
Yeah, I know. But I just thought I'd pass on my latest debate.
It would have been a better argument just to say "nuh-uh" when you said it looks like when you said it looks like a Gran Turismo shading. You should have just said "nuh-uh," and that would have been a better argument.
Well, it's better than Moyock's pathetic "Do you not believe in cars?" To be fair, at least he tried to rebut. Even though
flying cars.
No, but I'd say, I mean, credit where it's due. He did actually try to rebut the point, which is okay. I mean, I wish that was always the case.
Yeah.
Is that some sort of loaded question? Fallacy?
What? Don't you believe in cars?
Yeah.
No,
It's a half
I think
a dozen.
low IQ response.
I think it's kind of funny. I think I know what he was doing there. Like, he's already irritated that we don't believe in anything. You don't believe in space, so
Yeah.
it's just it's a joke. He's like, oh, you don't believe in cars? I got it.
Yeah, you're not religious.
That's a good positive
You're a
reframe.
With his question, he was actually declaring that you're a heretic. You're not religious at all. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we own cars without believing that we own them. You know?
Well, I did say to him, I'm currently driving a car, so like,
yeah.
Are you accusing me of not believing in cars while driving one? Like,
I believe in cars. I just don't believe in flying space cars.
Yeah, but what does believing in cars actually mean? Like, I can believe I own a Ferrari, but I'm a poor, broke-ass nobody that will never in my life own a Ferrari or even drive one. You know? So, what has belief to do with physical things? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, he's just trying to make me seem like a really absurd person who doesn't believe in anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, but of course, that's not actually the case.
Yeah.
That's one of the main tactics on that server, to be honest with you. They just try to get you in some way, shape, or form into some sort of weird ass position that they can then try to beat you up on instead of actually like debating the topic at hand.
Or in other words, how dare you not being part of our religion?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Man, if it was the 1400s, he was pointing the finger at you to be burnt on a stake alive, you know?
Yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah. Heretic. Yeah. So, Crypto, if you ever go in another country, you must buy a compass from that country to see the north and navigate, you know?
It's by compass from that country.
Yeah, yeah. A compass made in UK is useless in Europe. Of course, yeah.
What?
That's what.
Yeah.
That's
This
what
is
apparently
the
Jim
Gem
Panda
Panda
said.
himself. Yeah, Gem Panda himself. Yeah, was defending this argument.
That guy's lost his mind completely.
Yeah.
Does that mean that all of the compasses made in China don't work anywhere else, even though China makes?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Australia are the worst. Or South Africa.
the Chinese compasses probably don't really work great at all.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that they work in China, but only because if you say they don't work, they'll kill you.
Yeah.
So they actually.
yeah.
But if you're in China,
No,
you say, "Oh yes, Mr. Xi Jinping, this works perfectly."
he meant like the magnetized needle. When you make it in USA, it's gonna point towards north when you are in USA, but when you are in Europe, it's not gonna be pointing at north anymore. It's gonna be pointing off. You know.
Okay. Just my spidey sense is going off. It seems like he's trying to mask another topic that obliterates the globe with this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was my last time when I was in Japan. And when I heard this argument, I was like, no, thank you. I'm not going to be talking with these kind of people anymore. No.
Well, I mean, Jen Panda doesn't even know what a woman is, so I mean, I shudder for his dating prospects, to be honest. So Jen Panda, are you straight? Are you gay? I don't know.
He doesn't know.
it's like Creed Bratton in The Office when he's talking about the stuff that went down at Woodstock, and he's like, he says the words, "There would be no way of knowing," in response to whether or not he may or may not have had relations with another man at Woodstock. He said, "There would be no way of knowing." It was probably, to me, the funniest quote in the entire show, because Creed Barton was a crazy character in the first place, but yeah, that's what it reminds me of, is that whole "there'd be no way of knowing," even though it's so blatantly obvious how you would know.
Yeah.
I think there's an appeal to stupidity, which gets used quite often. Appeal to idiocy or something along those lines.
Well, you're playing dumb, basically.
Yeah. How could I know? Is a logical fallacy, basically.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, because I think that honestly, I think that woman and man is fairly easily defined. Actually, I don't even think it's. I think it's not definable in a single sentence, but certainly in a few sentences, it's not a problem. Like, a woman is an adult female human who can produce eggs, can't produce sperm, and doesn't have a penis, and does have a vagina. I think once you've said all of that, you're done, right?
If you just take it to the XY chromosome thing, you can probably do it in one sentence.
Sure. But I mean, I like simple definitions that don't require like a laboratory, if possible. Because let's be honest, any one of us can see a woman walk past and know she's a woman. You don't even need to know that she produces eggs. You don't even need to know actually that she has a vagina, because you haven't checked. Let's be honest, every woman who walks past you, you're not checking to see if they've got a vagina, are you? You still know she's a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That explains what Trump said. That's what he was doing.
He was just being an empiricist.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stuff seems so flaming obvious that I don't like. It can only be contentious because people are trying to make it contentious.
Well, they ask me sometimes, "Hey, you're Romanian. Do you know any beautiful Romanian girls? Bring me a girlfriend," stuff like that. And I tell them, yeah, I do happen to know. I know a very good person. She's working in the TV media news channel, and she's blonde, very beautiful. Um, but she wasn't woman before. She was a man. But the doctors did a really great job. You know, they replaced everything, and she doesn't have the manhood down there anymore. You know. And then they say, "Oh no, thank you, I'm not interested anymore." But I tell them, "But she's getting a very well-paid job. She has a very well-paid job. She's rich. She's looking for a boyfriend. She's a woman now." No, no, thank you. I don't want that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
everyone actually, when the chips are down, everyone knows what a woman is and what
Yeah.
a man. When the chips are down.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine having that same conversation with Jen Panda. It's like, oh, I really want a girlfriend. I really want a girlfriend. And you go, oh, well, here's a person. And he's like, oh, well, does this person have a penis? Oh, well, some women have penises. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, some girlfriends can have a penis or something else. Yeah.
This woman happens to have a beard, a
Yeah,
penis.
yeah.
All right.
Well,
I don't want to get too vulgar, but you know. As I say, with the
hairy
chips,
back. Yeah, hairy chest.
Who's you've been sitting here for a while.
Mm.
Coos.
Couscous? Moof moof?
Kush kush.
He likes the braai.
No,
Yeah, it's a food.
it's a Google Earther in the chat, so I just wanted to
My independent opinion, exactly what Google thinks.
Someone making fun.
Are we laughing about someone being a Google Earther? Yes. Because it's a funny idea.
I mean, oh.
What does it mean to be a Google
It
Earther?
pretty much mean I'm the one who made the role way back. It was intended.
I figured it was a role. I was just waiting for that one.
It was intended for those people who every time you say anything, they go, well, that's not what Google says.
Yeah.
Oh no, those are called button mashers.
Yeah, I like.
We can't, in all honesty, call them globe earthers because they're not even. They don't even know what they believe until they go to Google. So they have to be Google earthers.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What does the "where's the bray" role mean? What does that mean?
Where's the braai? That's the South African role. So in South Africa, they have braais, which are kind of like barbecues.
Oh.
But if you say that around a South African, they get all offended because it's like, no, braais are a much bigger deal than a barbecue. It's a big family event, and I'm like, that's a barbecue. And we cook up, and I'm like, that's a barbecue.
So it's a cookout, man. Does Aunt Bunny show up?
Sorry?
So I know Get Be Get was here last night to talk to Greta Thunberg's brother.
Yeah,
but
I want to hear it.
Was anybody else here?
Greta Thunberg's brother was here?
Yeah, the username under the username YOLO
Yeah.
Bro, that guy, that little, I don't know how young he was, but he sounded
the YOLO guy.
just like the male version, the young male version of Greta Thunberg.
Wait, you talk about the YOLO guy?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's fucking amazing.
I had no idea who he is, to be honest.
How dare you?
Why do you keep calling it he or her?
Yeah, there's no there's no.
Oh, that one. That one. Okay, that's what you're talking about. The one with the really cool about me.
Huh?
The he or her or whatever, I never really fully determined. With the swastikas and the about me on their profile.
Mm.
Is that who it was?
Oh, I
yeah,
don't know.
YOLO with the swastikas. Yeah.
Yeah. Her about me, his about me says, "I just want to suck dick and die."
Is that the same person that was talking last night?
Yeah, for like hours.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Everybody was just, wow. Who was it? Oh yeah, AI was making fun of everybody because they lacked any ability to have trolled art.
This one.
Yeah.
I sat in on the VC check-in with Wolfgang, and he was like, "Oh my god, what is going to happen down there?"
Yeah, well, I listened. I was shoveling my driveway, like 200 cubic feet of snow last night, while I listened to Gippy and this guy talk for just 2 hours straight until QE came in with like a wrecking ball. And
Oh, but no, that wasn't YOLO when QE came.
Yeah,
it was a different guy.
No, it was YOLO.
Was he him?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Somebody changed YOLO's name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? Fire or something? I forgot.
Yeah, I was going to say someone
Well-
messed with his name, and then everybody got confused.
Yeah. He had some sort of speech dyslexia, or he wasn't a English native speaker. That's how I perceived him.
Yeah, I'm not talking about how the words that he said. I'm only talking about octave and tonality and
I see.
and the essence of the voice. That's why I'm saying it sounded like Greta Thunberg.
I think at one point it sounded like someone pinched him.
Oh, I get what you're talking about.
So it sounded like more girly, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but it was.
No,
it
seriously.
was,
At first, I thought you were going somewhere else with that, and then I just realized that's where it was at, and I was like, "Wait a minute! Oh, I get it."
Yeah.
Because for a moment he sounded like a girl and changed his voice like more, like a young guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It always sounded pretty femmy to me, but maybe it's just the accent or something, or the age. I don't know.
The main
It's been in here before.
It's probably the age.
The main issue wasn't the quality of the voice either. It was the things that were being said that were just. Again, it's like a script, and how do we know it's like a script? Because there literally is a script. It's Google the question, and you'll get these same 5 websites showing up in the top 5 results, and they'll be reading off of that script. It's where that comes from. Sounds like
he was claiming. He was claiming that he's a flat earther.
Yeah, none of that. I don't
believes.
ever care about any of that.
But I wanted to explain to him.
It's not a
like,
club. It's not a club.
Well, I wanted to explain to him
I thought it was a club.
Well, before you do get began, it seems to me like you're taking this YOLO under your wing, like that troll that freaking got underneath God.
No, I'm not taking him under my wing. I was trying to explain to him that flat Earth is like something that you need to learn first. You know, you can't just say that you believe.
No,
because
you
we
said he
don't
was on a learning
accept people
process.
saying, I believe now in Flat Earth. I'm a Flat Earth believer. No, we don't care about those kind of people who make these claims. You know, the Flat Earth, you have to know it. You have to study it, to research it. And that's when you become a Flat Earther, when you know the arguments.
Yeah, I agree. You got a point there.
Yeah. It's not a religion. Yeah.
No, of course.
But I couldn't start addressing this matter to him because he was interrupting and jumping on questions, asking all sorts of questions, you know, which, yeah, led into different topics, different stuff.
Yeah, he was, holding a honest discussion, like asking a lot. Seemed genuine in a way.
All right.
He went to the sky.
Limerence. Leaf, butterfly, bowl of soup, wave. Interesting about me. Leaf, butterfly, soup, wave.
Yeah, they're like emojis that describe me.
Okay, so you're into like nature and pretty butterflies, and then maybe pho or some type of soup, and like the ocean.
Yeah.
Well, that's neat. We could talk about the ocean. We talk about the ocean a lot, actually.
I love ocean.
I thought leaf soup was tea.
Leaf soup is tea most of the time.
Exactly, and bean soup is.
Oh yes, bean soup.
What is metamorphosis?
All right. Before we do that, get, how about not and sticking to
Of course,
helping this newcomer to the topic of long distance observations over the ocean, the beautiful ocean. Somebody take it away,
Crystal.
Are you talking about Flat Earth?
That is the title of the server.
Oh.
And by default, it becomes the default conversation.
Topic. So,
how about
have you ever looked into Flat Earth?
Huh?
Yeah, you all were talking at the same time. That's why there's probably not going to be a response.
Sorry. Yeah. I was just want to say, like, what led her to this Discord? Like, how did you find us?
Someone sent it to me.
All right. And you thought it was a cool idea to check it out, or have you heard about us before, or the topic itself?
I just thought it was like I was just bored. That's basically it.
All right. Cool.
But they called all of you crazy, by the way.
Well, it's not an easy topic, that's why, I guess, for some. If you don't understand it, of course, it's going to call people crazy. That's how they did it back back in the days.
Do you think that you would be capable of assessing if somebody was crazy?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you think we sound crazy?
Don't you think you need to be crazy in order to know what crazy is?
Rookie.
Well, I don't think anyone sounds crazy right now.
No, I mean
that's because we didn't let Rookie finish his sentence.
Yeah.
As
long as the discussion
why is
is
everybody picking on me?
Because we love you. In all seriousness, we get a lot of these accusations leveled against us, like they're crazy, they're conspiracy theorists, they're stupid, all this kind of stuff. Have you noticed how none of those actually addresses any of the subject matter that we're trying to, bring to people?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does that make you suspicious?
I don't know. I mean, I think people just, maybe they just get nervous.
Maybe they get what, sorry?
Nervous.
Nervous, yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right there. But from our point of view, like, it doesn't really matter what people say about us, because we aren't the subject matter. The subject matter is the shape of something, right? Or at least whether there's curvature to a thing, i.e. the Earth. So I could be legitimately crazy, and it doesn't actually matter, because the Earth could still be a globe or it could still be flat, regardless of my personal, you see where I'm going? Like,
mental condition, yeah.
Sorry?
Regardless of your mental condition.
Exactly. Like, my mental condition actually means nothing when talking about the shape of the
Yeah.
Earth, or in fact anything else other than my mental condition. So why would they talk about it? Well, because they don't want to talk about the subject matter. It really is that simple.
Exactly.
Well, I didn't know people believed the Earth was flat until a couple days ago.
I wouldn't say that we believe the Earth is flat. I would say that we are aware that the Earth is flat. That it measures flat, that it's practically used as flat, that does the Earth feel like it's moving to you?
No, but I don't know. I don't really know the explanation for that, but it doesn't feel like I'm moving.
Does it need an explanation?
What do you mean?
But you
If I
don't feel
said,
the Earth moving, right?
yeah, if I said you're nauseous right now, or you're dizzy right now, and I can explain why, would that make you think that you're dizzy and nauseous, right?
If I felt dizzy, then yeah.
Yeah, you would need the experience to go with it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what he's saying to you is if you don't feel dizzy, but someone explains to you how you are dizzy, then you would think that they're just lying or full of BS, right?
Yeah, they are asserting.
So that's all we're
Maybe
saying.
it's just because the Earth is really big, so we can't feel it.
Or, that is a fair assumption to make. Another assumption could be that it's not moving in the first place, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, so then how do you know which it is?
I don't know. Because like, scientists tell us that it is.
Yeah, scientists used to tell us that smoking was good for you. Scientists used to say that Guinness was good for you.
Yeah.
So the scientists have been found often to be wrong.
And to actually intentionally lie. That has also happened.
How can a ordinary person distinguish between a real scientist and someone that claims that he's a scientist?
I don't know, cause like they get the role or whatever from like school.
Easily get beget. I'm a scientist.
But you know,
Yeah.
I believe
See.
you.
Thank you. To be fair, though, I'm actually qualified in science as Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill Nye?
Yeah, I've
Bill
actually
Nye
got
the Science Guy.
I like Bill Nye. He taught like everything.
But I've got as much science acumen as he does.
I think Bill Nye is smarter than you.
I doubt that.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, you don't know crypto very well, or sorry, rootin' tootin' Putin very well.
I keep
Yeah. I want to say that I have the greatest good esteem for Mr. Putin here, and he's a very literate person and flawless in the critical thinking. So, yeah.
I can't tell if the earth is flat where I live anyways, cause the ground is so uneven.
Oh, so you live in a hill region, mountainous area.
Yeah, please don't be too specific. If someone asks you where you live, just be very general, because there are some creepy weirdos around.
Well, it's the internet.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to get in there. I didn't know if you got much experience on Discord, but like I'm happy to tell people the city I live in, but I would never get more specific than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes that's too specific for certain people. So
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
I just wanted to.
Well, if you live in a small town, maybe, yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, London's enormous, so if I tell you I live in London, it's like, I mean, there's literally more people in London than in Iceland. So,
yeah,
yeah.
By the accent, I would say Croydon.
I've been to Croydon, but no, I don't.
Yeah. Nice.
So on that point, how do you guys suggest that someone could, with fair assurance, come to know this fact? How many are there lakes nearby? Big lakes?
I have some, but I'm going to Carolina in like a month and a half soon.
Okay.
And they have like a really big ocean, so.
Yeah.
That will be a good moment to actually verify long distance observations on the sea or the ocean.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Sorry, no, you carry on. I didn't realize it. Carry on.
So when you go to the seashore or the ocean shore, I recommend you look for distant ships. When you see them in the horizon, close to the horizon, and you can check on your mobile phone, there is a website where you can track the location of those ships at a given time. And it will tell you approximate distance from the shore to that ship. So from the place you observe it, from your GPS location, how far you are from that ship. And with this simple distance observation offered by Google Maps, you can actually calculate if you live on a ball or not.
I'll try doing that then.
Yeah, there is a Earth curve calculator online. Actually, not just one. It's thousands of them. And you can find them if you Google search them. And vast majority of these Earth calculators were not made by us, the flat earthers. They were made by actually globe believers.
I mean, fundamentally, they're made by mathematicians, right? So,
yeah,
disinterested parties. But yeah.
Maybe we can tell her how it's done, like what needs to be put in such numbers. If she's curious about that.
Yeah, some people might find the detail at this point a little bit off-putting, though. So, might be worth asking if she actually wants to know this stuff. Or
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of all confusing to me.
maybe we can make it simple for you. If you were a very, very, very tiny creature on a basketball, and say there was a building that was not very far away from you, you could see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say there was another building on a quarter of the way round the basketball. Would you be able to see that building?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
And why would that be?
Yeah, because it's round, so it will be behind the curvature, right?
Yeah, the basketball, the actual basketball itself is in the way. You can't see through the basketball, right?
Yeah.
So we have been told that the basketball that we live on, which is the Earth, the globe, has a certain size, and you can do all the maths and you can figure out how far you should be able to see, given this principle that if it's too far, then the Earth's in the way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see too far. And that's the issue with the globe. We can see too far.
Yeah. 10 times further than we should.
I understand
Even
what you
20.
mean. I just don't really know if I'd ever be able to, like, believe that the Earth is flat. Because I've always known as it not being flat.
Yeah, but believing is not a fact, though.
Yeah, and it's up to you anyway. I mean, you can do whatever you like. Like no one's here to change your mind. We're just telling you what we think is true.
Well, we actually verified this. It's not that we just think it's true.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm just trying to say, like, this isn't some sort of indoctrination.
I know.
It's just this is what we have verified for ourselves. If you want to continue believing the Earth's a globe, be my guest.
Yeah, if you want to believe, then it's a choice of you are in a religious system. When you don't verify, you choose to blindly believe something without verification. That is fanaticism. I know it doesn't sound nice, but this is the truth. So this is why we verify this information, because we need to know if that is true or
Who are you
not.
talking to, Get?
Yeah, generally explaining.
Who are you talking to, Get?
Himself.
To the girl.
Oh.
Yeah, she left. I don't know, maybe she DC'd or something.
That's why I was asking what happened.
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah, I kind of got the impression that would happen. I think she was here for. I don't know why she was here actually. Maybe she was a bit curious and got a bit scared.
Bored. Yeah.
Yeah, she said that she was bored. That's why.
Bored, then overwhelmed.
Yeah.
She got terrified because she didn't encounter crazy people. That's the problem.
I think she was hoping for some crazy people
Yeah,
to laugh at.
she was expecting to talk to crazy people.
Yeah, her friends told her that there's these crazy people that think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Check out this server. And she just wanted to witness that.
Then y'all started making too much sense.
Yeah.
How dare you?
I've got a question for Gospel Bearer.
Yep.
What is the etymology of etymology?
Yeah, that's the number one most searched word on atomonline.com is the word etymology.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, it's always funny to me. It's always at the top of the list.
It seems like something that would irk you, like would just be bothering you to no extent.
What would bother me?
It just seems like that might be something that would bother you. Like you'd be like, just I don't know. It'd be like, I need to know how do I do this? What's the etymology of etymology?
So etymon is from etymon or etymos means true sense or original meaning. So
You got a good answer already, so that's why it doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
Never mind. Sorry.
No, that is genuinely interesting. It means true sense, basically.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty basic and nice and neat, isn't it? That's good.
Yeah.
Now, what does mology mean?
Well, it's not mology. It's just logy. Logy or logos. Logy is just the suffix. So etymon or etymos is one of the roots, and logos is the other root. It is a compound word of those two words.
Well, when they use like ology, isn't it often?
No.
Maybe not always. Or whatever. You're saying the study
Rookie.
of, like biology or whatever. Like it's the study of.
Yeah, logos means like word or understanding, like order and all that. But logi refers to the study of. Yeah.
Yeah, so it literally means the study of the true sense.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's really neat. I like that.
The study of the original meaning or the study of the true sense.
Yeah.
Rookie, entomology does not equal etymology.
Don't you guys ever take a joke?
Yeah, not me. Not me.
I don't think that's a joke. I think that's
liven
a
up a little
mistake.
bit, bro. Come on.
I think that's a
I was
mistake,
kidding.
not a joke.
Well, what's so funny
I'm sorry. My bad.
is speaking of entomology, Jedi notoriously mispronounced etymology. Every time he said the word, he would always say entomology. And I was like, oh, that's not how you say this word.
That was exactly why I put it up there, because I thought that was funny. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to distract or anything.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Okay, can I ask you
Dare
also
me
a
cut
word?
this damn seriousness with a knife.
Gospel.
Yeah.
What is epistemology?
The study of truth?
Study of getting pissed off.
I was going to say.
Or theory of knowledge, I guess, is the more knowledge versus truth, I guess. But
the study of the limits of human knowledge.
I thought that was logicology.
No.
Oh, somebody made a joke about overstand the other day, didn't they?
I don't know, but I want to hear.
Well, the literal meaning of epistem or epista is to stand over, to overstand. So epistemology is the study of standing over in an overly autistic literal way.
So why do we say
Well, that means
understand?
understanding is a big word.
Yeah, I actually looked up understand the other day just to get a better understanding of it.
I know it's kind of strange, right? When you say it outwards, it sounds funny.
But do you not want to get a better overstanding of it?
I overstand understanding. Here we go.
I think we should just stand.
Stand in the place where you were.
Your
Now,
country
face.
accent is so funny to me. It's not the usual meaning of beneath, under, right? But rather between or among. So understanding has a slightly different meaning in that it means to stand among the ones that know.
So it goes back to gnosis.
Yeah, understand is related to knowledge, yes.
I wonder if the standing part has to do with standing up for, your knowledge.
No,
because I always thought it was interesting that stand ended up in there, how it was used.
No. Well, I posted the thing for.
Kind of like when you research what pole means, you end up with all this weird stuff.
You mean that thing you go swimming in?
No, that thing that you flag on and you raise it, pole, P-O-L-E.
When you go fishing?
Yeah,
you
that
mean
too.
that thing that comes from just east of Germany?
Maybe. That might be it.
I was wondering if they were pretty cool people, so when we right?
What's that?
Whoa.
Would think there's lots of roboting right now. Oh,
Yeah,
Sprat is roboting. Let's see.
Yeah, I just wondered if they were just really tall people, so when we discovered them, we were like, oh, they are Polish.
Checks out.
Tall and skinny. Could be.
There's no bad logic there.
Well, I mean, wait a minute.
The whole thing. Apart from all of it. It's about as internally consistent as the globe, to be fair. On the Tesla thing, what do you guys think about? So this is something I actually don't know for sure, but it seems like it's bullshit, and I'd probably need to test it. But what he said, it wasn't Moyakman, it was one of the other guys. I think it was Doofus. Said the tires wouldn't burst because a 30 psi tire at sea level is the equivalent of a 45 psi tire in a vacuum, and the tire would be able to deal with that pressure without bursting. That feels like it should be a differential and not an additive.
I heard. I heard that they underinflated the tires, so they already addressed the issue in the first place. I also know that my 18-inch tires have a 44 pound or 44 psi upper limit.
It was a stock car, right? It was a stock car.
Yeah.
So where is this underinflation of the tires citation?
Yeah, they allegedly deflated the tires. I heard this, but yeah, I mean
they deflate the gas tank and all those other places.
they didn't necessarily have to put any air in the tires, right? They could have just let all the air out.
Right. So besides that, how cold is it there, and when does rubber fail?
Yeah, and let me tell you, PSI drastically reduces based on temperature. I have learned this very clearly up here in North Dakota.
Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden it drops in temperature and your tires are low. Oh shit.
Yeah, like almost 10 PSI.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like when it's 0 Fahrenheit or negative 20 Fahrenheit or even negative 30 Fahrenheit, that PSI goes down to the teens almost, when it would normally at like 50 degrees be at like 32 PSI.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It fluctuates quite a bit. And I am more aware of it now because I have a car that has the digital display.
So were you originally talking about the Tesla in space and they claimed to let the air out of the tires? Was that the...
That was what
topic?
I was referring to as a claim, and I've got a link here that refers to that being the thing.
But so even if they let all the air out of the tires, wouldn't they have to basically cut the valves as well? Because even if you let all of the quote-unquote air out of the tires and it's still sealed, there's going to be some air left in that, meaning it would violently expand in a vacuum still.
According to this website, I don't know how accurate it is, it says that the tires are filled with a type of foam.
Oh, so not
right, but that goes against what we were told
because
that
it would be
it was
filled
just
with little air bubbles, and it would still do the same thing.
I mean, supposedly Elon Musk or whatever, Tesla, they said that it was just a stock roadster, right? That there was no modifications done to it. So foam in the tires to me would be a modification. Letting the air out, I might be able to say that's not a modification. But adding putting foam in instead, that's a modification.
No, like by default, supposedly.
Well, like run flat tires, those have air in them too. But
It says this: what are Tesla tires filled with? The Tesla foam-filled tires are produced by Continental Tires that claim that their tires can reduce tire noise by up to 9 dBs. To do so, a polyurethane foam substance is inserted into the tire to absorb sound.
Yeah, but that's on modern Teslas. It was a Tesla Roadster, which was developed before Elon Musk even came in and took the company over.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So,
service.
I mean, unless they outfitted it with new fancy schmancy foam tires, but still you would have air in there as well.
Oh,
it would
my
be even more
Foam
difficult
is air bubbles. It
remove
would
all
still
the air
explode.
from that.
Guys, did you know that their story is that they shot it past the sun and it orbits the sun, Earth, and Mars, and like goes further than Mars at times? Did you hear this?
yeah, I remember hearing something like that. I mean, I thought it's not like it was going to keep going though. It was going to make like one trip and then crash or something like that, right? Like
I don't know. This says still occupies says the car circles the sun constantly, going as far as the Earth as Mars orbit. At times, the sports car appears to be in the vicinity of Earth orbit as well. Not even some scientific research has gone into the car. they add that little detail.
I would like to check the odometer on that to see if we can get a good reading as to these distances.
Well, you know how odometers work.
You know how jokes work.
Damn it. Those damn jokes.
Oh man. Just deafen me before you tell your jokes, I guess. Oh man.
Hey, sometimes I get you to laugh.
No, it's true.
You're a tough nut to crack, though.
Yeah.
I try so hard every day, and I rarely get anything to come. But you know what?
I can
Sometimes it works.
I can tell you it's not a big deal. I know it might make you feel good, but don't worry about it. Could a car run in space?
Really?
That's one of the questions on this.
No.
Could a rat breathe in space? That's what I want to know.
So are we assuming that there's like
And
a
if he
big
can't,
space
how did he get on the rocket?
Is there
what
like
was
a
that?
big space road just floating out there and you can just drive along it, or what's the
The Rainbow Road, man. Didn't you ever play Mario Kart?
I mean, I guess an all-electric car maybe could run in space. Or definitely could not.
Yeah, they actually try to ask that question or answer that question in regards to the electric part. Where did it say that?
Would that car still operate once it goes through the Van Allen belt?
I mean, of course, electric cars work in space. I mean, you have the lunar rover, right? The lunar rover.
Well, Jeeps work in space too because they took one of those to the moon.
The thing is the electrical components and stuff that you would need to build it out of, they have tolerances that they can handle for temperature wise, like even then, with those extremes, it's debatable whether or not those electric vehicles could actually do anything either.
Yeah, the extreme cold, I mean, it does a number on batteries, so...
I got a good idea. Let's watch the moon landings live, the actual version, and let's all decide whether or not this is really something that happened. I bet you it wouldn't last very long.
The animated version?
So the lunar rover had lead acid batteries, right? It was a lead acid.
It couldn't have, but it.
Not
Just
sure.
A regular.
Well, because
so lead acid is pretty common. I mean, now you have lithium and nickel.
Doesn't a lead acid battery have water in it, which would boil off?
And nickel cadmium was what we were pretty much using for all of our tools before the switch to lithium ion.
Right. And but a lead acid is like just a car battery, right?
Right, but it's water.
And then another Roger, they destroyed that technology. So
oh yeah,
it
they
would boil.
destroyed it.
All the water would boil out of it before it got to space, if space existed. And we all know a dry battery is worthless, right?
Well, what do you even make? You know what? Car batteries and stuff, their outer casing is just plastic. They're using completely. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be that hard to change the casing to like titanium or something, but plastic would definitely melt anything plastic.
Lou, it would be hard to change it to titanium because then you would be connecting both poles of the battery to one battery via the casing.
Well, yeah.
Shield it. You'd have to line it with plastic or something.
Well, that's no. We're getting away from the plastic. You'd have to use something else, glass. I don't know. What else is a good insulator?
Anything that has water in it, though, is going to boil off unless properly contained, right?
What about water gas?
Mm.
No?
Water gas. Water gas is an insulator.
Yeah, water gas.
Well, if you really think about it, if the what do you call them? The Van Allen belts are just radiation waves, like microwaves. Then all they would really need is a wet towel to protect them.
A wet towel?
Yeah, go look on the internet on how to block microwaves, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. You can block microwaves with aluminum shielding, or you can block it with a wet towel, because the water in the towel will absorb all the energy and keep it from going through and hitting you. So technically, you would either need a wet towel, which would boil off, of course, or you would need some kind of aluminum, like sheet metal, in order to protect you from those microwaves, if that's what's up there. I might sound like a complete idiot, but I do actually know a lot of stuff.
Nah, I didn't say anything.
I know that was the joke part of it.
But yeah, yeah.
Think about it. And although aluminum foil does reflect microwaves, I doubt highly that massive amounts of microwaves that they claim are up there would be able to be bounced off by a simple sheet of aluminum foil. That's just my opinion, but much less that thin plastic stuff that they wrapped on, whatever they call that thing that supposedly landed on the supposed thing that you can see in the sky.
Yeah,
damn, that makes it difficult.
Heat shielding, whatever it's called, with duct tape.
Yeah, aluminum foil with duct tape and gold flake, gold sheeting. I think it was actually plastic, but I could be wrong. The thermal blanket, that's what they used. Thermal blankets is what bounced all those microwaves off. Not to mention it wasn't big enough to climb in and out of.
Space blankets. Correction, rookie. Space blankets.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I thought they were called
survival space blankets.
Made out of plastic foil, right? Yeah, that's great. Aren't telescopes made out of plastic foil, too? Maybe there's a connection there.
So, this is unrelated to what we're talking about, but and I played a thing a couple months ago in the chill room about dead internet theory. Rookie, I think you saw it. I don't know how many other people in here have seen anything about the dead internet theory. But Truthstream Media just did something a couple of days ago, but also about that. And you guys should try this. So search up anything in a Google search bar. Use Google, use Bing, whatever. It'll be better with DuckDuckGo, but not perfect. Like if you search anything, it'll pop up. It'll say like 1,632 results found in 0.63 seconds or something like that, right? And you'll be like, damn, that's a lot of results. And you'll have, page 1 through 14 and next, and if you try to scroll to the very end, even though it'll say like, you'll only get to like, I don't know, you'll only be able to click the last link like 5 or 6 times, and all of a sudden it'll stop saying the 1 million whatever results it was. It'll say your results will drop down. It'll be like, now there's only 187 results or like 2,000 results or something like that. Well, where did all those results just go? And you get to the end of the search and literally like where the internet has disappeared. All you have left when you do this is just the official sources, .gov sites, your UN stuff, your CNN stuff, your Fox stuff, whatever. Like it's all mainstream sources for the most part. I'm not describing it very well, but
no, you're doing great.
they make it look like you've got all this information at your fingertips, but it's all filtered. It's all we're only being left with a tiny portion of what's actually on the internet. The rest of it's hidden from us.
All right, so check this out. In real time, here I'll even post this right here, this little image. So in real time, I did this with just simply FE, and I'm posting everything. So check this out. Proof, or proof that what he was talking about. Here it is. You can do this over and over again for yourself. So it went from 682 million results in 0.54 seconds to 183 results and only 19 pages.
That's a big difference, guys.
Yeah. So
how does that change? How does that change anything? I know somebody's going to ask that question, right?
And we talk about China being behind the Great Firewall of China and their internet being totally censored. I bet you that they have more results than we do.
Does anybody know how to eliminate that algorithm to where it just gives you what you ask for?
Well, you just use a different search engine that doesn't utilize the same APIs or whatever as Google. So then I did it again in a different way and got a different number.
Nice.
Isn't that the what you call it number? Oh, that's not interesting or nothing, right?
So how does it fluctuate like that with the same?
Oh, hold on. So I searched. I searched in a slightly different way, and I'm actually getting a lot further. I forget what I clicked on. Give me just a minute. I'm getting to page 34, getting to page 38. I'm going to see how far I can go this time because it's staying the same. So maybe I clicked on, you know what I did? I clicked on show omitted results, and this time I got to page 40.
Yeah, they do that also in the TruthStream one. You have to click that. You get to the end, then you click the show the omitted results, and then it shows you billions instead. Billions is what you're going to get. But then you go and try to get to the end of that, and you're going to come down to the 183 results or something again, or 1,000 results.
This time it went from 180 something to 392. So that's what it did for me.
Why would a search engine be omitting results?
I just tried it on Bing and it's different. It doesn't show you how many. Oh wait, yeah.
Alleged duplication is what it's alleging to filter out duplication. The issue is what on earth. So let me ask you this, Lou. Why do they call it the dead internet?
Basically, because what once made the internet great is now gone. It's dead.
Dead in a metaphorical way.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's about how back in like 2013 there was a study done, or they had reported that between 40 and 60% of all internet traffic is actually bot traffic. That was back in 2013.
Some searches have been blocked. What?
That dead internet theory was that 40 to 60% of links are no longer valid. So there was...
Yeah, that's also part of it. There's a lot of dead links now too. Yeah, that's another part of it.
Yeah.
The dead links referring to there was information. Those pages were created. Links were created to those pages. And now those links have been disabled deliberately to prevent you being able to access the information at those links.
I didn't get any of those. What do you call it? Omitted.
Did you use Google.com?
Yeah, it's going to depend on which search engine you use, how they handle it. But all of the search engines do this to some extent. Like it's
yeah, it's Google search.
we're mainly talking about like and like 98% of people use either Google or Bing. So those are the two that we're really mainly focusing on.
Yeah, and the concern was that was 2013 research, and we had that major purge in 2016, 2017, 2018, where they've removed hundreds of content providers. If you think about how many flat earth links you've shared with friends, and then like a week later it's disabled, or the video is removed from YouTube, or the channel is struck down. So if you think about, if we were at 60% in 2013, what percentage are we at now after the massive cull?
Yeah, the thing that TrueStream Media did with the other day was just as one of the test searches, they typed in climate change, and after showing how this all worked, had millions of results that then went to the end of the results, and then it hit this check omitted ones, went to billions of results, tried to get to the end of that, and it dropped down to like 14 pages of results for climate change. Right, 14 pages. Yeah,
with the oldest link, being 2016. So it's difficult to find prior to that.
So, and every single one of them is, again, from all those official sources. And so she's like, well, how do I search for, how do I find Bob's blog? What if I don't want one of these official sources? What if I just want to know what Joe Schmo from around the corner thinks about it? Like, where is his result? Why is that not showing up anywhere?
So here's another weird thing. No matter which way, if I do Tor or whatever, or whatever that thing is called, I can't get 1.36 billion results like Quetzalcoatl
I got 2,300,000,000 results in 0.59 seconds.
For the same words?
Flat Earth? Yeah, just flat Earth.
Yeah. So why are three of us getting three completely different numbers? Is it just a joke? Is this big number a joke?
Well, they also showed how on a different device you can get different results. So if you search on Google on your phone and you search on Google on your laptop, the first 10 results are often going to be different. Whereas if it's truly a single repository for all information, we should be able to get the same results. And the steering of the results, so if you've been on Facebook on your laptop and then you click Google on your laptop, suddenly what you were searching on Facebook comes up as advertised to you on Google. Whereas on the phone, you're going to get a whole different message because there's no cookies being tracked on the phone or different cookies being tracked. But the fact that you've got multiple versions of the same repository is the ludicrousness of it.
Well, I have a little bit of a theory on that too, and it would explain kind of a lot. I think it's kind of like personalized advertising. I think they're curtailing your results for what they want you to see.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're steering you this way.
Yeah, based on your IP address and all that kind of stuff. That's proven.
They're formulating your reality around you, what you believe to be true.
Yep. So Swiss Cows is doing a much better job providing ongoing results, just page after page. I'm up to page 49. It doesn't seem to be doing the same thing. Has anybody ever used Swiss Cows?
No.
Swiss cow.
I posted the link. It's known for being
based on your area and all that too.
Swiss Cows is known for being anti in your business, messing with you, supposedly. I know that DuckDuckGo and other ones make those same claims, but I don't know. I got to 80 pages of results with Swiss cows.
Kind of
What
makes
was
you
peculiar?
wonder
So go ahead.
Well,
if the internet is what they say it is.
now I know you keep on doing it with flat Earth, but that's kind of we already know it's a shadow banned censored topic. Try to do it with something that's not controversial. Like that's where I think the real test
Okay.
is.
Yeah,
Good idea.
the one test word was pizza, and if you type in pizza, I think there was 19 pages or 29 pages, and then you go to the bottom and it says you know include excluded or include all results. Then the second time you do it, it also says billions, but when you actually go to the last page, there's normally double digits, so 40 pages or 60 pages, and then there's no more search results for pizza. And if you think
All
about
right. I typed in.
how many people could have mentioned pizza or pizza blogs or restaurants, or the word pizza should come up with like hundreds of billions of search results. You should be able to find all of those.
I typed in sorcerer just because I thought it'd be funny, and I get 88,100,000 results. What do you guys get?
And then what's peculiar is that when we find these types of things, they often get changed. So I'm sort of waiting for the day that Google's heard this message and then decides to add another 5,000 pages to their search so that they can say, nah, see these flat earthers making their false claims again.
Well, I mean, okay, here's another. This is adding on to the conspiracy theory of it all, but I've even questioned whether or not certain pages are just auto-generated by an AI the moment you search
They
it up.
are. I can tell you from experience.
It's like the moment you search it up, an AI says, "Here's what I want this guy to read," and they write it up for you.
Well, that's what Who is really good for,
that can be
though.
proved.
Tons of pages. I got 79 pages from the Swiss cows.
Yeah, Swiss cows is pretty decent. I use Brave Search as a general tool, but Swiss cows is good for other stuff. Whois.com is a really great way to help yourself know whether or not a website is still dripping wet off the assembly line or whatever. I mean, as far as the domain goes, at least. What's that?
I said I'd love to bring out some things, but I think I might get in trouble on here. Because when I stopped believing the internet was actually out to help me is when I started typing in a separate number from something that may or may not have happened, and you type in a different number, and then you type in that same word over and over and over, and you get completely different, strange things that make you wonder, And just like what you said, is there some kind of computer out there that deliberately will type up a fake article just to match whatever you're searching for, deliberately just to give you some information or to take you somewhere else, right? It's often been wondered by us that believe that there's something to this, but whether or not that's true, well, you can prove it out pretty fast. Just choose a topic and then type in a number before that topic, and then keep doing that, changing the number, and see what you come up with. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Let's say rockets. Let's say rockets. Just type in 5 rockets go to space or something. Then type in 1,000 rockets go to space, and just keep doing that and see what you get. Tell me if you think.
Yeah, you're gonna find a story about 5 rockets when you type it in. You're gonna find a story about it. Yeah,
right. And that shouldn't. I mean, come on, really? There's that many articles on the internet that we get that kind of answer. It just seems
well,
odd.
It just so happens. I just posted my results. It just so happens searching 1,000 rockets go to space is actually repeatedly talked about via Elon Musk this year.
No fucking way.
Yep.
Try 2,000 rockets.
Yep. Elon again?
Well, I tried looking for 1,770 rockets, and there's not any. Oh, well, there is a.
What about the magic number?
12 USC 1770. So there's some type of, there is the number 1770 that does pop up. The allotment of space in federal buildings or federal land, some
Dare you
type
to
of
type in 666 rocket.
building code.
This is so fun. There are 26,200,000 hits on 666 rockets. That has got to be a record.
So, and again, what
How does
on
that
True
work?
Stream Media, what Melissa was saying was, whatever. She pointed out, like, this is beyond Orwell's dream, or nightmare, whatever you want to say, like about Newspeak and all that, 1984. This is way beyond any of that. Like, we're truly.
Is there anybody that's listening right now that tried this? So since they started listening to what we were saying, is anybody that's actually tried these things that we asked you to try that's a little bit disturbed by what they're getting? Just anybody, seriously.
All right, but here's the this could also expose an issue or problem with how the algorithm works, because, for instance, I just searched up this and got 17.5 million results. I should only get like 4 or 5 or 6 results, or 1 or 0. Purple watermelon cheese. 17.5 million results.
When you click to the end of the list, how many are actually there?
All right, I'm calling bullshit on that one.
I don't know. I go to 10. I go to 14.
But there's also something specific with Google. You've got to use either brackets or plus signs if you want to search the whole word in context, because that's searching 17.5 million purple or
For God's sake,
watermelon
don't put a dot
or
first. Or you'll be
cheese.
Isn't it quote signs works for this? Exactly.
Yeah, you do quotes. Put it all in quotes. Yeah, put it all in quotes.
To search for that one total phrase, then yeah.
And that phrase doesn't exist. And I wouldn't expect it to.
Well, for me, what's peculiar is like, you'll hear this information, and what type of person are you? Are you really going to go and look? Or are you just going to wait for someone else to look and then use what they said? And even this week, we had a big business deal, and they said, okay, they're going to do their due diligence. We supplied all the documentation required for the due diligence, and they made payment the same day, which means they didn't even pursue the due diligence. Just by supplying the documents, they were appeased at the idea that it's not necessary to do the due diligence. And again, okay, the money came to us, so it's fine. But I just thought, how easy is it to dupe someone? All I needed to do was supply them with documentation, whether it's true or not, and they would have supplied the payment, because people don't do their research. People don't go and check this themselves the way that we're doing now, by actually checking the search engines, scrolling to the end of the list. People don't do this shit. Weird.
This is interesting. I typed in with the bracket, with the hash marks, like you said, and I looked the same thing up, 666 rockets, and I get 326 results now.
Okay, see if there's actually 326 results though. Scroll to the end of it now. See if there's really 326.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Let's go to page 7.
Just
keep skipping.
Just doing your due diligence,
There's 7 pages. It gets to 6 out of, now it changed to 6 of about 42 results. Did not match any documents. Not saying it doesn't match any documents. That's weird, right?
So now you're getting,
and that was another thing. When you change,
I see.
You change between the pages, then you get different results again. And then some of the pages would go back to 1 million results, even though the previous page said 300 results.
Yeah. This is the
one of the duped all over again. Gee whiz.
This is one of the wealthiest organizations in the world. I don't know if you can call it a company.
But its net worth is in the billions.
Seems to me like it's more of a
tens
function
of
than it is
billions.
Trill.
And
Trill.
what have they got?
Trillion.
You know, what have they got for it? What can they? It's what was the term that they said? They said Google is the biggest, not a smoke screen, like a
misinformation.
No, there's a term for it. Shit, it's